Hello everyone, and welcome to Fictional Vortex. So we are back with an interesting series on what if Naruto had the Pokemon power. But before we start, I just want to remind you to please subscribe to my channel and hit the like button if you enjoy my content. Let's start the story. An alarm clock's blaring was silenced, almost before completing its first buzz. The blond boy whose hand lay upon its snooze button staring at the cracked ceiling above with a blank look upon his face. This was it. He had turned in for the night early, intending to be at his best on this most important of days. Instead, sleep eluded him, frightened off by discouraging thoughts that refused to let the boy be. Dejectedly, he had watched the light fade from the west-facing window of his bedroom as the sun set. The boy's thoughts circled as the seal-inscribed crystals the village of Konoha used for nightly illumination flickered to life, releasing the light stored the day prior. He roused from his torpor somewhat when he heard the sound of impacts on his door and windows accompanied by adolescent laughter. He had heard the sounds often enough to identify the act of petty vandalism. He stopped counting at 36. It wasn't any concern of his if someone wanted to waste perfectly good eggs. He lay there, eyes barely moving, breath shallow, looking for all intents and purposes like a man awaiting his final judgment. He still lay there when the sun rose to witness him lethargically silencing the unneeded reminder of his fate. This was the day of the Academy final exams. More specifically, his final exams. Prospective ninja were required to attend Konoha's academy for 5 years. Most started at 7 or 8 years old, and graduated to genin at the age of 12 or 13. The boy had received permission to enter the academy early in light of the fact that he had no one to look after him, and nothing to occupy his time. He had entered at 5 years old, and he was now 12. This would be his third and final chance at passing the genin exam. Both of his prior attempts had been spectacular failures on the simple grounds that no matter what he did, he could never successfully make a simple bushin. He could manage kawarimi and was, in his own humble opinion, a master with henge. But no matter how focused he was, no matter how hard he tried, every bushin he produced looked like it had been put through a wash and worn wet. Theoretically, he knew there was only a 1 in 3 chance of being asked to do the bushin for the ninjutsu portion of the test, but in practice he knew to expect the worst and hope for the best. He had learned long ago how futile hope could be. Leveraging himself out of bed, he went to the bathroom to begin his morning preparations. Not long after, he was eating his breakfast. 3 cups of instant ramen. He sighed, slightly mournful of the wasted eggs from last night. They would have been a pleasant addition to his typical diet of dirt-cheap unspoilable food. After breakfast, he returned to the bathroom to brush his teeth. Gazing back from the mirror were his familiar azure eyes, set above a smallish nose, which itself perched above an expressive mouth which often was set in a massive grin. On his cheeks were 6 odd birthmarks, 3 straight lines each, forming what looked remarkably like whiskers. All this topped by a mess of hair such a bright yellow it could make a daffodil jealous. His outfit was just as distinctive as his face, although for a much simpler reason. It was orange. A bright, retina-searing orange jumpsuit with a white collar and blue accents to be specific. His mundane self-maintenance complete, Naruto Uzumaki, most hated child in the ninja village of Konoha, made his way to the front door. This sad, stained piece of second-hand lumber stood sentinel for all the years since he was granted this apartment by the third Hokage, the elderly leader of the village and closest thing the boy had to family in the world. He stood, hand on the doorknob for what felt like an eternity, pondering the simple barrier that separated their world from his. For all his life, it seemed, there was an invisible and impenetrable wall between the world of the villagers and the world of Naruto Uzumaki. The world of the villagers was sunlit laughter and happy families. It was picnics in the park and friends to push each other on the swing. It was simple togetherness and complex competition between rival brothers. The world of Naruto Uzumaki was nothing remotely similar. It was taunting jeers and petty assaults. It was terrifying shadows and tears in the dark. Most of all, though, it was loneliness. Crippling, debilitating loneliness. And whenever those two worlds brushed each other, jagged sparks erupted. Sometimes, he struck those sparks intentionally. Pranks committed for a degree of restitution towards those who sought to hurt him, or simply for enjoyment and attention. Oftentimes these sparks turned back and burned him. Luckily the masked ninja known as Anbu would almost always interfere before he was injured seriously. Assuming he hadn't managed to lose his pursuers on his own anyway, an act which he had grown rather talented in these past years. Most often he would simply retreat from that world. Holed up in his apartment or an old forgotten training ground, he would practice his ninja techniques. Progress painstakingly dragged from his flesh using low-quality and often scavenged equipment. Using blood, sweat and even tears to hold the enemy at bay. Knowing that even as he did so, eventually the solitude would become too much. Those days he eagerly endured the scorn of that other world, simply to feel connected to someone else. Like the desperation of a starving man devouring food he knows to be poison, simply to make the pain recede for a time. Often when the hunger was sated, the toxic hatred he endured to do so left him worse than before. But always he would use these events to fuel his determination, to make his next training sessions harder, stronger, more focused. Someday they would see him for the ninja he was born to be. Someday he would make their world look at him and see not what he is, but what he will become. And all he has to do is make a stupid clone. Maybe Iruka-sensei was right when he said they broke the mold after he was born. Maybe that's why his clones all sucked. He smiled sadly at that thought. That argument wouldn't help him pass, and neither would standing here like a doorstop. He's a ninja in the making, damn it, not the doorman at some crappy hotel. That thought firmly in place, Naruto strapped a weapon shop's worth of metaphorical steel to his spine, set his face into the oblivious smile that was as much a mask as any Anbu's porcelain visage, and strode out beyond the edges of his world and into the smell of eggs baking in the sun. After locking the door and promising to clean the silent sentry when he got home, he took off at full speed for the academy and the rest of his life. As usual, Naruto was the last one of his class to arrive. He strode towards his desk in the back of the classroom, brimming with artificial confidence. Neither Iruka-sensei nor Mizuki-sensei were present at the moment, so the prospective genin were chattering animatedly or otherwise passing time in their own manners. Shoji Akamichi was in his seat munching on what seemed to be a large breakfast bento. His parents probably made it for him as a good luck gesture, in typical Akamichi appetite fashion of course. Beside him Shikamaru Nara snored quietly. Apparently even the last day of school and the start of their shinobi careers wasn't enough to motivate the slacker. Shino Aburame was sitting there. To be honest, Naruto couldn't tell in most cases if the boy was asleep or awake, let alone what he was thinking. Kiba Inuzuka was standing near one of the civilian girls boasting about his upcoming promotion, and how he would be top dog among the new genin. All Naruto could remember about the girl was that she hated him with a passion. He'd once picked up a pencil she'd drop her, only to watch her snap it in two and tell him it was contaminated by his stupid. Hinata Hyuga, the strange, dark, girl with weird eyes, sat in the front corner of the room, on the opposite side of the door. He couldn't really tell what she was doing, aside from avoiding looking his way anytime he so much as glanced near her direction. It took him a long time to figure her out, but eventually he realized she was terrified of him. The few times they were assigned to spar as part of taijutsu class, she would start breathing heavily and looking like she wanted to run far, far away. Naruto wasn't sure what he might have done to affect the girl in such a way, but he was sure he didn't like it. Unfortunately, between her hating him like most of the village and her being afraid of him, he was offered little reason to try changing things. Sakura Haruno, the bubblegum-haired object of his affections, was busy fighting with her former best friend, the blonde and popular Ino Yamanaka. Sadly, the object of their dispute was the target of their own romantic fantasies, Sasuke Uchiha. The dark-haired, coal-eyed boy was busy glaring at the front of the room, either trying to ignore the near-cat fight beside him or trying to ignite the chalkboard through sheer power of will. Or he was constipated. Hard to tell really. The other students, civilian kids mostly, were sitting around talking in small groups. The subjects of discussion ranged from dread for the test itself to predictions on who would pass and be assigned to which teams, to age-old friends making pacts to not go all weird and crazy when they become powerful ninja. Naruto made his way to his own seat in the far corner of the classroom, studiously preventing his smile mask from slipping. Once there, he put his head on his arms and decided to feign sleep, hoping none of the other students would see fit to bother him. A bit less than 10 minutes passed in this manner before the sliding door opened and the two Chunin teachers entered. Iruka Amino was a kind man, hardly what one would expect in your average ninja. He was strict and wanted his students to excel no matter what. Naruto knew him as one of the very few who were willing to help when he had a problem, and for that he had the boys' respect. Mizuki, however, was much less generous towards his students. When he trained the students, he preached the merits of personal strength. A ninja, in his view, had to stand on their own if they wanted to survive, while Iruka often professed that teamwork was the better route. Both philosophies had their merits, so such debates weren't particularly discouraged. The teachers moved to their standard morning positions. Mizuki lounging in a chair near the chalkboard, and Iruka in the center of the student-dubbed lecture path. Iruka tended to pace while teaching, and Naruto would be amazed if they hadn't had to replace any of the flooring in the years since he had started his career. Iruka cleared his throat, attempting to get his class attention. After a few moments he tried again. The only response he received was a derisive chuckle from the corner Mizuki was in. With a sigh, Iruka snapped his fingers, and in a flash of purple light there was a third figure standing at Iruka's side. After a nod from Iruka, the purple creature began to emit a whistling noise, warning the more astute students of what was about to occur. Less than a second after the whistling began, an eruption of noise battered those students who hadn't noticed the telltale warning into submission. Explode! Iruka's Pokemon announced the start of class with a window-shaking roar. "Thank you," Iruka said, nodding to his inhuman partner. "Now that I have your attention," he began turning his attention back to the class. The Pokemon he had partnered with since his own entry into the ninja ranks vanished with another ray of purple light, which jumped into the strange tattoo on his arm. As you all know, today is the graduation exam. You will be tested on all of the criteria you've learned these past years, and if you score well enough you will be permitted to attempt to gain a Pokemon partner. Those of you who do not, will be permitted to try again next year, after attending another year of schooling, of course. Here he grinned at the chorus of groans coming from the lower-ranking members of class. I must remind you, however, that those who do not take their ninja studies seriously enough will not be allowed to remain in the academy indefinitely. You are only permitted 3 attempts at the final exam, so I suggest all of you redouble your efforts in the future. Regardless of whether that future is back here, or hopefully in your own genin teams. "What happens if we fail 3 times? Asked a civilian boy named Hayagawa. Naruto flinched almost imperceptibly. Every time the subject came up, someone would ask that question. Naruto could only take solace that this time it wasn't someone trying to rub it in his face. Hayagawa had scores almost as bad as Naruto. In fact, he would be dead last, if Naruto could just manage that stupid clone jutsu. Iruka sighed before answering. If a student fails the academy exam 3 times, it is assumed that further ninja training is unlikely to improve on their abilities. In that circumstance, the former student is removed from the curriculum and taken to have a seal applied. Hinata paled. Seals, especially those applied without the bearer's consent, were a sickening reality to the kind would-be heiress. The purpose of this seal is twofold. First, it blocks the majority of the recipient's chakra, reducing them to civilian levels so that they cannot become a threat to the village as a whole on their own. And second, it triggers a paralyzing effect if the bearer attempts to betray Konoha to its enemies. It is my sincerest hope that none of the students that pass through my classroom ever face that fate. I have dedicated my life to the education of tomorrow's ninja legends, and I know you will all make me proud. Even if you take a year or 2 longer to do it than I'd like. He finished with a smile, momentarily locking eyes with Naruto as he swept his gaze across the classroom. Now, if there are no more questions, we'll begin the exams. The following hours were spent in exhaustive testing. A written test to prove theoretical knowledge and basic understanding of common ninja concepts. Taijutsu spars against the teachers to assess their techniques. Accuracy tests with both kunai and shuriken. And finally, after those who couldn't pass the requisite scores on those had been weeded out, the students were brought back into the classroom for the final stage of the exam. Alright students, this will be the last and most important phase of the examination. Ninjutsu. Iruka held up a small tissue box. In this are slips of paper listing the 3 academy techniques. You will be called one at a time into the testing room to demonstrate the jutsu you pull from it. While Mizuki-sensei and I are away, the rest of you may do as you wish, as long as it is quiet and not disruptive to the other classes. If, once you complete your assigned jutsu correctly, you are given a passing grade overall, you will be given one of these. Iruka held up an iridescent metal sheet. It was rectangular, an inch or so thick, and about as long as his forearm on its long side, and about half that on its shorter side. It bore an oddly flowing engraving of many Pokemon species on it. These are known as the Plates of Arceus, and will be the focus of your day tomorrow. I strongly suggest you take this very seriously. What you do, what you say, even what you think about, will all affect which Pokemon partner you receive. You all know what's expected of you tomorrow, so I don't want to see any of you here. Stay home and spend the day in contemplation, or you may find yourself with an incompatible partner. I must remind you, there are no second chances. Once you are paired with a Pokemon, it is your partner for life. Those of you who receive a plate will be contacted by Anbu to escort you to the graduation ceremony. Make sure you bring the plate with you. No plate, no headband. That is all. If there are no questions, we will proceed with the final testing. Aside from a few dismissive snorts from some of the students when he spoke about Arceus, the class listened intently to his instructions. A minute later, when no one spoke up, Iruka continued. Very well, the order of testing will follow class rank, from highest grade to lowest. Once your test is complete, you are free to leave, and I hope to see you all in 2 days' time. Sasuke Uchiha, please come with me. You're first. Sasuke grunted and strode from the room, his cheering fangirls already declaring his imminent victory, immediately followed by Sakura and Ino arguing about whose cheering was more encouraging for their Sasuke-kun. Naruto placed his head back on his arms and settled in to wait. It was bound to be a long day. A few hours later, he was standing in the testing room with both Iruka and Mizuki staring at him as he trembled, staring at the paper in his hand. Clear as day it read. Bushin no Jutsu. Crumpling it in frustration, he threw it onto the desk in front of his teachers. Fine, he growled. You want a clone? I'll give you the best damn clone you ever seen? Naruto immediately began gathering chakra, so much it was faintly visible to the eye. Iruka closed his eyes and sighed. He'd hoped the boy would be able to pass this time. There was only a 1 in 3 chance of the clone jutsu being picked after all, and Naruto deserved a lucky break more than just about anyone. Next to him, unseen by Iruka and unnoticed by Naruto, Mizuki smirked confidently. After a couple moments of chakra channeling, Naruto squeezed his eyes shut and cried out, Bushin no Jutsu. He felt his focus was perfect, his visualization was spot on, and he'd channeled enough chakra to almost blind his unseen admirer as she used her dojutsu to spy on this most important of events, in her mind anyway. He was confident that he had finally managed it, the clone. He could not, would not, fail this time. All he had to do was open his eyes and see Iruka's happy grin. But for some reason, moving those 2 thin pieces of skin felt like the heaviest weight he had ever lifted. And when he saw the sorrow in his teacher's eyes, he knew he had failed, again. He moved his gaze forlornly to the side where his clones were to have materialized, only to catch sight of a grayish-orange blob sprawled on the floor. It looked like the 3 clones he had attempted to produce got mangled and combined in some horrible accident. I'm truly sorry, Naruto, Iruka said, but I simply cannot pass you. That clone isn't even really a clone, it looks more like something out of a bad horror movie. I don't know, Iruka, began Mizuki. Something like that might actually be useful in the right circumstances. The shock value alone might help the kid survive in a genin-level fight, you know? Besides, it's not like we want the poor kid to get sealed. I say we pass him anyway. We can't do that, Iruka responded. I will not send an unprepared student out to die, nor will I lie to the Hokage about the results of the test. Naruto. I'm sorry. I have no doubt that you'd have succeeded marvelously on any other jutsu. But I cannot in good conscience make an exception. Not for you, and not for any of the other students that failed this year. I understand, Naruto replied in a voice so empty of emotion Iruka winced. Hey, I guess I'll see you around, Iruka-sensei? Yeah, we'll get some ramen at Ichiraku's, okay? Iruka promised. Naruto waved unenthusiastically in reply and left the room, closing the door silently behind him. Iruka stared after the boy for a while, before being broken from his thoughts by his co-teacher. Well, now that that mess is finished, I'm gonna go get smashed. Yay for semester breaks, right man? Mizuki proclaimed. Yeah. Iruka sighed, but there's still a ton of paperwork to get finished before the graduation ceremony. No rest for the wicked, I suppose. He cast a glance towards the door with a pensive expression. Bah, you made the right call. If we'd have done it my way, no doubt the Hokage would have had us in Ibiki's office before we could blink. If he were feeling generous anyway. Otherwise, Anko's. Both men shivered a moment at that thought. Well, my more professional protege, Mizuki continued after a moment. Since one of us needs to finish said paperwork, and we both know I'll just screw it up. Intentionally, interjected Iruka. I'm hurt that you would say such things, Mizuki replied in a sad tone. But regardless, have fun, Iruka-sensei, Mizuki called as he strode from the room chuckling. Naruto paced down the hallway towards the exit, obliviously passing by the room hiding the tear-streaked Hyuga girl. His thoughts were a tangle. His whole life, the only real road that seemed open to him was becoming a ninja, and now that road seemed to have collapsed into a yawning chasm. All the hopes, dreams and distant ambitions he'd carved into his heart and mind over the years were firmly trapped on the other side. If only there were another way to become a ninja. Maybe he could petition the Hokage for a retest. No. That would never work, and with the school year just ending, the old man would be so swamped with paperwork Naruto would be lucky to see him within a week. By that time he would be the owner of a shiny new seal, and the conversation would be more likely to revolve around suggestions for what he should do with his life, given the new limitations he would be under. Naruto exited the school, into the far too cheerful light of the sun. He glared at it a moment, childishly offended that it could be so inconsiderate of his depressed thoughts, then moved to the swing hanging under the shade of the nearby tree. It was the only tree in the front yard of the school, and it meant a lot to him. This was where he came to think when his classes were going bad. This was where he pondered the mystery of female emotion. Although the tree had yet to help him explain why Sakura fawned over the cold Uchiha when Naruto had done his very best to be her own personal son. Literally in one unfortunate and painful instance. This was also where he decided he was destined for greatness. He and the rest of the class had just learned about the Kawarimi no Jutsu, and they were in the front yard of the school practicing that day, due to a large-scale jutsu display for the last-year students being held in the normal training area behind the school. The students were told to visualize their destination, and charge as much chakra as they were able, then with hand signs and a shout of Kawarimi no Jutsu. Poof, they would be where they wanted, leaving a mysteriously appearing log in their place. This happened in Naruto's third year at the academy, which would have been around the time Sakura-chan and the others of his current class were just starting their first. Well, Naruto did as instructed, but instead of finding himself appearing next to the teacher on the opposite side of the yard, he found himself in a hole in the ground which immediately collapsed, burying him up to his shoulders in the wet dirt. One arm was trapped in the inadvertent burial, and it took him almost an hour to dig his way free and another 30 minutes to make his way back to the school. A trip which would have taken longer had he not been stopped and escorted via Shunshin by one of the Anbu dispatched to find him. When he arrived at the school, he was shocked to see an entire living tree had appeared in the spot he had vacated. Sandame Gigi was standing there staring at it with a puzzled expression that would have made Naruto erupt into laughter had he not been tired and dirty from his own confusing experience. The Hokage had asked what happened and explained that Naruto used too much chakra and so threw off his technique. Naruto reduced his chakra use the next time and hadn't had that particular mistake happen to do the same with his Bushin technique, just in case it suffered from a similar issue, but no matter how little chakra he used, they all came out wrong. Naruto placed his hand on the tree, the one tangible piece of evidence that he was more than just a failure. Incontrovertible proof that he was special in some way. He rested his head against it and fought back the tears that threatened to fall. He couldn't afford to be seen as weak. Not in this world of the villager's creation. Naruto had no idea how long he had stood there, palm and forehead pressed against the tree hard enough to sting, when a voice called out to him. He's not hard on you because he hates you, you know. Naruto turned to see Mizuki-sensei approach from the school doorway. He wants to protect you, keep you safe. You're like the little brother he never had, I think. Naruto turned back to the tree without replying. Mizuki walked up next to him, staring up through the branches at the sun crawling its way slowly towards the west. They stood that way for a while before Mizuki spoke again, his voice somber. I never really understood the whole protecting everyone thing. It's always been my belief that the best way for someone to be safe is for them to get strong. Teach them to stand on their own and protect themselves, you know? Like that old saying about fishing, I mean. Except with fighting, because fishing is boring, Mizuki chuckled. But it's hard to get strong as a civilian, and it's not like the jerks in this village will lift a finger to help you, Naruto scowled towards the tree in response. Tell me, Naruto. How much do you want to be strong? How far will you go to protect yourself? Naruto responded, still scowling. I will get strong. I will protect not only me, but all the people I care about too. I don't care if I'm sealed, and I don't care if I'm a civilian. I will become Hokage someday, and there's no one in this village that's gonna stop me. Naruto was barely whispering the words, but the intensity in his words made them seem all the louder. Mizuki hummed to himself, as if considering something. Well kid, I guess I got no choice but to tell you then. He smirked at Naruto's puzzled look. There's a secret test for those who fail the exam for their third time, but it can only be issued by one of the student's instructors in private. Wait, if that's true then why didn't Iruka-sensei tell me about it? Naruto responded in a surprising show of logic. Well, to be honest, I don't know, Mizuki shrugged. But there's a fair chance he just doesn't know about it. After all, it is pretty rare for someone to flunk out all 3 times. No offense of course. I guess that makes sense. Naruto conceded. So, what do I have to do to pass this super secret test, sensei? He asked, eyes sparking with hope once again. Mizuki knelt next to Naruto, so their faces were inches apart, and his voice dropped to a whisper. That's just it, this is right up your alley kid. If anyone in the entire school can pull it off, you can. What you need to do is sneak into the Hokage's tower and borrow the scroll of forbidden sealing. I gotta warn you though, I can't tell anyone why you're doing this or the test is void. You gotta get in and get out on your own without getting caught. At Naruto's wide-eyed stare he clarified, this is a Chunin rank mission, kid. Its purpose is to test your infiltration and information acquisition skills. Genin aren't expected to have any ability in those areas you know. That's more espionage-oriented Chunin and special Junin stuff. These secret tests are designed to be tough. Their purpose is to make sure that we don't accidentally lose a ninja with valuable skills because of a little quirk like your clone issues. Naruto nodded his understanding and Mizuki continued, now, once you have the scroll you gotta get to the rendezvous point written here. He handed Naruto a folded piece of paper. Make sure you destroy that once you know where to go. Ninja never leave evidence behind. When you reach the drop-off point wait for me to come get you. I'll score you based on speed, stealth, time it takes for an alert to sound, and how long it takes them to figure out who took the scroll. All of these are important concerns for an espionage operation. He looked straight into Naruto's eyes. If you can score high enough on this to bring your total score to passing, you will be issued an Arceus plate tonight and graduate with your classmates at the ceremony. But what if I can't get enough points to make up for my ninjutsu score? Naruto asked. Mizuki rocked back on his heels a moment to think. Tell you what, just cause Iruka likes you, and I want to see him cheer you on at the ceremony, I'll make you a deal. If you can learn a jutsu from the scroll and demonstrate it for me when I arrive to grade you, I'll change your ninjutsu score to match whatever you earn demonstrating the new one. How's that sound? Mizuki leaned forward again and offered his hand to the small boy. Naruto stared at his sensei, awed at the generosity of the offer. I say you got a deal, he shouted, grasping the offered hand and shaking it vigorously. I'll ace this test. I'll do so good they'll have to invent a new letter above A, Datbeo. Good to hear it, Mizuki replied with a grin. He gestured to the piece of paper in Naruto's hand, I'll meet you there at, let's say midnight, that'll give you some time to earn that extra credit. Plus, if you can get the scroll and they don't even realize it's gone until then, I think that would qualify you for that perfect score you want. He stood and brushed off his pants briskly. Well, if you're all set and don't have any more questions, I have a date with a hot little lady I call Sake. That said, Mizuki vanished in a swirl of leaves. Naruto grinned in anticipation as he set off like a shot for his apartment. He had gear to collect for this ultimate test. This time he swore to himself. He would pass no matter what it took. Nothing would stop him. Nothing would delay him. Well, almost nothing, he amended as he approached his door. He had a promise to keep, and it would be a grave disservice to abandon door in his time of need. Later that night, Iruka was just finishing up the last of his end-of-the-year paperwork. As he stacked the forms in his arm, planning to haul them down to the school's administration office for proper filing, he spotted the wadded-up piece of paper Naruto hurled at the desk earlier. Sighing to himself for what seemed like the 100th time that day, he gathered the offending scrap, glaring at it with what anger he could hold for such an object. "Why did you have to be Bushin?" he demanded. "Is it too much to ask for one little thing to go Naruto's way for once?" Unsurprisingly, he received no response. Resisting an immature urge to just burn the thing, he decided to return it to the box for use in the future. He sent a bit of chakra into the slip of paper, using a teacher's jutsu he'd learned over the years to repair paperwork damaged by anything from stray jutsu and kunai to being partially consumed by wild animals. Ninja to be were surprisingly innovative when it came to avoiding homework, and most of the academy's teachers had no pity for unimaginative excuses. There was actually a top 10 list in the teacher's lounge of best excuses ever used. Currently number 1 was Tsunade's. "My granddad accidentally turned it into a tree." Most surprising is the fact that it was apparently true, if one were to judge by the apology note pinned next to it signed by Hashirama Senju. Iruka frowned when the paper in his hands resisted for a few seconds, before releasing a tiny burst of chakra and unfolding itself properly. His eyes went wide as he stared. The words, "Henge no Jutsu," emblazoned across it. As he stared at the words, trying to figure out how Naruto could have confused one technique for the other, he heard a loud slam and pounding footsteps. Turning to the doorway, he watched it fly open to reveal a haggard-looking Kurenai Yuhi. Kurenai's share in the academy, teaching the 4th grade students until just a year ago. After teaching the prior year's class, she declared her intention to leave the academy and attain her juninship to become a genin team sensei. Iruka knew from personal experience that the young Hyuga heiress had factored into the decision, both because of Kurenai's previous involvement with the girl, and because she had consulted him in regards to the best manner to request the Hokage give her the girl as a student. Personally, he hoped she got the team she chose. He believed it would be good both for the genin involved and Kurenai herself. "Ah. Yes, Kurenai-san. Was there something you need?" he asked absently, mind still tangling with the puzzle in his hand. "Iruka-san," Kurenai began, almost out of breath from her swift arrival. "The Hokage summoned all active ninja to the tower." "Damn. I'll head right there," Iruka interrupted, dropping the stack of files on the desk. "Don't bother," Kurenai continued, stopping Iruka mid-stride. "He made his announcement already. I got here as fast as I could. It was about Naruto. He stole the scroll of forbidden seals. Every ninja in the village is out looking for him." Iruka's eyes shot wide for a moment, before, as if by magic, the pieces to his puzzle clicked into place. A glare of anger so intense settled onto the kind Chunin's face that Kurenai unconsciously stepped away. "Mizuki," he growled, his hand spasming closed and crushing the paper once again. He looked into Kurenai's eyes a moment, lost in thought. "Go to the Hokage," he ordered. "Tell him Naruto's being used." Mizuki must have planned to make Naruto fail, then use him to get the scroll. Kurenai nodded, ignoring the fact that she outranked the teacher. "What are you going to do?" she inquired. Mizuki's a man of habit. There are only so many places he would choose to meet Naruto, and there's no way he would have left himself having to search for him beside the rest of the village. Naruto's too good at evading capture to leave something like this up to chance. "And when you find him, I plan to beat him into the dirt, then bring him back for Ibiki. Or maybe Anko." He grinned maliciously at the Junin when he mentioned her friend. "No one hurts my students," Iruka swore before vanishing in a shunshin. Kurenai stared at the place he stood a moment more before turning and rushing from the room as fast as she could. On her way back to the Hokage's tower, she wondered if Iruka could handle Mizuki on his own. And if he could, how much of the possible traitor would be left afterward. Naruto sat in a clearing in a training ground just outside of Konoha proper. Apparently it was used for some kind of bandit rescue or other form of forced entry training, judging from the much battered cabin that stood nearby. He was exhausted but deliriously happy. He had managed to learn one jutsu from the scroll, and it was a Bushin type to boot. No way would anyone be able to deny his graduation now. All he had to do was wait for Mizuki-sensei to get here and he'd be a genin in no time. As he plopped onto his back to rest, he reflected on the course of the day since accepting the secret test. Flashback: when he reached his apartment, Naruto fulfilled his promise to Door and spent the next hour scrubbing it clean of eggy residue. During this time he devised his plan of attack. He knew Sarutobi Gigi generally took a lunch break from his dreaded paperwork around the end of the academy's school day. More often than not he went out to lunch with Konohamaru, his grandson. The young boy usually picked the restaurant and the Hokage made sure to invite Naruto along if they went anywhere he felt comfortable entering. Generally, this meant only Ichiraku's. He was fairly certain that despite the extra work piling on his desk due to the end of school, that the Hokage's office would be empty at that time and would likely remain that way for at least an hour. Konohamaru often rambled on about how his day went, what cool new things he learned, and threats to take the hat by force someday soon. As for how to get into the room and past any guards, Naruto had long ago learned a secret way in. A path through ventilation ducts he had discovered while trying to avoid a less than tolerant secretary some time back. Sarutobi Gigi was unhappy with him for finding a flaw in his security, but once Naruto had revealed it to him and escorted a smallish monkey summon through it, he'd agreed to allow the boy this one covert path to him, adding a sealing array to the entrance and exit that wouldn't allow anyone but the boy through. His only stipulation was that Naruto only use it in a true emergency. Well, if his last chance at graduation didn't qualify as an emergency, he didn't want to encounter any problems that did. Nearly an hour and a half of frantic searching later, and Naruto had finally located his target. Somehow, the Hokage had managed to stuff it into a drawer not even a quarter the size of the scroll itself. Naruto decided that if the opportunity ever presented itself, he really had to learn some of this sealing stuff. Unfortunately for him, as he was trying to fit the giant scroll into the vents so he could finally leave, the Hokage himself appeared via Shunshin. He immediately went on alert, looking around angrily until he spotted Naruto with his prize. "Naruto-kun, what on earth are you doing?" the old man asked. Naruto, remembering what Mizuki said, about evidence and sounding alarms, and about having to keep the test a secret or it not counting, did the only thing he could think to do. "Sorry, Gigi," Naruto apologized, forming a sign and charging chakra. The Hokage frowned sadly and prepared to take the boy down and get some answers. Oroik no Jutsu. Only to collapse in a spray of nose-originated blood as Naruto unleashed his first, and arguably most dangerous, often to himself if a kunoichi is near, personally created jutsu. Rolling the unconscious man onto his belly so he wouldn't drown in his own blood, Naruto was struck by an idea. Strapping the scroll to his back, he hanged it into the Hokage, grabbed the worn pipe from the desk and strolled out the door. "Hokage-sama," yelped the secretary as she hurried over, straightening her mussed clothing. I thought you were out to lunch?" Naruto looked over the secretary a moment, then past her to the Chunin, pointedly staring out a window that had no view worth watching. "Ah, don't mind me," he replied in Sarutobi's voice. "I just forgot my pipe and came back for it. Nothing worth noting, I'm sure. Do carry on." Naruto as Sarutobi walked out of the building, chuckling for more than one reason. A short time later, and Naruto was making full speed for the rendezvous. A quick glance at the sun, which was coming close to setting, revealed he had more than a few hours to get his new jutsu down. It might be a bit of a rush, but he swore he would do it, no matter what. Flashback end. The rapid pounding of footsteps brought Naruto to his feet in a rush. The boy was literally bouncing in place with eagerness to see Mizuki and pass his test. His disappointment was sharp when instead Iruka slid to a stop in front of him. "Does this mean I failed the test?" Naruto asked sadly. "Naruto, do you know where Mizuki is?" Iruka demanded. "I don't know what he told you, but that scroll should never have been removed from the Hokage's office. This is no test, this is treason." Iruka swept his eyes around frantically, trying to watch everywhere at once. What do you mean there's no test? Mizuki-sensei told me." Naruto trailed off, realization dawning on him. "He's like everyone else, isn't he?" he asked quietly, not really expecting an answer. "I'm hurt that you would think so little of me, Naruto," called out a sinister voice from the shadowed woods. "I did ask what you were willing to do to become strong, didn't I? And then I gave you a way to do it. You can't honestly tell me those pathetic villagers would even consider doing something like that?" "Mizuki," Iruka yelled. "Show yourself. What's this all about? Why would you do something like this?" "Why? Isn't it obvious, Iruka? This is about power. I'm tired of being on the low end of the strength scale in this village. I'm tired of teaching stupid brats who have less potential in their whole bodies than I do in a single finger." I'm tired of waiting for this damn village to recognize my greatness. I'll force them to see my power, and Orochimaru-sama has promised to help me. All I need is that scroll to pay my tuition, so to say, and he'll teach me everything I need to know. He even offered to let me stand with him when he comes back to burn this place to the ground. Malevolent laughter filled the woods around them for a moment. Naruto, the voice continued when its mirth had faded. Give me the scroll, and I'll bring you with me. We can both serve Orochimaru-sama. Think about it. No more villagers to harass you, no more living in that dump you call a home, no more of this sick, disgusting village. I'm willing to keep my promise of power. If you're willing to complete your mission. Remember, the test only ends with you a ninja when you give the scroll to me. Don't listen to him, Naruto, Iruka commanded. He's just trying to manipulate you. He'll kill you the second he doesn't need you anymore. Naruto looked from Iruka to the woods, worry and fear clearly evident in his posture and expression. Dark chuckles came from the woods around them again. If that were true, I'd just kill him now. Even I can see how exhausted he must be from all that training. It'd hardly be difficult right now. I certainly doubt a soft desk ninja like you would be able to stop me, Iruka. In fact, I bet I could kill you both before you even know where I am. But I'm a generous person, so I think I'll sweeten the deal for you, Naruto. If you want, I'll tell you why the village hates you so much. Why they all want to keep you weak. The secret so big no one is allowed to even whisper it in Konoha. Well, do you want to hear it, kid? No. Mizuki, you wouldn't dare. Iruka cried out in surprise. If you say it, you'll be executed. Naruto stared at his visible teacher in shock. Iruka knew? He knew all this time? All the pain Naruto had suffered, and the answer was as close to him as his own teacher. And Iruka never told him? You're right, Iruka. I wouldn't want to get executed twice. On top of the treason and all I mean. I guess that just means I can't get caught. The hidden man laughed again. You want to know the secret, Naruto? Fine. The secret is. You are the Kyuubi no Yuko. All the evil that beast committed stains your very soul, your claws, your teeth. You killed all those people who were lost that day you were born. Yondaime died trying to destroy you, but you still exist, and the village wants you dead. Naruto felt his heart stop at those words. Suddenly 1,000 barely heard insults made sense. Fox brat, demon, monster. He fell to his knees in a daze. The forest seemed to be spinning around him, as if the world itself was trying to reject him. No. Iruka rebutted. Naruto's got that thing locked inside him. That much is true. But he's no more the Kyuubi than I am. Distantly Naruto heard Iruka's denial, but everything seemed to be coming from so far away, like it didn't matter anymore. Oh, well, in that case I'll just have to kill you both, Mizuki screamed, charging forward from behind Naruto's unresponsive form, an already flying windmill shuriken leading the way. The next sensation Naruto felt wasn't a burning pain, nor the slicing of steel through flesh. Naruto felt like he was flying. He was puzzled by the experience until he hit the ground hard, the impact knocking the air from his lungs. Iruka had grabbed Naruto by the back of his jumpsuit and launched him to safety while staying himself and bashing the giant throwing star out of the air with the other arm. Unfortunately for Iruka, the razor-sharp edge of the weapon ripped a long gash along his upper arm. Iruka grabbed the wound, wincing in pain before being forced to dodge from the rapidly approaching Mizuki. The traitorous Nin was wielding his second shuriken as if it were a buzz saw, slashing and swiping with it almost recklessly. Why would you help that damned demon? The treacherous ninja exclaimed. Why the hell would you save the monster that killed your parents, the Yondaime? Everyone. Iruka darted forward when his opponent's wild swing left him overbalanced momentarily and delivered a bruising kick to the gut, knocking him away. Because, it's like I said. Iruka replied. Naruto is not the demon fox. He's one of my precious students. And anyone who wants to hurt my students, will do so over my dead body. Iruka drew a pair of kunai and charged at Mizuki, with a cry of, now, explode. From the woods surrounding the embattled ninja a familiar whistling arose, followed immediately by a bone-shaking call. Explu. Naruto was forced to cover his ears as the sound continued unabated, a constant whistle underscoring the ever-increasing call. Shit. Mizuki cursed, immediately understanding the unorthodox attack as a call for aid. Scolipede. Find that thing and kill it, he ordered as the large insectoid Pokémon appeared in a flash of reddish light. The Scolipede cried out its name in reply and charged off into the brush in search of the hidden Pokémon noisemaker. "It's over, Mizuki," Iruka proclaimed, somehow seemingly unaffected by the constant clamor around him. "Enbu will be here in minutes. Your only options are peaceful surrender or painful capture." Naruto was transfixed as the battle between the two ninja continued, twin kunai against giant shuriken. He was confused as to why Iruka would go so far for him. Sure, he was a damn good teacher, but how many teachers would get in a fight to the death for their students? Meanwhile, Iruka was taking full advantage of the disorienting effect Exploud's call was having on Mizuki, pushing the traitor ninja onto his heels time and again. Iruka seemed to have every advantage for a short while. Right until Exploud's alarm choked off into a hiccuping warble. "Looks like my pet found yours," Mizuki gloated with a cruel expression. "I wonder how long it'll be before Scolipede's venom eats it away from the inside, Iruka unconsciously darted his eyes towards where he knew Exploud would be fighting against his toxic adversary. Such distraction would be dangerous in any battle between ninja, but against an opponent who knows it's coming, even a moment's inattention can prove deadly. Unfortunately for Iruka, Mizuki knew him well enough to be such an opponent. The instant his eyes moved, Mizuki stopped the spinning blades of his shuriken, bringing both hands to the central ring he grabbed and twisted. With an almost silent click, the blades came apart in two sections, forming a pair of large knives with a blade pointing forward and back from the grip. Bringing his extended arm back to position in a slash across his body, he managed to score a deep wound across Iruka's chest. Only the loyal teacher's quick reflexes prevented the swing from removing his head. Mizuki anticipated this reaction, however, and was already charging forward, punching with the opposite blade. Iruka spun away and, instead of being disemboweled, merely felt the blade slice through his vest and scratch a thin line across his abdomen. He jumped away, but was again anticipated as the first dagger sliced towards his extended leg, so that the force of Iruka's own leap aided in the strike, dragging him up along the blade and cutting a shallow but freely bleeding wound from his knee nearly to his ankle. Iruka landed hard, and collapsed, grabbing his wounded leg and trying to staunch the blood flowing out. "I gotta admit, you gave me a lot better a workout than I expected, Iruka," Mizuki stated. "But I'm afraid I gotta cut this little party short. I sure didn't bring near enough sake for me, you, the brat, and all the Anbu that are likely to find us before too long. In fact, I'm not sure I brought enough for just me. And since tea to hog all the drinks, I guess I just gotta end this lil get-together. Oh well." He smiled his twisted grin again. "Oh, and don't worry about your precious student. I'll be sure to kill him just like you want. Right over your dead body." Just as Mizuki was about to stab into Iruka, a large and unwieldy object plowed into him from the side, sending him tumbling end over end. After a moment's panicky repositioning so as to not kill himself with his own blades, he rolled to his feet, settling into a ready stance. "Ah, getting impatient, Naruto? I was just about to get to you. Or did you finally decide to accept my offer?" "You're a fool if you think I'll go anywhere with you," the boy stated boldly. "You already told me you were going to kill me. Why should I trust you?" "HMPH. The traitor grunted in return. "As if this village has any better plan for you. At least I'd kill you clean. Better than leaving you to waste away in some dumpster for the rest of your miserable life." "Maybe," Naruto conceded, "but I don't plan on wasting away anywhere. I trust Iruka-sensei when he says I'm precious to him. I trust Iruka-sensei when he says I'm not Kyuubi. I trust Sarutobi Gigi when he promised to help me become a ninja however he can. And if I have to go through this village one person at a time and prove I'm not a monster, prove I'm not a demon, prove I'm not Kyuubi, then that's what I'll do. I'll prove to all of them. I will protect this village, and all of its people, from traitors like you. And by the time I'm done, they'll be begging me to be Hokage. Datbeo." "Lovely speech, Naruto," Mizuki yawned, covering his mouth with one hand, and almost stabbing himself on the unusual weapon in the process. "But it takes more than pretty words to make things like that happen, you know." Naruto nodded in response. "I know, and I still have a test to pass. Don't I, Mizuki-sensei?" The traitor cocked an eyebrow at that comment. "I delivered the scroll as ordered. So, what would you score me for that?" Naruto asked, challenge ringing clearly in his words. Mizuki glanced at the object that struck him, identifying it as the Scroll of Forbidden Seals, and chuckled a bit. Well kid, based on the criteria I named, I'd have given you a B+. But taking out a cage in the process? That bumps you to an A+ easily. Not that it'll do you any good when you're dead. But at least you'll know you did something right before you go, you know? Iruka was staring at Naruto in shock. Taking out a cage? What the hell did he miss today? Naruto nodded again. Then I guess that just leaves one thing to do. I'm ready for my ninjutsu evaluation. What do you say we make it a combat test? That sound appropriate, sensei? Anytime you're ready, fox brat. Naruto's hands came up in a cross-shaped sign. Try not to die before you give me my grade. I'd hate to lose my chance to become a genin because you got weak on me. Naruto commented to Mizuki's ire. Kage Bushin no Jutsu. A cloud of chakra smoke filled the area, blinding all three for a long second before revealing a veritable army of identical figures. How's this? The group roared. Is this a passing grade or what? Mizuki looked around at the impossible event unfolding before his eyes. He swallowed heavily. He had always excelled at one-on-one combat, but against a horde this size, he knew it was a bad day to leave the bar. Well then, if you aren't gonna say anything, then here we come. In a rush of orange and yellow, the grand melee beatdown of the traitor Mizuki began in earnest. The Narutos were just sad that he didn't give them their extra credit before he passed out from the pain. Minutes later, Naruto and Iruka were the only conscious beings in the clearing. Iruka had bound his wounds to the best of his ability, then tied Mizuki up, with no regard to the man's comfort should he awake. So, Naruto began, I really have the Kyuubi stuck inside me, huh? I'm afraid so, Naruto, his teacher replied. You always have though, so don't think it changes anything about you. Well, you just know about it now. Why was it such a secret anyway? And not even a good one. Was I the only person who didn't know? I don't know. That's probably something you'll have to talk over with Hokage-sama. He's the one who made the law forbidding its discussion after all. Ah, man. Naruto groaned, and after all that effort, the stupid test was a total lie. Mizuki did lie to you, Naruto, but that doesn't mean. Iruka was interrupted by an odd whistling coming from the woods nearby, as Exploud staggered out. The purple Pokemon had a number of puncture wounds from its battle, and the skin surrounding the wounds was starting to turn gray around the edges. Exploud! Iruka cried, damn, I need to get him medical help. Naruto, stay with Mizuki until the Anbu get here. Naruto waved a half-hearted affirmation as Iruka lifted the small but bulky Pokemon into his arms and shot off into the night towards the village. When the Anbu arrived, Naruto was sitting near Mizuki looking dejected and poking the unconscious man with a stick. Uzumaki-san? One of the Anbu inquired in a feminine voice. The boy nodded without looking up. Very well. My comrades will take the traitor to the T&I division holding cells. My orders are to bring you and the scroll to the Hokage at once. Naruto stood without saying a word, and passed the scroll over to the woman. She meanwhile was feeling decidedly unsettled. Naruto Uzumaki was never quiet, and never this still. A glance at her team and their tense postures revealed their own apprehension. One had even tried to dispel, in case of a genjutsu. I'm ready to go now, Anbu-san, he said in a subdued voice. The woman swallowed her concern. There was something wrong with the boy, that much was certain. But if anyone could set the boy to rights, it would be the venerable Sandame. Very well then, let us be off, she replied, before taking them both away in a swirl of leaves. Hiruzen Sarutobi inhaled deeply from his ever-present pipe. The nerve-soothing herbs within sometimes seemed to be the only thing keeping the aged Hokage going. Sadly, this was shaping up to be one of those days. After the hectic events of the previous night, and the late debriefing of Naruto. He was hesitant to use the term interrogation, but it nearly reached that point simply from sheer desperation when faced with the listless reactions. He had settled in for one of the least restful nights of sleep that the aging leader could remember. Now, he sat here in the council chambers listening as a bitter little man preached the evils of Naruto Uzumaki. Councilman Yokuju was a brilliant orator, a moving politician, and above all a shrewd businessman. For these reasons, he was the acting head of the civilian council. The man had an extraordinary loathing for Naruto, especially when one considers that he had lost no loved ones in the tragedy of Kyuubi's attack. His only losses had been financial, and compared to the overall damages sustained by Konoha, even those had been relatively slight. However, these facts didn't prevent him from desiring his own measure of revenge. Many and varied were the proposals brought before the council, ranging from bills granting the council the right to bring dissension charges against any businesses who serve those undesirable and harmful to Konoha's well-being, to a specific restitution tax, intended to force Naruto to pay for the property damage caused by Kyuubi before its sealing. Needless to say, despite nearly unanimous support from the civilian council, the Ninja Council and Hokage overruled the motions vehemently. Currently, the man was postulating that the woefully ill-omened creature had finally shown its true treasonous and violent nature. Sarutobi thought himself to be a considerably tolerant ninja, but he found himself wishing yet again that the man would just call Naruto a demon child so he would have an excuse to execute the miserable worm. Sadly, he studiously avoided anything that might so much as glance at the Sosi councilman. Yokuju had been going at it in this way for nearly an hour now, occasionally interrupted by agreeable comments from his civilian constituents. Most of the Ninja Council had guessed at the ultimate intention almost immediately, with the civilians who weren't in on his agenda figuring it out themselves at latest within the last few minutes. If the typical pattern continued, he would receive a subtle suggestion to wrap things up when he reached the somewhat arbitrarily decided limit to his speeches. Otherwise he would likely continue ranting until everyone who might disagree felt they'd had enough and left. Sarutobi contented himself with wondering which of his ninja would express their displeasure first, and in what manner. In a move that was neither unexpected nor particularly satisfying, Shibi Aburame was the one to declare an end to Yokuju's public display. The stoic Aburame had a less than amicable relationship with the judgmental civilian council, and his ability to intimidate with the subtlest of gestures was enough to even make Sarutobi jealous at times. With a simple shift of his body and mental suggestion to his internal hive to begin humming, the councilman's speech stumbled to a hasty end. He cleared his throat one last time before delivering his final summary, a surprisingly short one when taken into account alongside his earlier vociferousness. With these facts in mind, and having given significant consideration to events both current and past, we of the Civilian Council strongly suggest immediate sealing of Naruto Uzumaki, following which, a further suggestion of execution be summarily effected. Many of the members of said Civilian Council were nodding emphatically, and even a smattering of applause followed the statement, which was quickly ended by the Hokage's glare. Am I to understand, Sarutobi clarified, that as recompense for his actions in protecting both his teacher and the secrets of this village, you wish to have Naruto put to death? Both of those situations to which you refer only came to be due to his own actions. Had he not treacherously stolen the scroll in the first place, there would have been no risk to the village, Yokuju responded. Not counting the traitor wandering around, muttered Shikaku under his breath. While it was an act of poor judgment from Naruto, Sarutobi responded, ignoring the Nara's comment. He was fulfilling a mission issued to him by his superior. The fact that said superior proved to be a traitor to Konoha does not imply ill intent from Naruto himself. Additionally, given that Mizuki sabotaged his final exam, it would imply that it was a premeditated act of coercion on Mizuki's part. Quite frankly put, had Mizuki not manipulated the testing, we would have moved past this pointless debate long ago. Unless, of course, you were planning this even before the events of yesterday? A few of the councilman's colleagues shifted nervously, but Yokuju himself didn't so much as blink at the thinly veiled accusation. Leveling a steely gaze on the spokesman, Sarutobi made his ruling. Naruto Uzumaki will not be executed for actions taken in pursuit of his unsanctioned graduation exam. To put it simply, the entire situation in no way falls under the Civilian Council's range of jurisdiction. Neither to advise, nor decide, in any manner regarding this event. Be that as it may, Hokage-sama, replied Yokuju with an oily smile. Uzumaki has failed his final exam, and as such is soon to become primarily our concern. What matters a few days in the grand scheme of things? But if you insist, we will retract our suggestions until after his sealing. After all, it's not like you can just retest him. The political ramifications of such a blatant act of favoritism could be rather severe. Now listen here, you Weasley little shit, Sume Inuzuka shouted, slamming her hand on the table and rising to glare at the councilman. You think you can come in here and just threaten the Hokage? Keep this crap up and I'll drag your ass out of here and feed you to. Enough, roared the normally calm Hokage. Councilman Yokuju is correct in this matter. It would hardly be fair to the other students who failed, if we were to retest Naruto alone, and retesting them all would set a bad precedent for future years. However, I suggest you counselors, civilian and ninja alike, remember one thing. Sarutobi released enough of his killing intent that even the bravest of his ninja found themselves nearly hyperventilating. I am the Hokage for a reason, he stated calmly, and this is not a democracy. This is a military village, and as such, my word is law. My decisions are final, and any acts of sedition will be dealt with in a most assuredly permanent manner. He leveled his gaze at the trembling civilian council as he said that, I will decide how to handle the situation in the most effective manner, he decided, reigning in his presence. There are matters involved here that not even my closest advisors fully appreciate, and I will not risk the Kyuubi being released due to an error made in haste. Nor will I sacrifice a member of this village simply to sat the desires of those who still believe an innocent boy to be a demon. But Hokage-sama, a councilwoman inquired. Kitsune are known to be tricksters, wouldn't Uzumaki's pranks be the sort of thing we should expect from one? Perhaps, the Hokage conceded. But tell me, how many of those who have insulted or otherwise harmed Naruto were slain by the boy? Or simply vanished? None to my knowledge. Trust me when I say, Kyuubi was as vengeful as it was powerful. If Naruto were Kyuubi, we would have known long ago, if only by the trail of broken bodies left in his wake. The councils, both ninja and civilian, shared uneasy glances from that mental image. As a Jinchuriki, there is the chance that Naruto will one day have access to a portion of Kyuubi's strength. Assuming he becomes a ninja, that is. And when that happens, how he acts, and who he becomes, will rely heavily on his experiences. I have done what I can to make certain that he sees this village as a home worth protecting, with all the strength at his disposal. How many of you can say the same? Who among you have given the child reason to see you as anything but monsters as you claim him to be? Sarutobi let the question hang. He knew his words wouldn't sway the more vocal of Naruto's detractors, but some of those who had interacted with the boy personally looked uncertain. The old Hokage exhaled another cloud of pungent smoke. I believe we have pursued this particular matter as far as is necessary for one day. If there is nothing further for joint discussion, the civilian council is dismissed. The ninja council and I must discuss matters relating to the ceremony. Oh, and do keep in mind that all things discussed in these chambers are confidential, and any rumors which may happen to develop in the streets of Konoha will be pursued to their origin. After a few moments of quiet murmurs, Yokuju stood and bowed to the Hokage. Then I suppose this is the end of today's meeting. It was a pleasure as always, Hokage-sama. The sour note in his voice was not missed by any of the ninja present. The civilian council rose and trickled out the door. If there are no objections, a bandaged form stated in a voice that suggested there not be one. I would like to remain, in the interests of bipartisanship, of course. The Sandame's eyes narrowed in thought, an action shared to some degree or another by many of the ninja in the room. The speaker, Danzo Shimura, was the official mediator for the separate councils. A former Junin and at one time Hiruzen Sarutobi's rival for position of Hokage. He was forced to resign due to injuries received in the last Ninja World War. The injuries, sustained from an exploding golem in a battle against a ninja from Iwagakure, heavily damaged his right side, rendering his arm and one eye useless, and leaving his leg crippled too badly for most combat needs. In fact, it was only the intervention of Danzo's shiftry that prevented his demise, to the unfortunate itself. Danzo was a known opponent of Sarutobi's more peace-oriented aspirations, but the Hokage couldn't think of any reason to object to his presence in the coming discussion. Very well, I see no harm in it, and certainly your own perspective might be of aid in the matter of Naruto Uzumaki, the Hokage allowed, subtly hinting at the root leader's experience in finding ways around issues of legality. What do you mean? Asked Shuza Akamichi. I thought you said he couldn't retake the test. If he can't retake it, and he failed it the 3 times he did, what other option is there? That would be the foremost matter on today's agenda, replied Sarutobi. I declined to mention it to the civilian council for obvious reasons, but sealing Naruto is simply not an option. The Shiki Fujin and 8 trigrams seals used to bind the Kyuubi simply present too much of an unknown for us to risk applying unnecessary modifications, and to do so would risk an unpredictable and possibly violent reaction. I have already consulted with Jiraiya, and studied the scrolls Yandaime left on the Shiki Fujin. But neither he nor I are confident enough to guess at its degree of safety. Especially considering the two sealing arrays would work counter to each other. Anko Mitarashi piped in a sarcastic tone, "You mean how one's designed to limit chakra and the other is constantly forcing more into his body? I can't possibly see how that could be dangerous. Well, aside from turning the kid into a walking bomb when one of them finally breaks. Killing Naruto, and resulting in either massive destruction of whatever is around him, or the release of Kyuubi," continued Inoichi Yamanaka. "I don't know about the rest of you, but neither of those sound like very pleasant options to me." "Indeed," confirmed Sarutobi. "I have ordered Naruto to spend the day recovering from his ordeal, but I have asked Iruka-san and Neko-san to be here." He gestured to a cat-masked Anbu who had been conspicuously visible since the beginning of the meeting, and the sleepy-looking teacher who somehow managed to fade into the background, despite his irritation at certain counselors. They, in addition to the recorded report from Naruto himself, should give us a mostly complete view of the events. With that said, he retrieved a blue crystal about the size of his palm from within his robes and placed it on a specialized seal in front of him meant for such things. "I believe we should listen to Naruto's side of things first, since he was the most involved." "Forgive my interruption, Hokage-sama," interjected Iruka. "But if you plan to pass Naruto somehow, shouldn't we give him one of the Arceus plates? If he's spending the day resting anyway, he should certainly be given the opportunity to attune himself to whatever Pokemon will most suit him." Sarutobi chuckled. "If Naruto hasn't made enough of an impression by now, I doubt a few hours will help any." Seeing Iruka's puzzled look mirrored on many of the ninja, and blank ones on the rest, aside from Danzo and Hiyoshi's nearly unreadable expressions, he decided to clarify. "Do you remember 2 years ago, when one of the Arceus plates disappeared?" He asked Iruka, who nodded a moment before he connected the obviously linked comment. "You mean Naruto's had one for all this time?" he exclaimed. "How is that even possible? Don't they automatically return to where they belong? It's supposed to be impossible for anyone to steal them for that reason?" "Apparently, Arceus believes that plate is where it belongs, at least until Naruto trades it for his headband," Sarutobi replied. The ninja seemed even more surprised at that. Implied approval from what amounted to a divine being among Pokemon was impressive for anyone, let alone a dead last student. "So, the question is not, should we pass him," pondered Danzo after a long moment, "but rather, by what criteria can we do so without risking civil unrest? Perhaps we should hear the boy's side of the tale. If nothing else, it will give us time to accept these odd revelations." Gazing around to see if anyone had comments to add, Sarutobi touched the seal array surrounding the crystal and settled back to hear again the sad voice that haunted his sleep the night before. In a realm of not space, where both time and dimension flow at the whim of its sole inhabitant, a set of green eyes opened and looked out over a row of shimmering windows floating before them. Backlit by a field of infinite stars, nearly a score hovered in position, awaiting his attention. Arceus, god of Pokemon, and one of the few beings alive who could match the fury of a Biju, shook itself and stood from its prior lounge position. The nearly equine being paced regally towards the portals through which he would view the potential ninja of this village and swept his gaze across them. Of the 17, only 8 bore the images of students in some form of meditation, even so loosely as this particular village would describe it. With barely a thought, these moved away from the rest, lining themselves up for further consideration. The remaining 9 held the alpha Pokemon's attention for the moment. Opening a larger window, he swept his second-hand gaze across Konoha, seeking those attuned to the unattended plates with unerring accuracy. All were civilian children, and all were occupied in some form of frivolity or another. Be it sleeping, celebrating, or simply going about their lives as if it were a normal day off from school. Arceus searched the hearts and minds of these potential partners, looking for those who were following the ancient pact in spirit if not letter. Unfortunately, it was not to be. Most thought little of their future Pokemon, and those few who did, thought in such a manner as to imply that the creatures would be little more than pets. As if even the most unique of common animal could stand beside the least of Pokemon as an equal. He turned away, and with another thought, the empty windows moved away, lining themselves higher in the night sky so as to be out of the way, but within sight, in case one of the students rethought their decision and chose to return. If they did not make contact before the sunset, so too would their chances for attending the ceremony this year fade into darkness. Striding toward the first of the attended windows, Arceus looked upon the large form of one Choji Akamichi. The boy was idly looking through a large scroll, in what seemed to be a ceremonial chamber built for this day. Scattered around the largish room were paintings and sculptures of Pokémon bound to their clan, both in the past and in recent times. Closing his eyes, the legendary leader cast his mind towards his target, feeling his thoughts and reading his emotions. Dad said I should read these stories, Choji thought. He even said I'll be expected to add my own stories once I get my Pokémon. It seems Akamichi have always had Pokémon with strong defenses. But what kind would be best? Great-granddad had a rock type called Rhyperior, but Uncle Kuik had the steel type Excadrill, and Dad has his normal type Kangaskhan. Most of my family seem to have had either stone or steel types, but how do I choose which is best for me? Dad once told me, the will of fire is the origin of all of Konoha's strength. Steel is only as strong as the flame that tempered it, and the most durable rocks of all are created by the fiery volcano. So maybe I should be thinking about fire types instead. No, that wouldn't be good. Whatever I get, steel or stone or anything else, I'll just use my own will of fire to make it the strongest it can possibly be. And together we'll protect all our friends. That's the Cho legacy. Arceus pulled his thoughts back from the now avidly reading boy. Steel or stone, he wonders, the Pokémon muttered to himself. Well, far be it from me to force the issue. With a moment's concentration, an egg appeared floating before the now opaque window. The egg was large, nearly the size of its future recipient's head, and possessed a dark gray coloration that seemed Tosin starlight in a polished sheen. Nodding in satisfaction, Arceus moved on to the next of his subjects. Almost fully veiled by his typical outfit, Shino Aburame knelt in a meadow within his family's compound. His eyes were closed, not that a casual observer would notice, and he meditated while listening to the buzz of his own hive as it communed with the wild insects flitting through the field around him. It is said that the traits of one's Pokémon affect the development of one's Kakaichu. The stoic boy considered. My fathers have grown more durable through their association with his Heracross, while those of my clan who possess toxic allies have gained more varied capabilities, especially in regards to their bites. The question posed then, which is more beneficial to myself, my hive, and my future teammates? Insects are notoriously fragile, even among their Pokémon constituents. So any improvements in that regard would be assuredly welcome. However, it is said that the best defense is a good offense. So would a strong attacker not be more beneficial? But perhaps balance is the key. If one cannot have the best of both options, surely a compromise is not unthinkable? As the Aburame's thoughts wound back and forth in a seemingly endless cycle of consideration, Arceus drew back once more. There are many kinds of balance in the world, he commented to the darkening window before him. I wonder if you will fully appreciate the potential before you. Turning away to the next portal, he left behind him an egg of slightly smaller size than the first. This egg was a muted white, traced with a curious pattern of pale lines. The third opened upon an argument of sorts. Mom, I know what I'm doing. I'm here, the plate's here, and I'm surrounded by inspiration. This last part was said in a cheerful voice as the girl spun whimsically around her family's flower shop. Honey. Your father and I talked, and we would really rather you spend your day focusing properly. You wouldn't want to get some horrid poison type like Cousin Akabi with that gross little Grimer of his, the girl's mother reproached. As if that'll really happen. A delicate flower such as myself obviously deserves a grass type, just like Dad's Vileplume. Except cuter and more elegant in every way. Ino Yamanaka continued silently. And when I get my Pokemon, Sasuke-kun is sure to choose me over Forehead, it's practically guaranteed. Noticing the distracted expression on the girl, her mother released an exasperated sigh. This is about that Uchiha boy again, isn't it? Ino. Go home. No matter what you might be hoping, he isn't going to be wandering around, especially today. Ino's expression shifted almost instantly from dazed to surprised to disappointment, before settling into a childish huff. You don't know that. Maybe Sasuke-kun will want to talk about team ideas. We might end up training together every day. She trailed off into a girlish giggle. Ino. Home. Now. Please, Mom, can't I stay? Just for a couple more hours? Ino begged with a pout while fluttering her eyelashes in what she thought was a particularly lovely manner. Knowing you know that look doesn't work on me. I mastered it before you were even born. In fact, I used that very same pout on your father the day I told him I wanted to have a baby. And she turned out so darn cute. Ino ducked the fingers aimed for her cheeks fast enough to surprise a Junin and ran for home, swearing to never use that look again. At least on anyone but Sasuke-kun. Arceus shook its head at the peculiar display of familial affection as he left the window. A dark blue-violet egg with thick green leaf-like designs pointing down from its peak floating in place before it. Within the fourth, a different sort of interaction was taking place. Two people, an older bearded man and a young dark-eyed boy, were bent over a board bearing wooden tiles. All I'm saying, Shikamaru, is that you should really put a little thought into this. It's not like it'll take any more effort than playing this game, the elder commented, his tone implying he'd repeated similar advice throughout the day. I still don't think it's that big a deal. I brought the plate like you asked, so whatever Arceus wants to know he can just take a peek and figure out. It's not like what Pokemon I get will matter in the long run, right? The unmotivated Nara replied. Don't be so sure about that, Asuma Sarutobi replied as he moved a piece on the game board and took a drag from his cigarette. I've seen more Pokemon than just about anyone in the village, so trust me when I say. You don't want just any at your side. The boy snorted as he moved his own piece. You're telling me you've seen more than even the Hokage? Isn't that a bit of a stretch? Not at all, I wasn't always stuck in Konoha, you know. Back in the day I was one of the 12 guardian ninja, protectors of the daimyo of fire himself. While it's true, Sarutobi might have seen more Pokemon in combat than I have. The daimyo had a lot of meetings with foreign diplomats, and every one of them had ninja escorts. I've seen a whole lot of things, people and Pokemon over the years. I remember one monkey thing I saw a few years back, Vigoroth I think it was called. You would hate to be stuck with one of them. Damn thing never stood still. Then there's those slowpoke things, so dumb it takes an hour for it to realize you stepped on its tail. And of course there's your teacher's Exploud. I'm sure you'd rather not get one of them. Asuma chuckled at Shikamaru's sour expression. Don't worry, there's a whole lot of Pokemon in this world. I'm sure Arceus can find one even you won't consider troublesome. Yeah, well that doesn't really help now. I mean, what am I supposed to do anyway? It's not like there's a category of Pokemon called, not troublesome. I can just check on this thing, he remarked, tapping the nearby plate. Just think about the things you like, what you want to do with your life, stuff like that. You don't have to be too specific, but if it helps, think about this, he gestured to the game board. Some Pokemon are smarter than I am easily. I'm sure there are at least a few who can not only learn to play Shugi but can give even you a run for your money in time. Just don't judge the Pokemon you get too harshly at first. Almost all of them get stronger and smarter as they grow. Hell, some end up completely different in the end. You should know. Iruka started out with a lil thing shorter than my knee that couldn't stand a loud cough from too close. Shikamaru stared at his mentor for a long moment before shaking his head in amazement. Guess there's more to Pokemon than I realize. But could they really learn to play complicated games like Shugi? Hey, he asked, what's the smartest one you've ever seen? Personally, I don't really know. It's not like I had a whole lot of interaction with the visiting ones back in the Guardians. Asuma's eyes faded into the distance at his next words. But the smartest I've ever heard of? That would definitely be Yondaimi's Alakazam. From what Sarutobi said when I was young, that thing was a certified genius. Course I doubt Yondaimi ever tried teaching it to play games, but the war probably had a lot to do with that. With that sobering thought in mind, Shikamaru turned his focus inward, unconsciously falling into his standard thinking pose. If Asuma is right, maybe there would be something out there that would pair well with me, but maybe I haven't been taking this seriously enough. I don't want to get too far in life, that would just be way too troublesome. But I definitely need something just in case things go wrong like they did in the past. Okay, if you're listening Arceus, here's my wish list. A lot of brains, some muscle to back it up, and please for the love of everything sacred make it less annoying than Ino. Arceus blinked at the unusually forward requests. Then with an odd-looking shrug, made I tance a lot of brains. And strength as well. I believe I know just the ally for him. That said, he turned and with a wave of his tail another egg appeared. This one was coated with geometric patterns in varied shades of blue. The fifth window held an image that caught the god Pokemon's attention more fully than the others thus far witnessed. A dark-haired girl knelt in front of her plate, silently weeping while tightly clutching an amateurishly made blonde doll. Hinata Hyuga was distraught. She knew she had an obligation, both to uphold the exalted status of her clan and to honor the pact formed with the legendary Pokémon made when the village of Konoha was founded. But she couldn't get one thought to stop haunting her: Naruto-kun failed. That wasn't uncommon. Naruto-kun failed almost as often as she did. But the boy always got back up and tried again, and again, and again. If he fell 100, or even 1,000 times, she knew deep in her heart that he would get up and succeed eventually. Her despair grew from the simple fact that the exams were, as near as she could tell, ironclad. Even the vaunted Byakugan, the ultimate dujutsu of perception, couldn't see an option that would allow her secret, or not so secret to most of her classmates, Crush to continue as an aspiring ninja. I should be thinking about Pokemon, so that I can become a strong heiress and lead my clan as well as my father. Her thoughts read. But if Naruto-kun can't be a ninja at all, what chance do I have to become a strong enough one to impress the elders? "Oh, Naru-chan, what do I do?" she asked, tearily gazing into the blue felt eyes of the painstakingly crafted doll in her arms. She had made it herself not long ago, after learning to sew simple quilts. The peaceful process had become something of a touchstone to keep her close to her lost mother. The kind woman had made many in her life, and Hinata had a treasure box hidden in her closet which held the last one her mother had made for her before her death, and until recently had also held Hanabi's first. Hinata had given it to her younger sister in secret on her last birthday, now that the girl was old enough to appreciate it, as a memento of the mother who had died shortly after completing it, due to complications during labor. She was too afraid to show her feelings to the unpredictable object of her affections, and so had made Naru-chan to help her become more comfortable with the idea. Sadly, progress was slow in coming. The doll looked at her, the permanently soft smile and happy eyes that had given her so much trouble giving no answers. However, they did hold a memory. It had taken Hinata a mere couple months to get Naru-chan's body finished, complete with a near-exact copy of the jumpsuit that was so synonymous with the real Naruto. She had felt that would be the hardest part of the process. She was wrong, very wrong. Despite being able to see his smile, the one that seemed too large for his face and forced his eyes shut, a crime in her mind. No matter what, such beautiful eyes should never be hidden, every time she thought of him. It looked so artificial every time she set it to cloth. She resolved that she must be missing something, some inherent aspect of what made Naruto who he is. Thus decided, she increased her stocky reconnaissance practice. She watched him. In school, in training, around the village, everywhere she could manage without feeling like she was violating his privacy. Nothing came of this enhanced espionage until one day she spotted him cleaning. For some reason there was an assortment of strange residues spread across the outside of his apartment, but rather than being upset, he was scrubbing like it was nothing unusual. In fact, he was laughing and talking, to the door of all things. This was the first time she had seen a smile other than the giant one he always used, and it took her breath away. It wasn't an expression that screamed, "I'm happy and you can't stop me," like his normal one. This one seemed to make his eyes sparkle and make the sun wish to hide from the shame of being outshone. After that day, she started to look more closely, and she realized. The giant smile was a shield. Sometimes it was real enough, but the reality was always expanded upon. As if by pretending to be happier than he was, he could make it true. It made the girl sad, especially when she remembered the times she had inadvertently hurt him. The most poignant of those memories was the last time they had sparred. It was early in her final year. She and Naruto had been assigned together for a ranking spar in taijutsu. Hinata was frankly terrified. It was Naruto-kun. What if she hurt him? What if she embarrassed him? Would he hate her in either case? But what if she let him beat her? Would he think she was weak and start looking at her like the elders did? She wasn't sure she could handle it if the boy of her dreams started looking at her with eyes full of utter disdain. What if? As her thoughts circled without end, she got more and more nervous, not noticing the expression of sorrow on Naruto's face. She came from her thoughts with a flinch as she heard a savage smack of flesh on flesh. She looked up slowly, as neither pain nor even the feel of impact seemed to register. Across from her, Naruto was picking himself off the ground outside the sparring circle, a dark bruise forming on his cheek. Coming from the students around them were numerous insults, interspersed with the occasional bark of laughter. Damn, Naruto had exclaimed. That guy hits hard. Naruto, Iruka replied, massaging his temple as if to ward off a headache. You realize you just disqualified yourself, right? Hey, that was a knockout. I was down for a full 10 seconds. Fine, you knocked yourself out. But since you both knocked someone out and were knocked out in one hit, it averages to a 0. The match is done. Get back in line, you two. Hinata was shocked. Naruto had done something like that for her? Why would he do that? Maybe he liked her. Her gaze tracked the blonde boy, until he looked back at her with an expression that shattered those half-formed hopes. She didn't know how to describe it, but she never wanted to see that blend of sadness and guilt in his eyes ever again. At that point, she decided on a new short-term goal for herself. She was going to beat Naruto-kun in a spar, so she never had to risk seeing that expression again. And maybe if she were lucky she would be able to nurse him back to health. That particular mental image haunted her dreams off and on for the rest of the school year. She had even considered buying an outfit to wear in case it came to be, but was thwarted by her unusually rapid growth. In some areas anyway. Despite her plans, Iruka-sensei seemed unwilling to cooperate. They had never been paired again, not even when she requested it specifically. Apparently, they were too far apart in the rankings for her to request an opponent her inferior. As she stared at the doll, her thoughts swirling, she realized something important. No matter her bloodline, or the expectations she would have to fulfill in the future. At the moment, she was just an academy student. Nothing she could do would aid Naruto-kun, and unless she had some brilliant idea to help him, she had no choice but to trust him to overcome this obstacle on his own. So like always, she would have to watch from afar and hope for the best. Damn this being weak. Pardon my language, Arceus-sama, she thought, looking from the doll to the plate and its scrolling figures, and decided. I will become strong enough to stand beside Naruto-kun when he becomes Hokage. And if I can manage that, getting rid of the cage-bird seal will be easy, right, Naru-chan? She thought, smiling for the first time that day. Arceus, was confused. The girl was obsessed with the boy, Naruto. But in all that mess, she hadn't given him much to work with. Just the knowledge that she wanted to become strong, and that she had 2 long-term goals to achieve. Head by the Hyuga, a number of their more foolish members had tried to apply a similar restraint to the Pokémon paired with them long ago. Arceus was certain the collective response of legendary might and subsequent punishment of those humans responsible was sufficient to deter a repeat event. Personally, Arceus approved of the elimination of the seal, although he would not act directly against it, due to his own decisions to remain uninvolved in purely human matters. As to the second goal, Arceus was somewhat acquainted with Naruto. A mild way of putting it, to be sure, he considered as he glanced to the only long-term window in his realm with its egg floating before it. He sent a thought picture to the underdeveloped being within the 2-year-old egg and frowned at the response. Unknown to many, the Pokémon eggs chosen for assignment were blessed with an ability to understand and relate to humans, much more so than the average wild Pokémon. And the egg Arceus had chosen for the precocious Jinchuriki was of a species more inclined to it than most. As a result, the egg had remained, patiently waiting and observing its future partner in an amorphous way. Sadly, its response thought form was that Naruto had no idea of the feelings from the poor girl. Arceus thought for a time, still watching as the girl rocked on her knees, chatting amiably, if stammeringly, with the doll. Discussing various plans for the future, speculating at the location of, in her mind, her and Naruto-kun's inevitable first date, and various other unimportant matters. Shortly, a thought passed through his mind, one he hastily decided came from too much watching of a certain blonde prankster. But the more he considered it, the more interesting it seemed. With a chuckle and a wave of its tail, he left an egg behind him colored in 2 tones of red. A solid maroon on top, with a slightly darker red forming a design like curling waves surrounding its base. In a training field, Arceus observed Sasuke Uchiha through the 6th opening. The area around him stood testament to a long day of exercise. Posts were damaged, targets were pincushioned with varied throwing weapons, and burn scars marred everything. Still not strong enough, the Avenger's thoughts revealed. I have to get stronger, to avenge my family and restore my clan to its proper place. But soon. Tomorrow I take the first real step towards catching up with him. Once I have my Pokémon, we train, we get stronger, and when we're ready, vengeance shall be mine. This decision was punctuated by a punch drove a crack into the training post nearly halfway through. As he examined the damage, Arceus could feel the words again, almost a mantra, still not strong enough. Arceus could feel the dark emotions writhing in his heart, just as he could feel the sparks of light that prevented the boy from being irredeemable. It would be a risk, giving someone as shadowed by anger as him a Pokémon. But with the right one to act as guidance, he might find his way back to the proper perspective so long abandoned by his forebears. Thus decided, an egg appeared before him. Orange as a setting sun, and with bands of a lighter cream color circling it in the spiked waves of a flickering flame. The egg floated exuding a sense of eagerness. The god Pokémon was confident that he had chosen well in this case. This particular species had always been spirited, and had something of a tradition of clashing with those who went against their code of honor. Or even just annoyed them. But their strength would undoubtedly impress the Uchiha, and if he were to take after them in temperament it could only be an improvement over the hateful aura that seemed to haunt him. Yet another dispute proceeded within the 7th. This one, however, was a full-scale argument. "Listen here, you little turd!" roared a wild-faced woman, the twin fang-like marks making her look fierce despite her normally kind disposition. "My Dustox is not a lame Pokémon. You apologize right now." "I'm sorry you got a weak Pokémon," her opponent countered cockily. Kiba Inuzuka, once again, was trying to exercise his supposed dominance against someone he had no business provoking. Which is why it wasn't particularly surprising when he found himself pinned to the wall a foot off the ground by his irate sister. "You're just jealous I'm gonna get a stronger and cooler Pokémon than you," Kiba croaked out through his sister's strangling. "There's more to a Pokémon than being strong," Hannah replied, relenting slightly as the younger began turning odd colors. "Dustox isn't strong, but she is very good at what she does. Isn't that right, Dusty?" She cooed at the moth-like creature hovering nearby. Its reply was a happy-sounding iteration of its name. Yeah, but I'm still gonna get me one strong enough to take your big bug out in one shot. And then who'll be next in line to be clan head, huh? I'll be number 1, that's who, and then I'll have my pick of the babes." His expression at the end was one of perverse glee that only Jiraiya of the Sannin would be proud to display. Hannah sent her brother a disgusted look, amazed at the depths of depravity to which an adolescent boy could descend. "Damn, you're like a dog with a bone. If this is the stupid crap you're gonna spend your day thinking about, then I hope you get exactly what you deserve. You are so damn hard-headed." Her declaration complete, she stomped out of Kiba's room and slammed the door behind her. Kiba, his perverse grin still in place, replied in a voice he was certain she wouldn't hear. "Hard as a rock, and that's how the chicks like it." Unfortunately for Kiba, he hadn't noticed that Dustox had been locked in the room with him. The Pokémon decided to punish the comment in her master's stead, as well as claim its own measure of payback for certain remarks, and released enough stunning powder from its wings to leave the boy in paralyzed displeasure until the following morning. Its task complete, it banished itself in a flash of light. Silent witness to the event, Akamaru hopped from his position on the bed and dragged a blanket onto his partner, attempting to provide some degree of comfort. "Well, that was certainly unique," he muttered, "and not a whole lot to work with either. Strong and cool, an ice type perhaps. No, humans don't mean cold when they say cool. So that just leaves strong. Strong enough to take out a Dustox in one hit anyway." Unfortunately, looking deeper into the boy's psyche revealed little of assistance. A strong sense of loyalty, occasionally overshadowed by a typical human male's libido. Thinking to the woman's comments, he tried to glean what he could in the way of insight. Inspiration hit him as he pondered the matter. The Pokémon he had in mind would be difficult to obtain, even for him, but it would also be the perfect opportunity to resolve a matter that had been brought before him by another legendary in the not-so-distant past. Sending a message along the psychic pathways established to link the legendaries for communication and to provide mutual aid in times of crisis, Arceus summoned one of his more eccentric of allies. In a swirl of leaves, Celebi appeared and clapped her small fist to her chest in a Konoha-style salute. "You summoned me, Ino Ukaijukij-sama?" the diminutive time-travel Pokémon stated. Arceus gazed at his compatriot, one of the few Pokémon in the world who had taken to way of their ninja co-inhabitants with a vigor. Celebi had somehow decided that the ninja of the village hidden in the leaves were just as much guardians of the forest as she herself was. Once that happened, it was only a matter of time before she decided to try out the ninja lifestyle herself. In a peculiar blend of the leaf storm and teleport abilities, she had even managed to duplicate a passable Shunshin mimicry. A side effect of this odd obsession was that Arceus almost always had eyes on Konoha beyond the legendary already assigned to fulfill their side of the graduation ceremony. In the last century attempted to do away with the ridiculous title, but it was hard to do when he was never sure if each time he saw Celebi was from before or after the last time he had made the attempt. Living outside of the flow of time was a confusing prospect, even for a nigh omnipotent being. As I'm sure you know, the students within Konoha's academy have contacted me seeking their allies. Seeing Celebi's eager nod, Arceus continued, I have come upon circumstances which prompt me to acquire a Pokémon outside the norm. Regarding that matter we discussed last time you sought me in fact. Do you wish me to arrange for the transfer, Arceus-sama? I have already discussed it with Kyogre and Groudon, and they agreed to help. It wasn't easy, but I managed to convince them. The fairy-like creature would probably been bouncing, if it hadn't been flying a few feet off the ground ever since it realized what Arceus was getting at. And you have already determined an appropriate place to build the habitat? The legendary leader inquired, quirking what would have been an eyebrow if it had them. Yup. Just offshore from the land of lightning there are deposits of everything we need, even an underground spring. The whole place will be self-sustaining, I guarantee it. Very well, Arceus allowed, but before you proceed, I need you to bring me. Already got it, Arceus-sama. The alpha Pokémon turned to the already tinted window beyond which Kiba rested fitfully. A second Celebi hovered there expectantly, holding an egg larger than itself. The egg held a simple coloration, half gray and half blue, with the division between the two a zigzagging design. Sometimes, Celebi, I think you do that just to make me look foolish. Do what, Arceus-sama? The creature who now existed twice at one time asked simultaneously. Arceus blinked as he tried to make sense of it, then with a shake of his head decided it wasn't worth the effort. Never mind, proceed with your idea, but try not to startle the locals too badly. Yes, Inoukaijuki-sama. The two exclaimed, before vanishing in identical Shunshin replicas. In the realm of not space behind them, Arceus wished that old myth about him having 1,000 arms, and more importantly the hands included, were true. He could use a temple massage right now. Sighing, he decided to move to the last of the current batch of occupied windows. After what he had encountered so far, he felt himself prepared for everything. Well, the pink hair was a bit startling, and the photographs wallpapering her room were a bit more so. Thankfully the girl seemed to be flipping through a book on Pokémon, apparently a guide to the various types and species known to Konoha and its allies. I'm gonna get my Pokémon tomorrow. Sakura Haruno somehow squeaked inside her own mind. I'm gonna get one so strong, and beautiful, and all around better than Ino Pig that Sasuke-kun will be sure to fall in love with me. Is every girl in this village boy crazy? Arceus couldn't help but wonder, as the girl's thoughts and mental images converged in a rather disturbing display. I wonder what type Sasuke-kun will get. Maybe he'll get a rock type? Chiseled abs. Or maybe a fighting type? Sweaty glistening muscles? Maybe a dark type? Shadowed glances that she sometimes imagined hid deep wells of longing for her. Ooh. Fire. Definitely fire. 100 images of times Sakura looked at Sasuke and felt he was hot enough to burn a lesser woman. I wish I could get a Sasuke type. An image of Sasuke, holding her close while they bore matching rune marks on their forearms. Ooh, Sasuke-kun. The girl sighed mentally while following that mental path until her face was a brighter shade than her hair. Arceus watched as the girl rolled on the floor clutching the book tightly in her arms, clearly in the grips of some fangirlish dreamscape. As he stepped away from the window and gathered his thoughts he realized. Not once had the girl given him a clear idea what she wanted. The strongest thought she had as to what she wanted was the approval of the boy of her dreams, Sasuke Uchiha. Well, that and that nonsensical fantasy about Sasuke-type Pokémon. Preparing himself for a deeper look into the girl's psyche, he focused on her once more. Oh, Sasuke-kun. Please be more gentle, only to decide he had already been as deep within the strange girl's mind as he was willing to go. Okay, fine, Arceus decided. I have no clue what she wants, or what that boy might want from her. And I really don't want to have to go back in there ever again. I'll just give her a chance to figure it out herself. So decided, Arceus turned and left with more haste than dignity. Behind him, A brown egg with a tan zigzag circling its middle exuded a puzzled emotion. After the exhausting series of events so far, and another glimpse at those portals which remained unoccupied, he decided to have a look into the lone remaining window. Walking up to stand beside the egg that had been unofficial roommate to the god of Pokemon for 2 years, he glanced at it. This egg was an almost pure white, with green lines flowing down from its peak, but fading before they reached the bottom. As it slowly rotated in position, flickers of red would occasionally glint from it, as if there were glitter mixed into its shell. Feeling a sense of concern flowing from the near sentient thing, he turned his gaze upon the window, and the dejected-looking boy within. Arceus was puzzled. Every time he had looked into this particular window, Naruto Uzumaki had been in a state of near-perpetual activity, as if the very act of being still was uncomfortable. But today he seemed listless, as if all energy had been drained away. Seeking answers, he chose to look into the boy's mind. I could ask Tuchi-ji-san if he has work at the ramen shop, but he and Ayame Nichan have it handled pretty easy most days. If they let me keep my chakra, I could work in the lumber mill easy. But that's not gonna happen. I don't think any place that really knows about Kyuubi will hire me. I guess I'll have to see if Sarutobi Gigi has any ideas about work outside the village. It'll really suck having to leave, but I guess it's better than living on the streets. The boy's thoughts were, if anything, more disheartening than his expression led Arceus to believe. Sifting through the boy's recent memories proved more horrifying than depressing. The boy had been through a nearly unimaginable ordeal in the last day. Wrenching his mind from the boy's thoughts, he couldn't help but remember the day he had first encountered him. He had finished assigning Pokemon quickly that year. A combination of simple desires and low graduation rates had made the task rather easy. As he settled down to rest and observe the world as it continued in its complex and wondrous flow, he was interrupted by another of his plates coming active. Looking to it, he saw that the area around the plate was dark. Night had apparently fallen in Konoha without his notice. Altering the view, he gazed around, his eyes piercing the veil of shadows with ease. He was amused to observe a 10-year-old child sneaking about, the relatively large object clutched tightly to him. Arceus decided to peek into the boy's heart. The situation was too peculiar to be a simple case of traitorous intent. All right. The young Uzumaki crowed mentally. I got it, now I just gotta figure out how this thing works, and I can get me a Pokemon. Well, I still gotta pass the test and become a ninja first, but I'll get it next time. Datbeo. Datbeo. What a strange word, Arceus had thought, and even to the current day, he had never managed to puzzle out what the term meant. Looking deeper, the ancient being was shocked. The boy lived a life that no being should ever be forced to. It didn't take much searching to determine the reason for the child's forced solitude. The mark of a Biju was imprinted on his very soul. The Biju and legendaries had stood opposed for years, bet never had they judged the so-called Jinchuriki for the crimes of their prisoners. Once, Mewtwo had explained it as an act so short-sighted only a human would consider it. The first of the artificially created legendaries never quite lost his scorn of the human race, but even he gave the Jinchuriki a chance, before he turned his loathing upon them. Arceus had decided to observe the boy for a period before making his decision. Should he reclaim the plate, permanently or until he passed the human requirements, or should he let it remain, thereby giving his unspoken approval of the boy? Days turned into weeks, and a new dilemma arose in Arceus' mind. He no longer questioned whether the boy would be acceptable, nor his sincerity in regards to his very few friends. The question he found himself struggling to answer was, what should he receive? He possessed a level of determination that was nearly unmatched among those in his age group, as well as a peculiar purity of spirit that Arceus had thought long since gone from the world. Strangely, the child had never asked for anything specific, perhaps in an oversight in his understanding, or simply an act of blind faith in Arceus' ability to choose what he truly needed. This posed something of a conundrum for the alpha among Pokemon. First and foremost, he preferred to choose according to the desires of recipient, but Naruto's desires seemed to be simple. Decent food, a safe home and whenever possible, the company of his friends. There was no doubt in either his mind or Naruto's that the Pokemon he received would become his friend. That seemed to be the part the child most anticipated. It was more than a month before his daily observations rewarded him with the spark of an idea. He had watched as Naruto exited the place of learning he attended most days. He watched as his classmates left in groups of friends or with their families. He and one other had often remained separate from the larger group of congregating humans, and they often left separately and unaccompanied by any other. On this particular day, the other child, a large eyebrows boy with an eager face and strange eyes, was approached by a large man in an overabundance of green. The two spoke at length, at the end of which the two embraced in a disturbing manner and left together, chatting boisterously. Watching the events from his place on the tree swing, Naruto had hidden a pained grimace as his memories floated back to his years in the orphanage, and the many times prospective parents came to choose a child. Never once did Naruto even get looked at in consideration. That Arceus realized was the key. The one integral aspect of human life that Naruto lacked. The boy had never had a family, never a brother or a sister, never a mother or father. It could be said he had a grandfather, but even at his most naive, Naruto knew it was only pretend. Now that he had a direction to look, it was a simple matter to choose a partner for the future ninja. The group he considered best, however, were among those whom had steadfastly refused to be involved in the world of ninja. They had nothing against humans as a whole, but the ninja lifestyle of violence was held as contemptible by the species. Luckily, he was able to overcome their recalcitrance in this one circumstance by showing them parts of the boy's memories, and explaining his situation. He had been granted an egg, and took his leave, thankful that he had been able to convince them. It was not an official agreement, but it was true nonetheless. He would not force those who objected to the ninja way to ally with them. Letting the memories drift away, he sent reassuring thoughts to the egg at his side. With a gesture, he opened a window to the one who could fix this situation, seriously considering violating his self-imposed ban on interfering in human affairs. When he beheld the still proceeding council session, he decided to simply observe for a time, and see how they intended to proceed. The Hokage stood and glanced around at the room full of surprised-looking ninja. Now that we have heard the details of these events, is there anything anyone needs clarified before we proceed with the discussion? I got a question for ya, called out Anko. Did you really get taken out by a pair of fake tits on a 12-year-old boy? 'Cause if you're really that desperate, I got a real set right here I can show ya. For a price. The sadistic woman offered with an evil grin while grasping said objects through her trench coat. Poor Iruka had taken to pounding his forehead into the table, remembering his own experience with the perverse jutsu. Anko actually laughed at the threat. I'm sure Ibiki-kun would love to test out some of his new tricks on the greenies here, she retorted, gesturing to some of the more cowed council members. But if you're gonna threaten me with a good time, you should do it yourself, she purred. I will pay your dango bill for 1 month, not a day longer, and if you push me I will put you on babysitting D ranks for the same period. Sarutobi conceded, knowing that the twisted woman was easier, and safer, to bribe than threaten. Deal, she chirped happily. The sound of a clearing throat pulled the Hokage's attention from the cheerful-looking woman and towards Shikaku. Not to be disrespectful, Hokage-sama, but what's the deal with that door business? It was almost as if you were talking about an imaginary friend or something. Shouldn't he have outgrown something like that years ago? That's a pretty accurate description of it actually, he replied. As you know, Naruto has no real friends his age, and while he may not seem the type, he has rather acute skills of observation. I believe this fact stems from his somewhat reasonable paranoia when traveling within the village. Naruto long ago learned that one of the truest forms of evidence among friends is mutual defense. I'm sure you three have long memories of similar events in your childhoods, he pointed out as Shikaku, Shuza and Inoichi nodded in response. Naruto has rarely had anyone defend him, even more so on a regular and visible basis. Iruka-san and I have done what we could over the years, but by necessity our actions were limited by presence or politics. The Anbu members who have acted in his protection have always been too impersonal to approach the realm of friendship, and so the boy's options there were limited as well. That all makes sense, but how does it relate to a door of all things? Queried Shikaku. Before I granted Naruto that apartment, Jiraiya of the Sannin and myself applied multiple reinforcing and defensive seals to the entirety of the complex. Naruto's home is nearly as indestructible as this tower, excluding of course the fact that only the one area is so fortified. To date, those defenses have repelled an average of 3 attempted intrusions a month. There were many wide eyes at this revelation. None of the ninja had any inkling of how serious the members of the village were in their hatred of the boy. The vast majority of these were shortly after he was instated there, and currently the actual attacks occur less than once a month, but the investment has more than paid for itself in regards to Naruto's welfare. Regardless, many times, that door has been the only thing standing between Naruto and his aggressors. Is it truly so surprising that a child below the age of 5 would start to believe the act a conscious one on the part of an inanimate object? It certainly never objected to his, or his caretaker's entrance. Sarutobi let that statement stand for a long moment before moving on. If there are no more questions, we should proceed to the heart of the matter. On what grounds do we make Naruto Uzumaki a ninja of Konohagakure? Iruka Amino, as his teacher, what is your assessment? Well, to be honest Hokage-sama, before yesterday I'd have said he was 50-50 at best. He has trouble planning ahead, but thinks fast on his feet. His fighting technique is a complete bastardization of the academy form, but he uses it addictable and somewhat difficult to anticipate. Unfortunately, most of the time his attacks are completely direct and lack any finesse or guile. In regards to jutsu, well, his henge is undeniably advanced. His kawarimi is above academy standard as well. His basic bushin technique is non-existent, but as you heard, he essentially mastered the cage bushin in a single day. His chakra control, however, is abysmal. In regards to his less practical skills, he's a mess. His academic scores were universally low, his tactical ability is unorthodox, if somewhat effective, and his temperament would lead him to be something of a hindrance in delicate or diplomatic missions. I see, and what changed during the events yesterday? Among the attributes I listed, nothing. But I realized something. Somehow, beneath that mess of faults and random brilliance, Naruto is a true ninja of Konohagakure. Everything he did after failing the exam should have been impossible for a Chunin to accomplish, let alone an academy student, but he managed to pull it off anyway. He may not always get it right on the first try, but in the end he will, and he won't stop trying until he does. And if that isn't the sheer personification of the will of fire, then I don't know what is. It would be a crime not to do everything in my power to help Naruto reach his goals. And I've got no intention of taking after Mizuki in that regard. Iruka's voice rang with conviction as he spoke those words, though as he realized who he was speaking to his hand came up to scratch at his scar nervously. Sorry, I guess I got carried away, Hokage-sama, he said sheepishly. Sarutobi chuckled lightly as he reassured the teacher. No need to apologize. I asked for your honest opinion, and I'm certain that is what I received. In fact, I admit to having similar thoughts in regards to Naruto's potential. I must also admit to some foreknowledge regarding his poor chakra control. He simply has too much flowing through him, thanks largely to his prisoner, to restrain it to levels we would consider even average. I wouldn't be surprised in the least if that were the reason behind his inability to use the basic bushin properly. It would certainly explain how he was able to produce more shadow clones on his first day than I could in my prime. You mean you knew it would be impossible for him to make a bushin and didn't tell anyone? Iruka growled indignantly. Suspected, the Hokage corrected, and I had hoped he would find a way to work around it on his own so we wouldn't have had to deal with this situation in the first place. A workaround? Iruka repeated incredulously. Yes, maybe making a field of clones rather than just one or two. Or even just one giant one, although I suppose given his Oiroke no Jutsu, I should be glad that one hadn't occurred to him. A giant version of that would probably take out half village and enrage the rest. But I wouldn't have put it past him to make some kind of prank out of it. The council's reactions to that mental image varied based on gender and level of perversion. Some developed nosebleeds, some cracked knuckles, and one giggled evilly. Enko, that idea is officially part of our agreement about not telling stories. But, it would be so cool, and the people would all freak. You never let me have any fun, the psychotic special Junin pouted. Your definition of fun needs some serious reconsideration. Something like that would cause far more paperwork than I'm willing to tolerate. In Konoha, if a future situation warrants, I may let you take the boy out and cause as much chaos as you like against an enemy village. And may Kami have mercy on their sanity. Really, the evil chuckle flowing into maniacal laughter wasn't unexpected, but the thunder and lightning strike were a bit excessive. He considered issuing an order to restrict Kurenai from teaching her friend genjutsu techniques outside the demands of her profession. Thankfully, the more responsible Junin would be occupied with students in the coming future. If we are quite through with the distractions, the gravelly voice of Danzo interjected. It might be wise to return to the subject at hand. After a searching gaze from Sarutobi, followed by a nod of acquiescence, Danzo rose and continued to speak. I have recently come into possession of some information regarding Uzumaki's academic shortcomings, as well as his unusual aptitude for infiltration techniques and lateral thinking processes. Danzo struck his cane on the floor with a sharp crack, and two blank masked Anbu appeared within the council chambers. The obvious root members knelt before Danzo, one holding a single green-covered book, and the other a stack of what looked to be academy textbooks. Danzo accepted the green one, and gestured to the other to place the stack on the council's table. Those ninja who were knowledgeable of the officially disbanded group eyed the two warily, until with a bow to the Hokage and salute to Danzo, they vanished in a swirl of leaves. Iruka-san, if you would be so kind as to inspect the books? I had my retinue of guards attain those from Uzumaki's apartment during his disappearance yesterday. I had a feeling something of this sort would occur. Danzo's explanation was met with suspicion, from the Hokage and council as a whole. Iruka's gasp as he rushed through the surprisingly well cared for textbooks drew the attention of everyone to him. It's wrong, he muttered. It's all wrong. He demanded forcefully, pointing towards one of the hidden Anbu, an act that caused some consternation in the veiled guard and some surprise in the Junin who hadn't noticed him prior. Go get me Naruto's file from the school administration building, it'll be in room 103 file cabinet. I hope it's not presumptuous of me, Danzo interrupted, but I have already taken the liberty of retrieving the files you require. As if it were waiting for just this signal, a third blank masked root agent appeared, handed the file off to the impatient teacher and vanished without a superfluous movement. I leave you to your work now, Danzo stated as he took half a step back to await the teacher's analysis. Within seconds, each of the books were open to pages covering significant matters in the course study of academy students, and Iruka had expertly located and arranged the corresponding tests in front of himself. As he searched through the offending textbooks, he swept back and forth over the tests with a pen produced from some unknown teacher space. As the tests were regraded according to the new criteria, they received one of 3 marks, a check for correct answers, a check within a circle for answers correct according to the books in front of him, and a simple X for answers which correspond to neither. As he passed through each of the 7 years' worth of selected tests Naruto had taken, he passed them to the Sandame, who lined them in front of himself after a momentary study. Reaching the final 3 years, during which Naruto had repeated the curriculum each time, one thing was abundantly clear. Had Naruto been given the real textbooks and not the altered and edited trash now sitting before him, the boy wouldn't have been anywhere near the bottom of his grade. Iruka couldn't be certain, but judging from the improvement over the 3-year repetition, it was only his tendency to deliver most important facts personally that allowed Naruto to pass the academic tests this final year at all. In fact, if one were to assume the textbook answers to be right, the last of his tests would have been a perfect score, rather than the barely passing 75% that it was. As it was, the vast majority of the answers he gave that were incorrect were consistent, a fact Iruka cursed himself for missing. So, Sarutobi began, looking at the proverbial writing on the wall. Naruto-kun has been hindered from the very beginning. How could I have missed this? The aging Hokage seemed to deflate with the knowledge of his failure to protect one of the children in his charge from the machination tent. I missed it, too, Hokage-sama, Iruka commiserated. I should have realized something was wrong. I should have tried harder to tutor him, something. Actually, Danzo interrupted yet again. The fault lies with one Tekisuto Otojizushi. If you will notice the issuance signature, she is the one who assigned all of Uzumaki's textbooks. With your permission, Anbu are in position to arrest her as we speak. Granted, the Hokage replied, something very much resembling wrath flickering in his usually soft eyes. Danzo nodded but gave no further gestures. Apparently the root agents knew their cues and moved appropriately. Obviously, we must act to correct Uzumaki's lack of knowledge with as much haste as possible, but that is no grounds upon which to delay his promotion. He will have at least a number of months of D-rank missions before his abilities will be put to any real test. Until then, I believe Iruka-san's suggestion of tutoring to be for the best. Agreed, Sandame responded. Iruka-san can tutor Naruto in the evenings after classes let out. Hokage-sama, not to be discourteous, but I have my hands rather full when classes are in session. I have about a month before the new year starts back up, but after that I'm likely to be tied up until nearly midnight, especially with no one to assist me in the teaching. Iruka protested. I will assign someone to be your second, the Hokage replied. If nothing else, one of my secretaries can help with your paperwork after class, so you get out at a reasonable hour. That still doesn't help me stuff 5 years of teaching into Naruto's head in a matter of months, Iruka reminded. Then don't, Sume complained from the largely forgotten ninja council. Just hammer the crap he needs in, and leave the rest for later. It's not like he'll need to know what the birthmark on the Neodyme's ass looked like when he's fighting for his life. The Neodyme had a. How would you know this? And why would you tell me? Iruka shouted, scandalized. I don't, and you know what I mean. Just teach the stuff he needs to survive, and leave the political stuff for when he needs it. You did say he wants to be Hokage. Gotta live a few more years before he'll have a chance at that, right? She replied with a grin. That might work, the teacher considered. If I teach him the immediately important and cool stuff now, I can leave the more diplomatic and historical matters for when he's older and has enough experience to see how they're important. Now that that's worked out, Sarutobi spoke up, returning the yet again wandering discussion to its proper course. You said you had more information on Naruto's other abilities? He asked of Danzo. Yes, he replied, placing the green book on the table and sliding it to the Hokage. Please, tell me your impressions of this book. Looking at the book, the Hokage paled noticeably. You found this in Naruto's possession? Seeing the mummified man's somber nod, he looked once again to the book's title. A Ninja's Guide to Practical Jokes, by Pranking Tetsuya. Passing the book along the table for the other ninja to look at, he sent his oft-times rival an odd look. This book being in Naruto's hands holds disturbing implications. If some part of his learning comes from that book, then we must be prepared for some greater horror that is to come. Indeed, Danzo replied, returning the odd gaze with a steady one. I have checked, and he has completed the tasks listed within. Every single one. Uzumaki is now obligated by the book's opening agreement. He must somehow top the pranking. This comment drew the attention of everyone in the room, except for Shikaku and his teammates, who were looking through the book together muttering about the training strategies within. The so-called guide never listed a single practical joke, only techniques which could be used in such a way. It was up to the reader to test their imaginations and skills to find a way to use the techniques. It was considered required reading, and discouraged as training, by any person in either espionage or anti-infiltration within most of the villages within the elemental kingdoms. And due to some villages' policies of destroying any copy outside of military control, they were rather rare. A not unreasonable concern, since many of the techniques listed within were well within the range of civilian use. I have little doubt that he has decided that his ultimate act should be used in celebration of his graduation. Danzo continued, and as I doubt our intentions have changed with that information, I have devised a plan. It will solve our graduation situation, as well as grant us some measure of preemptive restitution for whatever it is Uzumaki comes up with. As Danzo illustrated his idea in exacting detail, Sarutobi was torn between horror and a bubbling feeling he vaguely recognized as akin to retribution. As he watched the grins form on the faces of his council, he knew he should feel appalled, but feeling the smile on his own, he knew it would be hypocritical. After Danzo's explanation was complete, and the orders given in regards to the ninja duties for the following day, Sarutobi and Danzo were left alone in the council chambers. The two stood staring out the window at the setting sun, silent anticipation running wild in eagerness for the following day. They had both been young boys for their ceremony, and the feeling of awe and majesty possessed by the legendaries never faded. I would like the book back, you know, Danzo eventually said. I would never have expected you to part with it in the first place, Sarutobi replied. As I recall, you never let it leave your side, back in the day. Danzo grunted noncommittally. I didn't plan to, but when you refused to let me train the boy as part of Root, and I learned of the abominable job being done by the academy, I had to act somehow. You know why I didn't give him to you. You should never have been allowed to turn those children into weapons in the first place. I'm just glad I managed to stop your recruiting for good before you managed to get that Tenten girl. Even if I couldn't stop you from acquiring the other boy earlier. The Hokage's voice quivered with anger at his perceived shortcoming. I didn't get to train Tenten, as far as I'm concerned, that is neither here nor there. Danzo shrugged at the piercing glare Sarutobi leveled his way. He turned to look out the window again. Honestly, you were right, in regards to Uzumaki, and possibly the rest of Root's members. It's true, we have done things, More things than even you know, that Konoha would never openly acknowledge as necessary. But Roots ninja are far weaker than they should be. They have no drive to excel, no determination of their own to help them succeed against all odds. In short, they have no will of fire. I can only imagine and fear what would have happened if a Jinchuriki like Uzumaki were to become like that. How long before the voice that he obeyed so completely started coming from within, rather than without? I will say it this once, and never again. You were correct, and I was wrong. Know that if you ever bring this moment up, I will deny it vehemently. As Sarutobi stared at his companion, wondering whether he should laugh or gloat, he received a further shock. In a swirl of black liquid, a root agent appeared, already kneeling before Danzo. Otojizushi-san has been apprehended as ordered, the figure intoned solemnly. Do you have any further orders, Gimpy-sama? The Hokage sputtered at the look of long-suffering indignation on his rival's face. How many times have I told you not to call me that? He asked with a sigh. 187. So stop calling me Gimpy, the boy's leader growled. But Danzo-sama, you told me I should work on my socialization training, and the book I read said I should use the nicknames I choose regardless of the recipient's wishes. It stated that the name would eventually be recognized as a sign of affection. At this, Sarutobi lost his battle. Agato braced himself on the window ledge, lest he lose his balance and fall into an undignified heap. Danzo-sama? Is Geriatric-sama okay? Almost immediately the laughter choked off into a wheezing gasp. No further orders, Danzo groaned, you may leave. With a bow and another wave of ink, the peculiar boy was gone. What was that about? The Hokage managed to choke out, once his breathing stabilized. That was the last child I managed to recruit for Root. Sometimes I wish you had stopped me earlier too. Ignoring the once again laughing man, Danzo strode from the room. Three sharp cracks roused Naruto from his state of semi-asleep lethargy. As he groaned his way out of bed and to the door, he wondered why he was even bothering. 3 more insistent-sounding knocks convinced him that whoever it was wasn't planning to leave. Opening the door, he was surprised to see the sun riding low in the sky. An Anbu in an owl mask stood before him, silent and imposing, which seemed to be a rule for Anbu in uniform. Yes. How can I help you, Anbu-san? Naruto asked nervously. I can't have been out of it a whole day, right? I still have my grand prank to get done. It is time, the Anbu intoned with an air of finality. Naruto's heart fell. Apparently his dreaded thoughts had been correct. Hanging his head he spoke softly, I'm ready. The Anbu eyed Naruto a moment, and then nodded, very well, I suggest you brace yourself. With those words, the Anbu placed his hand heavily on the boy's shoulder and they vanished in a swirl of leaves. They reappeared and vanished a handful of times. Naruto suspected this was to keep the ceremony's location a secret, but he was too distracted to be impressed at the moment. When they finally stopped, they were in a large clearing in the forest. The ground was stripped bare of grass, and a large bonfire waited unlit before them. Naruto had seen this twice before, but had always been taken away before the fire was lit, or the legendary Pokemon had arrived. Standing before the bonfire were the Hokage, in his traditional robes, flanked by a large man in many bandages and the Hokage's teammates. The guy with the bandages hadn't been there before, but Naruto figured he had a role that wasn't always needed. Maybe he was a seal master? Naruto shivered at the implications of that thought, but tried to hide it behind his typical facade. Naruto strode over to the area where he knew they would be asked to wait. There were a few students milling around, with their attending Anbu not far away. He moved to the edge of the clearing and rested against one of the trees. The physical support felt nice at the moment. One by one the remaining students arrived, demonstrating varying degrees of discomfort upon arrival. Shunshin wasn't too bad a way to travel for the user, but passengers tended to take it a bit harder. Civilians had an especially tough time of it, since their chakra was too underdeveloped to aid them in recovery. Naruto had an advantage among the students in that he was frequently dragged to the Hokage that way by angry Junin. Eventually, all the students had arrived and the captain in charge of the escorting Anbu reported so to the Hokage, as the students were guided to their assigned position by their guards. Clearing his throat, the Hokage called for attention. I welcome you all to this most prestigious of ceremonies, he began. We stand here, in the place chosen by the voice of Arceus itself in the land of fire, to speak with it and move on to the next stage in your lives as ninja. When Dragon-san calls your name, come forward, present your Arceus plate, and move to the area past him to await the next phase. If for any reason you lack a plate, move to the area you arrived in, and you will be given a second chance in a few months. After we determine the reason for your lack and correct it. With that said, the Sandame nodded to the Anbu captain and stepped back to his original position. Shino Aburame, began the masked man in a voice that rang like a bell through the clearing. As the man continued through the list, the students stepped up and either presented their plate in exchange for a headband, or tried to explain away their lack of one. No excuse was accepted, and no argument considered, as they were sent to their waiting areas. It was some consolation that there were apparently more who believed they had misplaced their plates somehow than those who had retained them, but it was small solace indeed. The clearing was silent aside from the captain's calls and some quiet grumbling from the area where the plateless stood. Naruto stood stock still as the calls passed from Uchiha to Yamanaka, completely skipping him. He wondered at it, but decided he was being left for last. Last in class, last in life, last to be called. It was kinda poetic in a twisted sense. The list reached its end just as the sun began to set among the western mountains, with only Naruto and the other failing students remaining. The dragon-faced Anbu turned and saluted the Hokage, speaking a few words too quiet and muffled to be caught. Once more the Hokage stepped forward. To those of you who failed the exams and were not issued a plate, I apologize for summoning you so late. It is my belief that by seeing this place, your desire to come back next year and see it through to the end will become that much greater. You will now be returned back to your homes by the Anbu who escorted you here, with one exception. Naruto Uzumaki, please step forward. Gulping loudly, and trying to lock his emotions as deeply as possible, Naruto strode up to the Hokage and bowed silently. Beside him, the owl-masked Anbu stood rigidly at attention. Naruto Uzumaki, the Hokage intoned gravely. You have taken, and failed the final exam 3 times. That is the maximum allowance permitted within Konohagakure, do you understand this? Sweating heavily, Naruto nodded, trying to ignore the snickers he heard around him, despite how swiftly they were silenced by the Anbu's presence. I understand, Hokage-sama. Then you know that you will not be returning to the academy next year. Have you anything to say in contest to this ruling? Sarutobi looked upon Naruto softly, willing to hear anything the oft-wronged boy would say. Naruto, for his part, considered trying to explain as he did the other night, so that the people around would know he wasn't a complete failure. But some aspects of that story could damage Konoha more than he was willing to commit to. How could the students trust their teachers after learning one had been a traitor? How could they respect their leader after learning he could be taken out by a naked girl? What would enemy villages do if they learned of such a potential weakness? No, Naruto would act as a ninja should, even if it cost him the opportunity to become one. I have nothing to say, he replied solemnly. Sarutobi nodded sadly and looked to the tall Anbu beside him. Owl-san, you know what to do. Naruto felt the hand grip onto his shoulder again and squeezed slightly, as if in warning or comfort. Almost immediately he felt the disorientation of multiple rapid shunshuns. When they stopped, he stood with his eyes closed, trying to prevent the tears he knew would come if he relaxed his control for a moment. But something wasn't right. He didn't smell the antiseptic scent of a hospital, or the musty emptiness of odors that seemed to exist within the buildings dedicated to forbidden and closely guarded knowledge such as he would expect a Sealmaster's headquarters to be. And the murmuring he was hearing seemed surprised, not what he would expect from a group who must be expecting him. Bracing himself, he forced his eyes to open slightly. What he saw made them shoot open entirely and his jaw to drop. He looked around himself to see the full graduates staring from around him. Sakura and Ino had ceased their bickering, and Kiba had actually fallen to the ground in surprise. Sasuke blinked at him, but it was Shikamaru's bored yawn that snapped him out of his daze. Intentionally behind the silently supportive Shino, tears of joy flowing from her opalescent eyes. Snapping his head around so fast the joints popped like bubble wrap, he stared at the Hokage and his companions, all wearing matching smirks. What was all he could croak out? Naruto Uzumaki, the Sandame began in a tone of utter seriousness. For actions above and beyond the call of duty or rank, including the defeat and capture of a Chunin-rank traitor, retrieval of restricted knowledge from said traitor, and saving the life of a fellow ninja. I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sandame Hokage of Konohagakure, with the full support of the Ninja Council, Hereby grant you a field promotion to the rank of Genin of Konoha. Please present the plate you acquired in exchange for your headband. Shocked into silence, Naruto could only reach into his equipment pouch, belatedly remembering that he had forgotten to collect it from its hiding spot. Just as the silence began to grow uncomfortably long, he felt the unusual texture of the item on his fingers. Pulling it from his pouch, he was confronted with an image of a glaring horse-like creature with a large spiked ring circling its middle. The words, "You shall pass," were emblazoned across it, though they faded so quickly that only Naruto and the Anbu beside him saw it. As Naruto offered the item to the Hokage, the old man refused it. "The honor of presenting you with your headband was requested by another," he explained. As the owl-masked Anbu stepped around and knelt before Naruto, he removed his mask and clipped it onto his belt. The smiling face of Iruka Amino was revealed beneath. "Sorry Naruto," he apologized, "but I was ordered not to warn you about their plan." He traded the plate for a headband from his own pouch. "Gotta admit though, it was a pretty good trick, huh?" That finally broke through the boy's surprise. The idea of it. Him, the prank master of Konoha, he got tricked by a bunch of old people? As he smiled a grin fit for a madman, he agreed, "Yeah, it was a pretty good trick. But you haven't seen anything yet." He chuckled darkly a few times before the glint of metal caught his eye and he found himself staring at his new headband. His headband. He was a ninja. The joy that phrase incited within him was only surpassed by the knowledge that soon he would get his Pokemon ally, and he knew that would be the greatest moment of his life. His silent celebration was interrupted by a loud and angry voice yelling from the group of plateless passing students. "Hey! How come he gets to be a ninja? That loser didn't even pass the damn tests!" shouted Itaka Guzan, the son of a wealthy tradesman. He was one of the more arrogant civilian students. "Instead I'm stuck over here because that stupid piece of metal disappeared." Sarutobi gestured to stop the Anbu who was moving towards the disruptive boy. "You say your plate disappeared?" he asked. "Do you happen to know why so many vanished without a trace?" "It is because you, like the others with you, chose not to honor your commitment to Arceus. And so Arceus chose not to honor his commitment to you. He controls every plate, they are as much a part of him as your own limbs are a part of you. In his understanding of the ways of humans, he offers a second opportunity. You will spend the next few months strengthening your own understanding of our Pokemon allies, and at the end of that time you are still deemed unacceptable, you will be consigned to the life of a Hitorianin. There is no third attempt, so I suggest you take this seriously." "Are you telling me some stupid animal screwed me over?" the livid boy continued. "What the hell does it know? Just gimme my damn pet and I'll show you how strong a ninja I can really be." The ranting was ended by a flash of heat as the stacked wood in the clearing erupted into a column of flames that rose far into the air, passing beyond even the trees surrounding the clearing. A resounding voice roared through the forest, shocking almost everyone with its intensity. "Pet? Animal? You impudent child! We have watched your human civilizations rise and crumble into ruins? We have seen lifetimes such as yours pass between one breath and the next. We live existences beyond your grandest imaginings. And yet you dare to think us of a kind with your lowest of beasts?" As the echoes faded into the distance, the flames died to normal heights and revealed an image even the most jaded of humans would not believe to be purely animal. Standing over the bonfire was the largest bird anyone there had ever seen, long-necked and slim-bodied. Its flaming crest was level with the towering trees, and its long-pointed beak looked easily up to the task of impaling any number of the trembling students. Its wings and tail feathers were spread slightly, and tongues of flame flickered along them endlessly. It had long four-clawed feet that held its body high enough that even the tallest human there would have had to leap to so much as graze its belly with their fingers. And it was glaring at Itaka with the full force of its fiery soul. "Well, human? Dare you speak such blasphemies to my face?" it challenged. Those few who hadn't moved away the second the fire erupted, now abandoned the unlucky target of Moltres' ire with a speed that would have made even the Yondaime proud. The target of the legendary Bird of Fire's wrath himself fell away into a dead faint. Thus satisfied, the giant Pokemon fluttered its feathers and repositioned itself in a pose of regal tolerance, apparently resolved to wait until the humans settled the rest of their concerns. "Well, she's a little early, but let me introduce you all to Moltres," Sarutobi explained while the large bird bobbed her head in something resembling a bow. "Those of you who had your plates revoked will meet her again in 3 months. I do hope you take this unexpected lesson in respect to heart. You will now be escorted to your homes. As they waited for the clearing to be emptied of unnecessary people, most of those remaining gazed with unhidden awe at Moltres. Naruto, of course, strode right up to the imposing being. Hey, he called up to it, also gaining the attention of everyone else nearby. Are you gonna be my Pokemon? 'Cause that would be really cool? When he only got blinked at in response, he decided to continue. You're really big, so I bet that means you're strong too, huh? I bet you can do more fire stuff than Sasuke Teme too. And best of all, you're orange. Orange is the coolest color. I bet you think so too, right? I know y'all probably got a lot of giant Pokemon things to do, but we could work together real good. I know you protect the land of fire, and that's gonna be my job too. I'm gonna be Hokage someday. Datbeo. About this time Iruka grabbed Naruto and dragged him away, apologizing profusely the whole while. This one is rather strange, Moltres thought to Arceus. That he is, Arceus agreed in the same manner. But then, many humans would say the same about us. May I ask why you reacted to the other one as strongly as you did? HMPH. Lousy brats, lucky I didn't burn him, acting like that. Humans just need to be reminded of the meaning of respect once in a while. He may be an oddball, but at least the loud blonde one appreciates beauty. Or at least the color orange, was Arceus' smug reply. After a short while, the Anbu ordered their charges to take positions around the bonfire. The Hokage, with his companions and the Anbu, then moved away from the circle, leaving the ninja to be alone with the majestic legendary. Once they had settled, she began to speak once more. You who remain have been accepted by Arceus, God among Pokemon. Now the task which befalls me is to deliver the gift of alliance as agreed within our age-old pact. Know that the choices you have made, the paths you have walked, have led you to this day. Remain true to yourselves, and to your allies, and we of Pokekind will always remain beside you. But know also, that just as we remember and honor our allies, so too do we remember our enemies. Harm our kindred only when absolutely necessary, enslave another living being. Remember these rules, and remember that we are always watching. Its speech complete, the Firebird swept its wings around itself and released a wave of flame that flowed around and over the seated children. As one they flinched away, expecting searing heat, but instead feeling warmth as if from a clear summer day. When they could bring themselves to look back in the bonfire's direction, the giant bird was gone. But between each of them and the still flickering fire, lay an egg. As each reached forward to grasp the gift that would become their future allies, they flinched again as the first touch produced a burning sensation within them. The runes of connection searing themselves in an unknown script and impervious ink on the skin of their forearm. Once the pain ebbed and the elation of finally receiving the last mark identifying them as full-fledged ninja waned, they lifted the eggs carefully. The solemn mood that permeated the group was almost oppressive in its intensity. Until it was shattered by an indignant shout. Hey! How come the Teme gets an orange one? Naruto awoke feeling better than he had in weeks, months, maybe even his entire life. Okay, he did feel a little itchy. Sleeping on a sheetless bed was a new experience, but hey, sacrifices must be made for the greater good. And right now, his greater good was resting in a giant multicolored nest formed out of every spare scrap of cloth he could find. As his denuded bed could attest, spare was a liberal concept in this instance. Rolling over, he stared at the mound of fabric protecting his new best friend, or at least he hoped that's how it would work out. Iruka-sensei had told him that Pokemon eggs didn't really have to be kept warm the way common bird eggs did, but that didn't mean Naruto was gonna take any chances. Dragging the one blanket he kept for himself, he crawled out of bed and over to the clothes he had set aside for himself. He had wondered whether or not the egg would need them, but decided that his new Pokemon would rather he be in clothes he hadn't been wearing for a third day straight if it hatched today. He would have to do laundry, he decided, and probably some spring cleaning too. A Pokemon might not be the same as a human, but a responsible roommate certainly wouldn't expect a new friend to live in a cluttered apartment. Carefully, he built a new nest on the bed, starting with his recently vacated blanket. He separated the clothing he could still wear from those outgrown or too damaged for public decency and used the latter in the temporary habitat as well. The rest he bunched together and shoved into a sack so he could drag them down to the laundromat later that day. He wasn't sure how long the egg would take to hatch, but Sarutobi Gigi had said it never took more than a week, They were told that this week was for them to hatch and hopefully begin bonding with their Pokemon, but that as soon as possible following the hatching, they were to report to him at the tower. He would need to learn a bit about their allies so as to make sure team assignments would flow smoothly. Dragging the somewhat overstuffed sack of laundry to the entryway, he left it in Door's capable hands. Knob. Whatever. He let Door watch it for him. Moving to the closet where he kept his small number of cleaning supplies, he liberated them from their long subjugation by the Dust Bunny Empire. Hauling the broom, mop and other implements out onto his balcony patio, he shook off as much of the offending debris as he could, whacking them against the rail to ensure they were clean enough to clean with. Rarely had he been particularly concerned with the state of his apartment, at least in a major sense. He kept it as uncluttered as he could, but dust and dirt tended to build up quickly when you spend your days sweating and training in fields. Heading back inside, he pondered where best to start. Sweeping would be easy, but then when he dusted, he'd just have to do it all over again. Deciding to just start at the top and work his way to the ground, he grabbed the broom and went to war on the cobwebs that he had always ignored in the corners of the ceiling. About 3 hours and a lot of sweat, dirt and a spilled bucket of muddy water later, Naruto was ready to call the place clean. Oh sure, it wasn't perfect. He would be hesitant to eat off the floor if asked to, and he wasn't entirely convinced that strange stain hadn't always been there. But he was willing to say that he had done his best, and the place looked a lot better. Sneezing at the acrid scent of cleaners, despite having opened the window to try and let the place air out, he decided he should get to work on the laundry. He stood in his room, staring at the egg, torn between taking it with him and leaving it here under Door's watchful protection. While it was uncommon, he did sometimes get, accidentally, bumped hard enough to fall down, although such incidents became rarer as he learned more about becoming a ninja. That was what actually decided him. He couldn't risk anything happening to his egg, and if that meant he would have to be away from it for a while, then so be it. Reassuring himself that the odds of his Pokemon being harmed or hatching in the short time he would be gone were low, he grabbed the sack, locked Door and took off at a dead sprint. Thankfully it was a weekday, and the laundromat shouldn't be too crowded. Unluckily for him, it was apparently cleaning day for another woman, and she had occupied all but one of the washing machines before he arrived. Rushing over, he loaded the machine as full as he could, and set it running. Naruto sat down to wait, knowing that if he left the laundromat, there was a good chance his clothes would be gone or ruined when he returned. It took more than an hour to finish his laundry, complicated at one point by an argument with the petty woman when she had tried to claim more of the dryers than she needed. When his machine finally buzzed to let him know his clothes were done, he stuffed them back into his sack and raced to his apartment again. Rushing into his room, he was happy to see the egg safe in its fabric cocoon. Relieved, despite his earlier confidence that nothing could have happened in such a short absence, Naruto finished his day of cleaning by folding and storing his laundry in their proper places. As he shoved at the mass of cloth protruding from his dresser in a futile attempt to get the drawer to shut, he was startled by a loud growl. He was staring at the egg expectantly before the echo even began to fade. His confusion lasted only until a second growl was emitted from the vicinity of his belly. Thinking back sheepishly, he realized he hadn't eaten anything since a late lunch 2 days prior, just before leaving for the Hokage Tower. Patting the egg fondly, he retreated to the kitchen to start some water boiling. Setting out a larger than normal breakfast, a full half-dozen of his beloved cup ramen in assorted flavors, he waited for the water to heat enough. He blinked sleepily as he did. Now that he was past the hustle of housework and worry that permeated his time at the laundromat, he was starting to feel pretty tired. Naruto had never adjusted to the whole lazy day thing, and so avoided taking any more days off of training than necessary. As a result, whenever he found himself with required time to relax, he tended to spend it sleeping. He'd considered training anyway, but between the potential risk of bringing his egg to a training field, and the fact that he'd just finished cleaning the apartment, he really didn't want to mess it up again. Pouring the boiling water into the 6 cups, Naruto plopped down at the table and cradled his head on his arm as he pondered his breakfast. 2 miso, and 1 each of chicken, pork, beef, and shrimp. Should he start with the first miso and cycle through so he could end on it again? Or should he just eat the 2 of his favorite flavor first as a sort of celebration? Maybe he should eat all te miso for dessert? Nah, the noodles might get soggy, and that would be bad. Before he finished his deliberations, and before that hated 3-minute wait was over, Naruto had slipped into a restful sleep. An unknown time later, Naruto was startled awake by the familiar sound of pounding on his door. Struggling valiantly against gravity, he prevented an unfortunate meeting with the floor only by virtue of catching his foot on the table leg. Struggling himself upright once more, he stalked towards the door, grabbing one of the cup ramen from the table on his way. Frowning at the lukewarm brown liquid, he wondered how long he had been asleep. Judging by the soggy mess that had once been delicious noodles, it had been quite a while. He threw back his head and chugged some of the salty, ill-textured soup as he opened the door, hoping the makeshift meal would help him stay awake this time. As the door swung open, it revealed a brightly smiling Iruka-sensei and his explode companion. "Hey Naruto," the teacher called cheerfully. "How are you enjoying your first day as a ninja?" Naruto looked at the man blankly for a moment, before stating in a voice that echoed his recent awakening, "It's boring." Iruka laughed. He had expected as much from the active boy. "Don't worry," he replied in a reassuring manner. "If that Pokemon takes after you at all, I'm sure it's as eager to hatch as you are." Explode whistled in agreement. Opening the door further to invite his former teacher in, Naruto asked curiously, "So, what brings y'all around here, Iruka-sensei?" The teacher and Pokemon entered, Iruka taking a seat on the somewhat battered couch while Explode chose to wander the apartment curiously. "Well, it's like this Naruto. During the council session 2 days ago, we were given a look at your textbooks." Seeing the boy's puzzled expression, Iruka pulled one of the books from his pouch and handed it over. "This book, as well as the others you were given over the years, were altered. There's a lot of information in them that was changed so you would learn things improperly, or not at all. I should have done something." Remorse rang in his voice as Naruto processed yet another act against him by the hateful members of the village. "Somehow, I should have figured it out. I failed you as a teacher, and for that I'm sorry, Naruto." Naruto couldn't really claim to be surprised. He himself had noticed on occasion that the information in his books was wrong, but rather than assume malice, he had guessed the errors to be simple carelessness on the printer's part. "Hey, it's not that big a deal, right?" he replied, forcing careless cheer into his voice in an attempt to reassure one of the few who offered him a fair deal in life. "So I learned some messed up stuff. I'll just figure it out like I always do, right? I can probably buy some real ones and then I'll be right on track to becoming Hokage in no time, Datbeo." Iruka couldn't help but grin at the enthusiasm in the boy's voice, though he could easily hear hidden quaver that betrayed the pain of yet another cruel act against him. "Well then, I'm glad you're so eager," he declared, pulling a sealing scroll out of his pouch. With a flash of chakra and a burst of smoke, a stack of books taller than his knee was revealed. "These are the real deal, and by order of Sandaime-sama, I'm going to be tutoring you most evenings to get you caught up to where you need to be. We only have a few months to get you up to snuff on the major subjects, so I expect you to work hard and study when you can, okay?" Naruto, meanwhile, was torn between dread of even more boring schoolwork and joy that Iruka-sensei was willing to do so much to help him. Settling on joy as the most useful right now, he grabbed the first book off the stack and flipped through it, marveling at the crispness of the pages. It might very well be brand new. Shutting the book with a loud clap, Naruto jerked himself to attention, standing pole straight and saluted with all the sincerity he could muster. "Yes, Iruka-sensei-sama," he declared. To his credit, he held the position for a full 30 seconds before losing composure to happy laughter. "All right then," Iruka replied, levering himself up from his seat. "Now that the breeziness is out of the way, what do you say we go get that ramen I promised you?" Naruto dropped the book back on the stack and was standing by the door so fast, it might have been a shunshin. "Let's go, Iruka-sensei, I'm starving." "Now Naruto," Iruka chided, "aren't you forgetting something?" Naruto blinked a couple times before realizing what his teacher was getting at. Scratching the back of his head nervously, he apologized. "Sorry, I'll go get my egg, and then we can go get ramen. And I bet Tsuchiji-san and Ayame Nichan will both love to see it. I can't wait till it hatches and I can show him my Pokemon." Naruto headed off to his bedroom, leaving the devoted educator to sigh at the boy's enthusiasm. Sometimes dealing with the energetic blonde was enough to make him feel older than the Sandaime, and he could only wonder what that made the almost ancient leader feel like. His musing was interrupted by a scream of panic from the bedroom. "EHHHH! Hey! Hey! Where'd ya go? Come on, don't hide from Naruto-Nisan. Please." The sound of chaotic rummaging and a few loud slams echoed through the hall as Iruka rushed to the bedroom. Within, he found a distraught Naruto standing in what looked to be the aftereffects of a tornado. Clothes and bedding were scattered about, and the bed itself had been flipped against the wall, apparently from being searched under. Upon seeing the older Chunin, Naruto ran over and grabbed his vest, crying out frantically, "Iruka-sensei! My egg is gone. Please, you gotta help me find it. What if someone stole it?" Iruka did what he could to calm the boy down, while surveying the disaster area around him. He wasn't especially skilled at infiltration tactics, and Naruto's actions would have destroyed or displaced any evidence of someone being in the room, but even he could tell no one had entered through the window. Only a seal master of considerable skill could have managed such a thing, and no one with that amount of strength would come just for a Pokemon egg they wouldn't be able to profit from anyway. Had such an event have happened, Naruto, as a Jinchuriki, would have been the most likely target for abduction. "Naruto," he asked, shaking him slightly to get his attention away from some rant about S-rank missing nin and plans for the world's largest omelet. "Where was the egg when you last saw it?" Naruto gathered himself a moment, and then proceeded to explain about the fabric nest he had made for the egg and how the last time he saw it was before he fell asleep during breakfast, and that he should have brought the egg with him to the kitchen and... Iruka was forced to stop him again. "Naruto, I know this is upsetting, but you need to calm down. The odds of someone infiltrating a ninja village for a Pokemon egg are absurd. I'm sure if we look around we'll find it. It may have just hatched and wandered off somewhere. Let's stay focused and look around." Hope blossomed on Naruto's face instantly, although only someone with a ninja's observation skills would have noticed in the span of time between its appearance and Naruto's disappearance, as he took off like an arrow from a bow, ripping through the house frantically searching for his new companion. As Naruto proceeded with his systematic ruination of the majority of his day's efforts, Iruka paced his way through the not overly large apartment. He figured if the Pokemon was anywhere inside, it would take at most an hour to find, unless it was an unusually small specimen. Deciding it would be best to recruit a Pokemon to aid in finding one of their kin, he left to gather his own. Making his way down the hall, Iruka followed faint whistles into the kitchen, where he was somewhat surprised to find his Exploud not eating the remains of Naruto's now cold breakfast. The Pokemon was sitting on the FL facing the chair opposite the one Naruto had apparently left pushed out when he answered the door. In that farther chair, sipping from a styrofoam cup almost as large as its face, was what Iruka would almost swear was a young child. Its strange coloration and Exploud's obvious interest convinced him otherwise. He was certain this pale-skinned, green-haired creature was actually a Pokemon, albeit one he had never even heard of before. Never removing his eyes from it, he called down the hall for Naruto. The blond boy was by his side almost instantly, looking around eagerly. Iruka held his tongue a long moment, watching as Naruto's eager anticipation slowly bled away. Puzzled, Iruka swiftly realized that he couldn't see the creature at all from his angle, the flat length of the table effectively hiding the diminutive creature from sight. One hand came to his own face in a gesture of chagrin, while the other slapped down on Naruto's shoulder as he turned to leave and continue his fruitless search. He was about to explain when a small sound caught their attentions. An empty styrofoam container clattered hollowly as it was placed on the table by a pair of barely seen, by Naruto anyway, hands, followed by a second louder thump squeak as something unseen hit the floor below the table. Naruto held his breath as he watched it approach him, leaving the shadows beneath the table with a sort of hopping shuffle. It stopped just short of the stunned blonde and looked up at him from beneath its bangs. "Ralts!" it exclaimed happily. Naruto was speechless, his gaze tracked over the Pokemon he knew to be his own. Melancholy red eyes hidden by a veil of green hair, parted in the middle by a pair of red horn-like projections to the front and back. Its skin was pale white, and its hands had no fingers. Its legs also seemed short and blunt, without either knees or feet, giving it the impression of a person who was sitting in the Seiza 1 position. The Pokemon was small, barely knee-height to him, and certainly wasn't going to win any awards for most intimidating Pokemon in the village, but it was his and that was all that mattered. Ralts looked up at her new partner expectantly. He hadn't said or done anything since she tried greeting him. He just kept staring at her. It was kind of intimidating, and the emotions that were radiating from him were making her horns tingle. Relief, joy, surprise, hope, pride, and a little bit of fear all flowed from him, a veritable corona of sensation. From the large man nearby she felt an extraordinary amount of pride, under which were feelings of happy reminiscence and a faint sense of melancholy. The feelings from her new partner made her feel happy, even though she could tell he was nervous. After a couple minutes of waiting, during which his emotional currents flowed circuitously and the larger persons became almost entirely amused, she decided he might need another prompt. "Ralts?" she asked, knowing he wouldn't get the "well" she intended, but hoping it would shake him from his stupor anyway. He blinked twice before grinning like a lunatic and grabbing the Pokémon in a hug that might have crushed a human infant and replying, "Ralts." Ralts might have tried to stop him, but knew she was in no danger, and the joy radiating from him made her feel almost warm enough to combust. Iruka looked on happily, watching as Naruto cried and the strange lil Pokémon patted him reassuringly. He smiled fondly at the scene as his Exploud trundled over and joined him, drinking down the last of the cup ramen as he walked. Thump. 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 Naruto sat in a chair with one too short leg, swinging his feet back and forth sullenly. The regular thumping voicing the nervous displeasure he couldn't risk putting words to. Iruka had promptly dragged the newly formed pair to the Inuzuka's Pokémon and Animal Clinic as soon as Naruto had calmed from his emotional outburst, although at least the teacher was nice enough to let him clean himself up first. Naruto had complained loudly and constantly, from the instant he realized his beloved ramen stand was no longer their immediate destination right up until the behemoth of a woman running the reception area grabbed him by the back of his jacket, lifted him one-handed until he was eye level and growled at him to shut up or get out. Normally he would have argued back, but her stern expression, coupled with the fact that she seemed more than willing to send him on his way without bothering to open the steel-reinforced door first, made him relent. Periodically, she would growl a warning at him and he would stop rocking for a few minutes, at least until his nerves got the better of him and he started up again. Every time the doors leading into the medical area opened, Naruto would look up hopefully. His Ralts had been taken in there for what Iruka called a standard medical checkup. He had explained that all Pokémon were unique, and because of that it was important to know as much as possible about one's partner. As an example, he said that some Pokémon had very strict dietary requirements, and the last thing Naruto wanted to do was accidentally hurt his new friend. So here he sat, thumping his chair and trying to be patient until the serious-looking woman who had taken Ralts away returned. Iruka looked up from the magazine he was reading, idly wondering if there really were 1,001 uses for duct tape. He sought out Naruto, who was sitting as far from the reception desk as possible. The woman in charge wasn't one who hated Naruto thankfully, she just happened to be slightly overbearing. In the same sense that Might Guy was slightly emotional. He had seen the woman put Junin on their asses for causing a ruckus in her waiting room, and for a civilian that went right past intimidating and into the realm of terrifying. He wasn't concerned about her carrying through with her threat, so long as Naruto kept his impatience under control. The woman may not be willing to tolerate disruptions in her waiting room, but she was reasonable enough when it came to genuine concern. Thump. 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 Still, it might be best to distract Naruto somehow. "Hey, Naruto," Iruka began, dropping the magazine onto the table he got it from. "You should really relax. Ralts is as safe here as she would be in your own arms. The doctors here are professionals, and if you stop worrying about it so much the time will pass quicker." "But I can't, Iruka-sensei," Naruto replied loudly, before a growl made him drop to an exaggerated whisper. "Ralts is in there all alone, and it might be scared and who knows what they're doing to it." In his mind, many and varied images of doctorly tortures were being visited upon his new friend. Everything from being poked with huge rubber-clad hands, to being forced to eat gray gelatinous slop, to being shoved in a box that took strange pictures of its insides. And even needles. Just the thought was enough to bring a full-body shiver to him. "That's it," he declared, ignoring the fact that Iruka was now gazing past the energetic boy. "I'm gonna go get Ralts back. I'm gonna bust in there and get it back. As much as I like to hear that kind of loyalty to your new Pokémon, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to not storm the halls in search of your Ralts," an amused female voice stated from behind him. "She missed you too," it continued, stressing the first word significantly. Naruto stiffened as soon as he heard her speak, and slowly turned around to look on the woman who had first taken Ralts away. She was wearing the same off-white medic uniform she had earlier, and had a clipboard in one hand and a happy-looking Ralts in her other arm. As soon as she had Naruto's attention, Ralts hopped across the short distance and into his own arms. After a flash of panic that she might have hurt herself in the reckless transition, he calmed, since she seemed perfectly fine, aside from a small bandage on her arm. Noticing his inspection and the way his eyes lingered on the bandage, Hana Inuzuka decided to inform him of the risu. As you can see, we took a blood sample. She was quite the little trooper actually. I've had grown men fight more to avoid a little needle prick. She laughed a bit at the truth of that statement, missing the way Naruto flinched at the thought. She also aced her physical examination, though we did have to help her keep her hair out of her eyes for the visual portion. For the first time, Naruto actually realized he could see Ralt's eyes without trouble. She was wearing a length of gauze as a headband. She returned his look, chirping her name happily. Looking over her clipboard, Hana continued. According to her preliminary bloodwork, she's part of the amorphous egg group, so she should be pretty receptive to most human foods. Just make sure she gets a balanced diet and bring her in if she starts acting sick or refusing to eat. And a balanced diet requires more variety than just different flavors of ramen, Naruto. You'll need to make sure she, and you, eat healthier from now on, Iruka added. But, I don't know how to cook anything else, Naruto replied in a small voice. Iruka and Hana shared a surprised look, although it was soon overlaid by amusement as Ralts stretched up from where she balanced in his arms to pet him on the head reassuringly. Deciding to get back to his original plan for the day, Iruka stood and stretched before patting Naruto on the shoulder. Then I'll just have to teach you to do that too, he stated. Come on, as I remember, we were planning to go get lunch, right? Actually, Iruka-san, Hana interjected. The Hokage generally wishes to see the new Pokemon as soon as possible. It might be best to pay him a visit first. Iruka started scratching his scar nervously as soon as she mentioned the Hokage. Actually, I stopped by there earlier. I was going to invite him along as well, you know, as a sort of celebratory get-together. But he's a bit busy with the council today. He gave a half-hearted chuckle, remembering the tightly leashed killing intent he felt from the chambers, as well as the harried expressions of the various workers within the tower. Naruto can just take Ralts in tomorrow morning. It's not like anyone was expecting a hatching so early in the week anyway. Hana eyed him suspiciously, knowing the unusually open ninja wasn't telling the full story. Eventually she nodded. All right then, I'll just file this and get the rest of the blood tests started. You'll be called in if any further testing needs to be done, but if not, then I expect you to bring her back in 6 months for a checkup, or whenever she evolves if that happens first. Waiting just long enough to receive Naruto's affirmative answer, she left through the same doors she had earlier, flipping through the clipboard's information and muttering to herself. Going for a late lunch turned out to be a stroke of good fortune. The midday rush was all but ended by the time they arrived. They still went to Ichiraku's, a promise is a promise after all, and Ralts seemed to be enjoying her ramen. Of course, lacking fingers or any way to readily manipulate chopsticks, she had to be fed. A task which Ayame assigned herself happily. She was currently feeding the newly born Pokemon and chattering animatedly in baby talk. Meanwhile, Iruka had taken to discussing Naruto's lessons, both academic and culinary. Okay Naruto, you'll be spending most mornings training with your Junin-sensei, and most afternoons doing D-rank missions. Iruka explained as he and Naruto ate. You'll be joining me at my home in the evenings, starting at say 6 o'clock, or as soon after that as you can arrive. That will be the plan until classes start again, anyway. After that we'll have to see how long it takes me and my new coworker to get things in order. We'll start by teaching you to prepare simple meals, and after dinner we'll work on your academic studies until about 10 o'clock. How's that sound to you? Naruto swallowed an overlarge mouthful and grimaced at the idea of spending essentially every waking hour working, but recognized the necessity, especially if he was going to truly become Hokage someday. A leader couldn't afford to shirk their duties, and even though Sarutobi Gigi told him often that he wasn't the best at everything in the village, Naruto knew he was at least proficient in everything that was important. If this was the price he had to pay to achieve his dream, then he wouldn't complain any more than he imagined Yondaime did when faced with the responsibility of becoming Hokage. After a moment's thought, Naruto agreed to the arrangement with a firm nod. It'll suck for my free time, but it's not like I have anything else to do, he replied. So, are we gonna start tonight or what? Iruka, his own mouth full, shook his head in response. When he explained, no, I think it's best if we get started tomorrow night. I've got some work to finish, and I definitely need to get some cleaning done if you're going to be learning to cook. I should probably get some emergency supplies too. I wonder if a fire extinguisher or sweetened jutsu would be best. Naruto nodded quietly. He didn't mind the delay, he had plans for that night anyway, and since he was gonna have to visit the Hokage in the morning anyway. Oh yes, the old man would have a very good reason to see him. He and Iruka continued to eat their lunches, the elder completely unaware of the plotting of his graduated and yet still learning student. On the bench next to Naruto, Ralts turned towards her partner with a curious expression. She felt an odd sense of anticipation and impishness through her horns. She considered him for a long moment before deciding she felt no true malice. Deciding to put her concerns aside, she turned back to the attractive girl feeding her. Not long after, a large and satisfying lunch consumed. Naruto and Iruka went their separate ways, with Iruka promising to bring Naruto some ramen-free takeout for dinner later in the day. Behind them at the shop, Ayame was cleaning the dishes that had piled up during her extended break. Her father, Tucci, wandered over to get the latest gossip about their favorite blonde. Professional he might be, but he was certainly not above benefiting from his daughter's small talk. So, Naruto's a full-fledged ninja now, huh? He began, obviously fishing for information. Thankfully Ayame was in a perfect mood to indulge him. I know, she squeaked happily, and his little Ralts is such a cutie, you should have seen her, it was so adorable the way she ate. I think we have a new regular. She sighed theatrically, or we would if we had a bit more to our menu. Tucci glowered at the girl. The girl had been pestering him for years to expand their selection, but his menu had worked for longer than the girl had been alive. This small restaurant had been frequented by all 4 Hokage. Why mess with a proven thing? It was about this time in his frequent inner argument that he realized one significant point she vaguely raised. Ralts might not be a regular. Ralts would go where Naruto went. Ergo, Naruto might no longer be a regular soon. Or at least as regular as he was currently. Explain. He commanded. Ayame continued washing, as if he weren't even there, satisfied that she would have his full attention until either she continued, or a customer arrived. Letting him stew for long enough for her to wash one of the large broth pots, as punishment for his rudeness, she decided to clarify. Naruto's been ordered by the Pokemon doctor to make sure she gets a healthy variety in her diet. Naruto's been practically living on ramen for the last couple years, so he has no idea how to cook anything else. That's part of what Iruka-san is going to teach him. And he's told Naruto that he and Ralts shouldn't eat here more than 3 times a week. He isn't going to like it, but I think we both know that Ralts' needs are going to come before anything he wants from now on. Tucci frowned. He had to admit that maybe Ayame had a point after all. Naruto certainly wouldn't risk a friend's health featuring even Ichiraku's finest. He even had to agree that a diet of pure ramen wasn't very smart. While he did work hard to make sure that only the best and freshest ingredients were used, that only resulted in their shop being arguably the least unhealthy in the ramen business. It seemed that he and Ayame were about to lose a lot of visits from their favorite customer. And the sizable tab he rang up, which Tucci was honest enough to admit had been all that helped them through some rather tight times over the years. Firming his resolve, he turned and strode through the back exit and into the adjoining home he and Ayame lived in. When he returned a few minutes later, he wore what his daughter referred to as his traveling clothes. The term was a bit misleading, since it consisted of an exact copy of his work clothes in brown rather than white. A mistake made when ordering his last set of replacements had seen this and 2 others like it delivered to their shop. Rather than raise a stink, he simply kept them and now wore them whenever he went out around the village. Mind the shop for a while please, he requested as he walked to the exit. Sure thing. But where are you going? The dinner rush will start in a couple hours, she replied, not looking up from her work. I won't be gone too long, Tucci replied. I'm just going to go see an old friend about some recipes. And this is the hospital, I don't come here often. The doctors are scary and like to stick people with needles. I don't think the nurses like me much either. Naruto was walking the length and breadth of Konoha, giving his new Pokemon the grand tour, so to say. Ralts was perched on his shoulder, balancing with surprising skill as she gazed around, not just at the hospital and its staff, but also at the random passerby. Since separating from the one Naruto called Iruka-sensei, she had noticed that they received an unusual number of glares and stares. Naruto seemed to be oblivious on the outside, but she could feel his emotional turmoil, He was worried and afraid, but was doing his best not to let anyone know. She had witnessed this often through Arceus' window, but it was a much different scenario to be here in the flesh. For one thing, she could sense more than just Naruto now, and the passerby had emotions as varied as their appearances. Some looked at Naruto with unconcealed loathing, their anger radiating from them like heat off stone. Others were merely curious. The boy was a puzzle to them, infamous without obvious cause. But far fewer residents seemed to recognize Naruto than he believed. The vast majority saw him, saw herself, and decided he must be a young ninja. They had no opinion or feelings beyond the mild wonder one would expect a city villain to feel for a ninja, especially one so young. As they traveled through the village, Ralts listened idly to Naruto's explanations. While the majority of her attention was focused on identifying and memorizing the faces and feel of those who bore Naruto ill intent, she paid enough attention to notice the frequency with which he used the phrase, "They don't like me much." While the common populace seemed largely unaware of his status as a pariah, it seemed many primary institutions within the village were all too knowledgeable. Everything from libraries to restaurants to supply and grocery stores, everyone that Naruto passed was explained and followed by that phrase. As they traveled, some workers even moved to the door and glared at him, as if to dissuade him from even thinking of entering. Through all this, Naruto continued on his merry way, outwardly unaffected, but hidden deep within himself were wounds that ached from this rejection. Ralts tried to send uplifting feelings at the blonde, only to find herself being uplifted in a highly literal sense. She felt a spike of panic from Naruto as he spun around into a fighting stance in time for them both to see an unexpected sight. Holding Ralts at eye height was a soft-faced woman with green eyes, dark blonde hair and a kind smile. She also looked like she had swallowed a watermelon whole. "Well, aren't you just the cutest thing?" she cooed at the confused-looking Ralts. She pulled the Pokemon close and cradled it to her chest, tickling it with her free hand. "Wouldn't it be wonderful if our little girl is as adorable as this?" she asked the man beside her. "I'm certain our little princess will be even more beautiful," he replied enthusiastically. "I'm just not sure about the green hair." He was a tall tanned man with square-framed glasses and short-cut hair that spiked up. His expression seemed to slip readily between a satisfied smirk and an ecstatic grin. Noticing Naruto, he turned to the boy. "Hi there, is that your Pokemon my wife is cuddling?" Naruto nodded numbly, not entirely sure what was going on anymore. "Well, that's just great. My name is Hughes, Maze Hughes. And that's my wife Gracia. We just transferred in from the land of birds. I was on long-term assignment there and that's where I met my sweet Gracia. Isn't she beautiful?" Naruto nodded again, noticing the Konoha leaf symbol embroidered into the back of his jacket as he turned to grin at the woman. "Anyway," he continued, "we're having a baby. Would you like to see a picture?" He reached into his jacket and pulled out something that could have been a drawing of a foggy ocean on a moonless night. "Isn't she beautiful?" he asked excitedly. He went on to explain how this was her head and these were her perfect little toes, and how they had gotten the picture from a new sonar-type jutsu the medics were developing using chakra paper to see inside the body. After nearly 20 minutes of conversation that Guy would probably consider most youthful, the woman calmly interrupted and handed the sleepy-looking Ralts back. "Maze dear, I know you enjoy talking about the baby, but we really need to go finish filing your transfer papers." She smiled in a way that gave Naruto the impression that he went on these tangents far too often, but that she was too indulgent to fault him for it. "Right as always, honey," he replied, grinning sheepishly. "Hey, it was a pleasure meeting you. I never did get your name, did I?" Blinking, Naruto realized that he was right. Yeah. He stumbled for a bit, trying to find his balance after the whirlwind of chatter that was Maze Hughes. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Yeah, and I'm gonna be Hokage someday. Datbeo." The pair watched him a moment, as if waiting for him to say he was joking or something. When they recognized the steady stare he was giving them, Maze chuckled a bit. Seeing Naruto tense for an argument, he stopped. Hughes sketched a salute, albeit an informal one. "Well then, future Hokage-sama, Special Junin Maze Hughes, Intelligence Division, reporting. If there's anything I can do to help you out, feel free to ask." "Okay." Darting in next to Naruto, he whispered, "Just promise to protect my little girl if she becomes a ninja and we'll be even." With a wink from Maze and a bow from his wife, the two left, hand in hand, headed for the Hokage's tower. Naruto looked at his dozing Ralts, then back towards the departing couple, and decided to head for home and get some rest. Things were just too strange, and he was going to have a busy night. As Naruto took off towards home, a pair of green eyes sought out her husband's dark ones. "Did you see the way those people were looking at him?" she asked quietly. "Yeah, I'm going to have to ask the Hokage about it," he replied. "Do you have any idea what's going on?" "I might, but if I'm right, I can't say anything. No one can." Her eyes narrowed as she caught the hint. Being married to an intelligence officer wasn't easy sometimes, and the prevalence of S-rank secrets in the ninja world certainly didn't help. "We can't just ignore the problem," she stated stubbornly. "Then don't," her husband replied. "Just get people thinking. If someone is trying to cause him trouble, they're probably not risking their neck telling the truth. And if we ing a busybody." The woman smiled in a way that made even her husband nervous. Hell may have no fury like a woman scorned, but neither does heaven match the wrath of a woman whose maternal instincts are on overdrive. She was quite the formidable woman, despite not being part of a major village. Formerly a ninja of the land of birds, Gracia was assigned as an honor guard and guide for Maze when he was stationed there as a liaison. He had no illusions that an unspoken part of her job was to keep an eye on him, and apparently she liked what she saw. After nearly a year, she had requested a change of duty. Less than a day later she had asked him out on a date. Now, over 5 years later, they were married with their first child on the way, and she had been an active ninja right up until the verification of pregnancy. At which point they discussed and agreed that Konoha would be a better place to raise their child, in large part because of the recent political unrest in the land of birds. As they continued on their way, Maze idly hoped that his beautiful wife wasn't the one to find any troublemakers in this case. He certainly wouldn't stop her if she was. But putting the perpetrator to public trial would do more good than anything his wife would be considering at this moment. The village was silent and still, aside from the unseen movements of Konoha's nighty guards, when the resident prankster made a discovery that would change his plans immensely. Keibu Wazirgachi stared tensely out at the moonlit forest beyond the village hidden in the leaves. He was a special Junin, largely because of his nearly unmatched skill with his bow. He was nervous. Most nights there was an air of boredom to those assigned wall duty. Enough so that it was often used as a punishment for minor transgressions. Keibu spent most of his nights up on the wall, a result of his tendency to flirt with superior officers, and noble daughters, and just about any other pretty girl he met. Ironically, this most recent stretch was because of a refusal to flirt. He'd been up here for a couple months now, but he'd have to be here until doomsday before he flirted with the daimyo's wife willingly. After so much time staring at the same view, he had developed an extra sense off sorts. Something bad was going to happen tonight, he just knew it. He glared heatedly at everything he could see. Swaying branches, and chatting comrades all received the same treatment. He had tried to warn his allies to be on full alert, but they merely laughed him off. This was Konoha. No one would be stupid enough to try and attack it, let alone with a force small enough to sneak up completely unnoticed. So they spent the night as they had every other, talking and screwing around whenever the Junin squad leaders were out of sight. Keibu made sure to keep his bow strung and arrows on hand. As dawn approached, his tension only increased. He was on the eastern wall, and as such would be staring right into the rising sun. It didn't take a tactical genius to recognize that as the best time to attack. An arrow knocked, his bow half drawn, he watched. He didn't know who was going to attack, but he swore that first blood would belong to Konoha. He was so focused on watching beyond the wall, that he didn't notice the noises behind him, nor did he sense the oncoming attack until the last instant. Turning, he witnessed a flash of orange before feeling a massive impact. It slammed his arm before driving into his chest. His breath was knocked violently from him as he was slammed back against the outer merlin of the wall, his arrow skittering uselessly along the walkway. To his sides, as far as he could see, ninja were down, writhing or still, all covered in red, just like he was. Strangely, he felt no pain. According to what little medical knowledge he possessed, that was a bad thing. He looked out over the village, thinking to make his last memory of the place he loved. But it wasn't right. His home was in utter chaos, figures swarming all around. Growling with determination, he dragged himself to his feet. This kind of situation would be the perfect opening for an invasion. He staggered over to the nearest ninja and kicked him until the man opened his eyes. "Get up," Keibu commanded. "I want everyone on this wall standing and alert now. We hold this wall until Anbu clears out those bastards inside or our relief arrives, got it? That said, he dragged the hapless ninja to his feet and shoved him against the Merlin to keep watch as he himself staggered towards the next in line. It would be hours before they realized they were never critically injured in the first place. The attacks which caused so much trouble for the wall guard turned out to be merely the opening salvo in an event which would long live in the minds of Konoha's inhabitants. There were no fatalities, and only a few casualties, but the sheer scale of the so-called invasion resulted in a general tightening of security and increase in the standards of Konoha's Anbu. Despite the lack of a true emergency, Keibu Wazirgachi and 3 others from the wall received their promotions to Junin due to their immediate response to a threatening situation. Earlier, the instant the sun rose fully above the village wall, the plan went into motion. A dozen orange-clothed pranksters began at the walls, pelting their targets with paint-filled balloons before rushing into the village proper from their varied locations. This early in the day, few were about or alert enough to fend off the unexpected attacks. Most of the night guards were tired and anticipating their replacements, and few of those replacements would call themselves morning people. Paint balloons were launched with fervor, targeting ninja and civilian with nearly arbitrary abandon. Buckets of paint were emptied against storefronts and sidewalks carelessly as their possessors avoided the hastily formed pursuit teams. On the Hokage monument, nearly a score of the same figures were busily scrawling graffiti on the faces of the village's most respected figures. Swirls, lines and loops of color spread across the leaders' faces, and each prominently wore a set of familiar whisker marks. Hidden throughout the village, individual prankster clones waited impatiently to spring paint bomb traps, which invariably ensured that the pursuit teams not leave the fray uncolored. In the Hokage Tower, which was currently being decorated in a strange pastel spiral motif, Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the anarchy in dismay. He resignedly gave the order to his Anbu guard to send all available forces after Naruto Uzumaki with firm orders to capture him unharmed. As his guards vanished from sight, the beleaguered Hokage had to be thankful for one thing. However much trouble the boy may be, at least he was on Konoha's side. Having that boy attack a foreign village, even in times of conflict, might just be considered a war crime. Elsewhere, Naruto himself listened to the sounds of a plan going off without a hitch. He had plans to complete personally before he joined in the general confusion, which is why he was in the Uchiha district. He had already gone around and painted a smiley face on every fan insignia he could find, and Sasuke would be in for a surprise when he found that all his training posts had been painted with the images of his most fervent fangirls. He almost wanted to stick around and see the look on the Tami's face when he tried to train and found he couldn't. Luckily for Naruto, he didn't. Sasuke Uchiha had years of pent-up frustration which found sudden release in the systematic destruction of those training posts. Sasuke enjoyed the experience so much he later arranged for all his training posts to be painted pink and red, yellow and purple, or black, to which he added Sharingan eyes himself. As repayment for Naruto's unexpected inspiration, he graciously chose not to have the Dobi arrested for trespassing. On the walls of the Buakura's home, Naruto had scrawled lines of poetry to her, despite his admitted lack of skill in that area. Unfortunately, she awoke while he was trying to decide on a rhyme for ramen, and chased him away. After losing the enraged Pinkette, Naruto found himself under attack yet again, this time by a gang of academy students. Apparently one of his clones had splattered their teacher while decorating the academy, and they decided to join in the Naruto hunt as well. Naruto spent the following half-hour playing the villain, Narutha's the Paint Bringer, to their. Well, they couldn't decide between Team Turpentine and Buster Brigade, but it was fun nonetheless. He eventually was forced to leave when a passing ninja noticed him and gave chase. Naruto had no idea how many of the original 50 clones he set to causing trouble that morning were still around, but he randomly sent off new ones to add to the confusion as he traveled. Throughout the event, Ralts mostly hid in the backpack Naruto had decided to wear for that purpose. Running past the Hyuga compound, lobbing balloons over the wall as he went, Hinata stepped out in front of him. He dodged aside rapidly, though the act caused the shy girl to flinch away and lose her balance. Naruto called an apology to the girl as one of the gate guards caught her and the egg she was carrying at the time, scowling at the boy and cursing the mess he and the rest of the branch would no doubt be required to clean. As Hinata stared after the boy she held feelings for, she was surprised to see a red-eyed creature with green hair gazing back at her from his pack. Activating her eyes for a better look, she let out a surprised gasp, which caused the guards to repeat her actions. Everything around them was awash in color, and glowing with chakra to their eyes. One of the guards, on a hunch, hit a spot of paint nearby with a jukin tap and was amazed when the entire unbroken length dissolved into mist. A few more taps and further lengths disappeared with no great effort. The guards shared a grin as one left to deliver the trick to clearing the mess to the day's cleaning crew. Hinata continued staring at the village, her perception shifting from one end to the other. She counted no less than 35 Narutos running around, many still scattering the unique pigment as they evaded and taunted their multicolored pursuers. Her breath caught as she watched one mistime leap and ended up smashing face first into a nearby building. The Naruto in question disappeared in a poof of smoke, leaving the can he had carried careening through the air, spilling paint. Hinata decided it would be a bad time to take a walk. With so many Naruto-kuns around, she was sure to get distracted, and that would be dangerous with her egg to worry about. Thus decided, she hopped onto the wall and then to the roof, clearing a spot to sit in and watch Naruto-kun's performance. Anko couldn't help but laugh when the blonde brat causing so much trouble slammed into the wall near her favorite dango shop. That laughter came to an abrupt end when the spinning can splattered her head to toe with blue paint. That in and of itself might have been forgivable, accidents do happen after all. But when she looked to her side and saw that her deluxe extra delicious extra large order of dango had been covered too, she was woman enough to admit she went a little overboard. The next blonde and orange thing she saw got pelted with so many kunai so fast that he had at least 6 fatal wounds before he dispelled. The Anbu that was chasing him got one look at her before vanishing as fast as he could, intent on finding a safer activity than reprimanding Anko for excessive violence. Maybe there was a mission to go assassinate the Tsuchikage available? Anko stormed over to the paint can dropped by this clone, which was rolling around in circles spilling red across the ground. She stalked over and kicked the can as hard as she could, a bad idea as it turned out, since the can spun through the air, splattering her yet again before slamming into the blue-stained wall and exploding into a cloud of smoke. Imagine her surprise when not only the can disappeared, but also the paint it impacted upon. Anko looked at the paint staining her trenchcoat curiously, before whipping out another kunai and slicing into it. There was a burst of thin mist, and her trenchcoat was as good as new, aside from the new cut anyway. She darted over and tried the same on her breakfast, with the same results. The psychotic woman stared in wonder at her delicious dango's miraculous return to immaculance, before plopping down in a safer position to resume her breakfast, wondering all the while what kind of mischief she could cause with that brat if given half the chance. Maybe she'd let him help her kill Orochimaru? Naruto, the real Naruto that is, evaded capture for over 5 hours. He had started his attack shortly after 6 in the morning, and was finally dragged before the Hokage at nearly 11:30. In the intervening time, Sarutobi had had 62 clones brought in, all of which dispelled themselves, although some were able to leave behind a number of paint balloons when they did. The short fall proved enough to rupture them, and so his office floor looked like something that hippie sect from grass country would wear. He stood before the aged leader, flanked by the 2 who captured him. The Hokage stared forlornly out the window, gazing upon the half-complete defacing of the monument, and moving his sight around the panorama of vandalism surrounding the tower. "Naruto, do you know how much damage you've done with this prank?" he asked calmly after letting the boy stew for a few minutes. "It's just paint," the boy replied with a carefree attitude. At that response, the Hokage spun around, his robe whipping about as he did. "Just paint?" he asked grimly. "How much paint? 100 gallons? 2? All of it spread over the entire village?" Let me think." Naruto took on his thinking expression, eyes closed and mouth in a severe frown as he counted out on his fingers silently. After a short while, he looked up brightly. 250, he replied happily. 250? Sarutobi repeated dryly. "My mistake. There are 250 gallons of paint spread across almost every home, business and clan compound in the village." Sarutobi blew out a heavy sigh and rubbed his temples. "At least you didn't go after the Hyuga compound. I'll have enough trouble keeping the council under control without Hiyashi going on about assaults upon the Hyuga dignity and pride. Naruto, what am I going to do with you?" He looked over to where the boy had been, only to see his 2 escorts subtly pointing to the window. Sarutobi looked over to see him staring at the pristine white building in surprise. I know I hit them, he grumbled to himself. Sarutobi blinked at this, both the revelation that Naruto had somehow been thwarted in an attempt on the Hyuga, and the fact that that seemed to annoy him more than the potential trouble he could be in if the civilian council got their way. Naruto, you really need to take this seriously, he stated sternly. An act of this magnitude could have far-reaching repercussions. At the very least, you're probably going to be required to clean it. Do you have any idea how long that could take? Even with your shadow clones helping, it will be months before you can get your ninja training back on track. Already thought of that, Gigi, he replied as he turned around, not to look at Sarutobi, but to glance at the clock. Everything will be done and over in 9 minutes. Sarutobi glanced at the clock himself, to see it read 11:51. Naruto was back to staring out the window, expectantly this time. Sarutobi moved to stand next to him and watched curiously. Naruto knew what he had done wrong, and if he had come up with some clever method of avoiding punishment, it was bound to be interesting. The clock ticked away slowly. At some point the two they could look out on the pigmentary carnage as well. When the clock hit noon, something unexpected happened. Slowly at first, then with increasing rapidity, swaths of color began to vanish into vapor. Within seconds the village looked less like an artistic disaster area and more like the center of a massive mist jutsu from Kiri. As the remaining Naruto clones noticed the event, they too poofed into nothingness. Sarutobi turned at sounds of surprise behind him to see that even the paint on the guards had dissipated. A few wind jutsu from the ninja in the area were already in the process of blowing the mist away as he turned back. He looked around in wonder. The monument, village, and even the expensive carpet he had thought ruined, were all as good as new. If he didn't know better, he'd have thought the entire day to have been one massive genjutsu. Huh? Naruto barked from beside him, I'd like to see anybody top that prank. Sarutobi could only smile wryly. Naruto had done something spectacular, but the council would still come at him with the proverbial pitchforks, that much was a certainty. He knew he should be thinking of how to shut them up, without resorting to strongarm tactics. But he was too occupied with the more pressing question. How did Naruto do it? Flashback. Naruto grunted with effort as he hauled the paint he had saved for this day to the top of the Hokage monument. He frowned slightly as he considered his sparse selection. 5 gallons in various colors, none of which were his beloved orange. Oh well, you gotta work with you have, right? Shrugging, he set the paint down and made his new favorite hand sign. Kage Bushin no Jutsu, he called out quietly. Around him, 3 clones popped into being. Naruto turned to his copies, retrieving some paintbrushes from his kunai pouch. Alright guys, we got to get moving if we're gonna get this monument painted right before. He paused, noticing that his clones were already holding paintbrushes eagerly. Where did you get those? He asked. They were in my pouch, the 3 answered together. Naruto looked between them, before glancing back at the paint cans. Grabbing one, he made another shadow clone. Sure enough, it appeared with its own can of paint. He put his own can back down and took the cloned one from his newest copy. Prying the lid off, Naruto dunked his own brush into the paint and swiped it across a nearby tree, smiling mischievously as he realized it looked and acted exactly the same as real paint. Okay, new plan, he declared. You guys dispel and I'll make a bunch more clones so we can really make this one good. 4 puffs of chakra smoke later and Naruto was loading himself with all 5 cans of paint. Charging as much chakra as he could, he remembered the massive number of clones he made to take out Mizuki Teme. Growling the name of his technique around the handle of the paint can he held in his teeth, a wall of smoke announced the arrival of his clone army. Dropping his burden at the base of the tree, he was startled to notice the swath of color he had used to test his shadow clone's paint was gone. Grabbing a can from one of the new clones, he tested it again. The color was perfect again. He ordered that clone to dispel itself, and as soon as it did, the color faded away. Vanishing paint. Yeah, he could work with this. Alright. Split up, half of you in one group, half in another, he called as a plan formed in his mind. Once that was done, he pointed to one group. You guys are Team A. Take your paint cans and pile them up nearby, we aren't gonna use them. Team B. Give Team A your paint cans. Your job is gonna be to not get dispelled. Sneak back to my place and stay put. Dispel yourselves. About noon, okay? Grumbling from Team B about not getting to have any fun made Naruto wonder how long the clones would be willing to follow his orders without some compensation. He certainly knew he wouldn't want to sit around bored while others got to have fun. He wondered a moment at what he could offer them that would be enough to make them happy. Realizing the one thing that might work, he forced himself to offer it. For the first time he knew what the concept of a starving artist might mean. Team B. Feel free to eat any of the instant ramen in the apartment. As the now happy clones took off, Naruto tried to console himself. Iruka-sensei had said he needed to stop eating it so much anyway, right? As Naruto turned to Team A, they were already hard at work devising ways to put this new windfall of materials to devastating purpose. As time passed, he almost forgot about the sacrifice, so caught up in the spirit of the moment he became. Sarutobi sat in his chair. He had settled into it as Naruto told his story and was surprised at the boy's ingenuity. Who would have thought such an application was possible? Was there a way to use such a thing in combat? How accurate were the copies chemically? He realized that the possibilities, if such a thing could be duplicated large scale, were nearly endless. Chakra duplication of everything from toxins for poison specialists, to temporary blood transfusions using the patient's own blood for medics. He would definitely have to get some of his jutsu creation specialists working on the idea. The largest hurdle would seem to be a way of stabilizing the copied materials so they didn't disperse too easily. Shaking himself mentally, he decided to leave those considerations for later. He watched as Naruto sat there, holding the strange Pokemon that had climbed out of his backpack and into his arms during the story. With a thought and a flash of fire, his own Infernape stood beside him. The imposing flame Pokemon's appearance would have been more intimidating, had it not been shorter than even Naruto's diminutive height. Not that Naruto was going to harass a Pokemon who had stood beside a Hokage through a war. Some things even he wasn't dumb enough to attempt. Altering his attention from the boy to his Pokemon, Infernape studied the infantile creature for time, before turning to Sarutobi. First birthday? It inquired in sign language. Sarutobi nodded, while hiding a grimace at the rough translation. Infernape wasn't among the lucky few Pokemon who could speak vocally or telepathically, but the intelligent creature had adapted to the limitation with impressive skill. Yes, this little one is the first to hatch among this year's graduates. What is its name, Naruto? Her name is Ralts. The doctor said she of the amphibious egg group and she's allowed to eat human food as long as I give her a lot of different types. He replied, happy that he remembered all the information correctly. Sarutobi thought a moment before deciding not to correct Naruto. As far as he knew there was no amphibious egg group, but that wasn't a significant concern. Mostly it served as a guideline to what sorts of food the Pokemon could safely eat, which Naruto seemed to know, and what Pokemon they could breed with. And since bonded Pokemon were never known to breed, it wasn't important. Thank you, Naruto. I'll see what else Infernape can tell us. The boy looked on in wonder as he and the Pokemon conferred via sign language. Do you know what nature it is? He asked. Mind type, it replied. 3 form. Psychic type, and it can evolve twice, he relayed. Mind speak? He asked next, knowing that it was an ability psychic types were known for. Infernape hesitated, before signing for, maybe. The two conferred for a while, occasionally delivering tidbits of information to Naruto as they did. This continued until a secretary politely knocked on the Hokage's door and was permitted entry. She informed him that some members of the council were requesting an audience, as were a number of concerned citizens, and one Iruka Amino. The village's leader gave the secretary orders to send in Iruka, and have the council members await him in the main meeting room. If the citizens were concerned about the events of that morning, he would say a few words to them with the council. Iruka seemed surprised to see Naruto in the office, especially after seeing how crowded the waiting room was. Good afternoon, Hokage-sama, he stated with typical politeness. I hope I'm not interrupting anything important? Not at all, we were just finishing up, the Hokage replied. Though I expect this to be the last time I see Naruto brought in here for questionable actions. He finished, giving Naruto a serious glare. Hey, you got it, Hokage Gigi, Naruto exclaimed. I'm a full ninja now, so I gotta act like one, right? You were a full ninja this morning too, the leader replied dryly. I know, but I made a promise. I promised the book that I'd do something big, and I never go back on my word. Datbeo. Iruka looked back and forth between the two curiously. Did I miss something? He asked nervously. How could you miss my masterpiece? Naruto demanded in horror. It was awesome. I woke up really late, Iruka replied sheepishly. I was up until almost dawn working on your new curriculum, see? At that he handed the stunned boy a stack of paper nearly an inch thick. I'm gonna have to learn all this? He asked, gulping loudly. Not only had Iruka-sensei missed his prank, but he had come up with all this in just one night? Well, that's just the first part. The stuff I think you'll need to learn before you can start on C-rank missions and the like. I'm already working on the list of things you'll need before you become Chunin, but we won't need to get working on that until you finish this list. And that's not even counting the cooking lessons. Cooking lessons? Sarutobi was confused. Surely the boy knew how to cook. He'd been living without a guardian for over 3 years. Yes, Hokage-sama, when Hana-san told Naruto he would have to eat a more balanced diet, we learned he didn't know how to cook anything but instant ramen. Considering that thought, the Hokage felt ill. Very well, Iruka-san. I will be certain to reimburse you any expenses. It is my duty to ensure that the children of this village have every opportunity to succeed, and I intend to correct this oversight. Thank you for your generous offer. Iruka was taken aback. He hadn't expected such a response, but before he could stammer his thanks, the Hokage was gone. He heard the murmur of quiet reassurances from the village leader to its worried inhabitants, promises that the events of that morning were a singular occurrence and that steps were taken to prevent anything similar. Shaking his head, he retrieved the stack of paperwork from Naruto, thankful that the boy hadn't had a sudden inspiration to destroy the item that he would probably have nightmares about in the coming weeks. Come on, Naruto, let's head out through the window. I don't know what you did, but the fewer upset people see you right now the better, okay? With that suggestion, they hopped away across the roofs of Konoha. Hey, Iruka-sensei. If we're gonna be starting the lessons tonight, you mind if I come home with you? I think the clones ate all my food. Clones ate his food? Well, he knew the shadow clones were physical, so it would stand to reason that they could eat, but why would he let them eat his food? Well, sure Naruto. Iruka replied, deciding to get the story from him during the cooking lesson tonight. I have to stop by the store to get some ingredients though. I must admit my kitchen is a bit bare at the moment. Naruto frowned at the idea of going shopping with Iruka-sensei. Maybe I should just meet you at your place? A lot of stores don't really like me, and I don't want you to get bugged by them cause I'm around. Iruka stopped on the next roof, spinning to catch Naruto as the boy was about to barrel into him. Dropping the boy to his feet, Iruka asked in his no-nonsense voice, what do you mean they don't really like you? Iruka wasn't stupid, but he spent too much time working to have noticed events that Naruto himself tried to avoid as often as possible. The boy explained how some stores refused to let him in, and others ignored him if he got in and tried to buy something, and how most of the time he bought something at a store they told him the items were mismarked and charged him more. Iruka asked how much he paid for the instant ramen he survived on, and was shocked to learn he paid 4 to 5 times the going price. Nodding firmly, as if having come to a decision, Iruka took off in a new direction, trusting Naruto to follow along. The boys seemed puzzled when they left the market district behind, but Iruka had a new destination in mind. Hopefully, one which would solve most of the boys' shopping troubles. Not long after, Naruto found himself in a warehouse office, standing before a tall man that he would honestly admit intimidated him more than the Hokage. The man, whom Iruka had introduced as Toji Suzuhara, was tall and imposing. He wore plain but durable civilian clothes, and his face was one that could only be described as rugged. Naruto wasn't surprised to notice dog tags around his neck that bore the Konoha leaf symbol. The man calmly pulled the gloves from his hands and dropped them on his desk, where they landed with a puff of dust. Leaning against the desk, he crossed his arms and favored Naruto with a long gaze. The boy couldn't help but notice that he bore a Pokemon rune on one arm, and a strange seal on the other. So, you're a ninja? He asked, attempting to break the silent standoff. Why did Iruka-sensei have to leave him alone with this guy? He even took Ralts with him, though he mumbled something about Toji not being good for children to be around. Used to be. The man replied. I hear you're that Uzumaki kid. I also hear you're the one that did that number on the village this morning. Yeah, that was me. But I had to do it. I promised the book I would, and since I'm gonna be Hokage someday I gotta keep my promises. Datbeo. Naruto was very nervous. He didn't know why Iruka had brought him here, but he didn't want to ruin whatever his teacher's reason was before he had even arrived. Toji scratched the stubble on his chin as he considered. He had heard of a book that had some sort of weird, big prank, final test back in the war days. He remembered some rumors about a fresh genin getting his hands on some risque photos of the Shodem's wife and had them copied and delivered to troops on the battlefield. He'd even seen a few and remembered that the woman looked damn good in a Chinese dress. Well, whatever, kid, it's not like I haven't done my share of troublemaking in my day. Only question I got for ya is this. You plannin' to cause any more trouble? The kind that might get back around and hurt me and my business if we associate with ya? No sir, Naruto replied seriously. But if I hang around here, people might not like it anyway. Even if I'm not doing anything wrong. Well, there's an easy fix for that, he replied as he pulled a cigar from a drawer and lit it. Fuck the stuck-up pricks. Naruto, who had been expecting orders to just stay away, was shocked. Not just at the language, but that someone would actually say them about his problems. Noticing the boy's expression, Toji continued. Look kid, this my warehouse, my shop, and my home. If somebody don't like the way I run things, they can get the hell out. Go shop somewhere that agrees with him. He pointed at Naruto with the cigar. If I want to let some kid shop here, they can't say shit about it. If I want to throw somebody out, that's my decision too. Far as I'm concerned, you gimme your word you ain't gonna make me regret it, and I'll let you shop here. Same prices as everybody else. Iruka tells me you got some trouble with stores gouging ya. Well, none of that shit'll be happening under my roof. Naruto excitedly gave his word. He was pretty much done with using pranks as a way off getting attention anyway. He had to put every effort into being the best ninja in the village if he wanted to become Hokage after all. The two talked leisurely while they waited for Iruka to return with his purchases. With 2 stores' rules, and his time as a ninja, even showing Naruto the artificial leg that replaced the one that cost him his ninja career. Naruto was really excited about the shop's import policy. His dreams would be haunted for weeks by exotic flavors of instant ramen. As they were leaving, Iruka with his purchases safely stored in a scroll, and Naruto with Ralts in his arms, Naruto couldn't help but feel that his life had improved by leaps and bounds in almost no time at all. The rest of the week went by almost perfectly. He had spent his afternoons and evenings with Iruka studying, and his mornings training in the fields around the village. Learning with Iruka one-on-one was surprisingly easy compared to Naruto's experience in the classroom. The teacher wouldn't tolerate clowning around for one thing, and for another he had a lot of interesting stories about the otherwise boring subject matter. An additional source of enthusiasm for Naruto came when Sarutobi had taken him to lunch the day after he started his tutoring. Sadly, it wasn't Ichiraku, but the old man had insisted on taking him somewhere where he could expand his palate. They had gone to a buffet restaurant owned by one of the Akamichi clan members, and Sarutobi had made a rule that he could eat all he wanted, as long as he didn't get the same thing twice. By the end of a long lunch, Naruto had probably tried more different foods in that 1 hour than he had in his entire life prior. He had found some foods he didn't like, but many more he enjoyed. Even Ralts had made out like a little glutton. The waitresses couldn't get enough of her and brought her choice bits of everything, fresh from the kitchen. While they ate, Sarutobi told him what he knew about psychic types. Most important in his mind was the theory that psychic types can actually become stronger through intellectual stimulation. When Naruto had relayed this idea to Iruka, the teacher took to it with relish, even going so far as to include Ralts in the lessons and impromptu quizzing games. Of course, Iruka was limited in his options when it came to receiving answers from the mono-verbal Pokemon. All in all, Naruto couldn't remember the last time he spent so much time out in the village and so little hiding behind door. Of course, given Naruto's past experiences, it was impossible to have so much good luck without a measure of bad to balance it. A few days into his break, as he walked through the village, Naruto heard the familiar slurring insults he had grown up with. Clutching Ralts to him tighter, he continued on his way, striving to ignore the words of a man who had obviously found his courage at the bottom of a bottle. Striding purposely on his way, Naruto refused to act intimidated by a mere drunk. He was expected to face down everything from missing nin to Biju in service to his village. How could he possibly be a respectable ninja if civilians scared him? Behind him, the abusive alcoholic's words grew louder and more vicious, until one phrase finally pierced far enough to register. "Take this, ya damn demon bastard." That statement was followed by the familiar whistling of a thrown bottle spinning through the air. Naruto curled himself around the quivering Ralts, fully dedicated to protecting her from harm as he took off at a run. He slid to a stop as two halves of the bottle shattered on the sidewalk to either side of him. A loud thump and muffled curses caused him to turn around and witness a view he had once dreamed of. The drunk was pinned to the ground by three blank-masked Anbu who were in the process of binding him arm and leg. Between Naruto and his former assailant was a fourth masked man, naked sword held low to his side. The three Anbu pulled their captive to his feet, while he shouted imprecations against them and Naruto in particular. He stopped and sobered with amazing speed when the sword-wielding member shoved his weapon's point into the man's Adam's apple. In a voice that welcomed no argument, the Anbu spoke. You were witnessed committing an act of assault against a genin-ranked ninja of Konohagakure. According to Section 3, Paragraph 2 of the Civilian Covenant, you are guilty of treason. You will be escorted to a holding facility and interrogated to ensure your act of sedition is not part of a larger conspiracy. You will then be granted an audience with the Hokage so that you might plead your case. I suggest you be thankful. Were this a time of war, your punishment would be summary execution. The man withdrew his sword and flicked off the thin line of blood that had run from the prisoner's throat, before sheathing his sword. Turning to the crowd that had begun gathering almost as soon as the drunken rant began, he made an announcement. Citizens of Konoha. In the past, certain events have occurred that were ruled to be fully within the jurisdiction of the Civilian Council. As the target of these injustices is no longer a civilian, these events can no longer be overlooked or left to the civilian police. Any attacks against a ninja of Konohagakure is treason, and will be treated as such. Likewise, any attempts to hinder or harm their ability to complete their assigned missions successfully, be it refusal of service without adequate cause or the supply of substandard equipment, will be pursued as the same. He swept his covered gaze across the now murmuring throng of people before continuing. Remember, when you chose to live here, you agreed to abide by the laws established by the Hokages, previous and current. If you are no longer willing to adhere to those laws, you are free to find inhabitants elsewhere. This is the decree of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sandaime Hokage of Konohagakure, as delivered by Elder Danzo Shimura of the councils. With that, he vanished in a swirl of leaves, his team and their prisoner following immediately. Naruto spent the rest of that morning in a daze, until Iruka slapped him out of it with a pencil to the forehead during his lessons. It didn't take long for the news of the declaration to work its way through the village, and it took little longer for it to reach the august ears of Councilman Yokuju. As the servant who had delivered the unfortunate news rushed from the room hiding her distress at the soon-to-be bruise she sported, Yokuju fumed. The Sandaime's decree. Bah! There's no way that pacifistic fool would have ordered such an impetuous statement. It would appear Danzo is finally showing his hand. It seems he has swayed towards supporting that infernal creature. And Sarutobi will have no choice but to support this ridiculous order. Very well, it seems that I will have to use another option. A few words in the right ears. A few Ryo in the right hands. Yes, that will do quite nicely. A shame I won't be able to watch the brat suffer myself, but business before pleasure. Naruto woke up to a series of unpleasant sensations. First a weak pulling on his arm, then of alternate shoving and tapping on his chest. Last and most disturbing to his dreaming bliss was the feel of a swift punch in the gut as 14 pounds of Ralts jumped onto his belly. He rolled around in the bed, toppling Ralts from her perch, coughing and wheezing as he tried to get a full breath of air through his spasming diaphragm's objections. When he could finally suck in enough precious oxygen that he no longer felt like death was laughing at him, he turned a hurt expression to his Pokemon and croaked out a, "Why? Ralts!" she exclaimed, waving his alarm clock at him emphatically. He wondered distractedly how she had managed to pick it up before realizing the time on it. Shit. I'm late for team assignments. Naruto rushed around getting his clothes together, while Ralts helpfully dragged what she could of his typical equipment to him. Within minutes Naruto was dressed and slamming his way out the door with Ralts perched in a backpack Iruka had modified for them. Ralts could feel Naruto's distress. He was worried to the point of panic, his miny route he knew to get him to the Hokage's tower. Iruka would be worried, and starting attendance right now, if he even bothered with it given that only 9 people would be there. As Naruto, tower firmly in mind, leapt from his apartment's balcony, Ralts grasped for her own power. She knew she could help her partner, she just didn't know how exactly. As she drew more of her own energy, she began to glow, though the distracted Naruto didn't notice until the same blue glow suffused him and the roof he was aiming to land on was replaced by a very surprised Iruka-sensei. Minutes earlier. Iruka gazed over the sparsely populated lobby, counting the students settled in with their Pokemon. Looks like the only one missing is Naruto. I swear that boy will be late to his own funeral. Though I suppose that would be a good thing. Aloud he informed them. I'm sure you're all anxious to get things started, and as soon as Naruto gets here we can. He half expected Naruto to slam through a window or door at that instant. It was the sort of entrance the boy loved. But it was not to be. As he waited he went over the team selections in his mind, and more importantly his discussion with the Hokage the morning prior when the decisions were made. He was fully aware that the number of students limited the options, and the Ino Shikacho father's insistence limited it further, but he wasn't sure Naruto was being put on a team that could work. The more he thought, the more worked up he became, until he was pacing single-mindedly. He was brought out of his less than pleasant contemplations by shouts of surprise and a flash of blue light. He caught a glimpse of orange and a familiar shout before being sent careening along the floor in a tumble of limbs. When the spinning, both physical and mental, finally ended he found himself uncomfortably wedged against the wall with Naruto standing on him catching Ralts as she fell into his arms. Nawutho, geff off ma fath, he ordered around one of the boy's feet. Gah! He exclaimed, leaping away instantly. Sorry about that Iruka-sensei. I woke up late and tried to get here as fast as I could and then things went all glowy and I was here but I really didn't mean to do it, honest. Iruka pulled himself to his feet and rubbed his poor face as he sorted through the rush of words that continued to pour from the boy. Hey, calm down already. Iruka said as he patted the air placatingly. I know you didn't mean to do it. In fact, I don't think you did it at all. Isn't that right, Ralts? They both looked at the obviously weary Pokemon, who smiled weakly and chirped her name before snuggling into her partner's arms. Naruto seemed surprised, and looked to his teacher for guidance. It's okay, she's just tired. She used one of her Pokemon abilities to bring you here. Teleport if I'm not mistaken. She probably felt how big of a hurry you were in and helped out the best way she could. Iruka rubbed her head as he spoke quietly to Naruto. Iruka sent a surreptitious glance around the room to gauge the expressions of the students and workers. Most of the new genin seemed intrigued by the unusual ability, probably wondering what abilities their own Pokemon might possess. But the one secretary on duty at this early hour couldn't stop staring at Naruto, at least until a stern call from the Hokage had her rushing up to his office. Well, now that we're all here, Iruka began in a clear but still subdued voice. We can get on with today's tasks. I want you all to line up. Our destination is the Pokemon Identification Terminal. This is one of the most well-guarded facilities in Konoha, so please stay close and try not to wander. The teacher led them down through the bowels of the tower, which had just as many levels below ground as above. They passed 3 floors dominated by record depositories before finally entering a largish room dominated by a futuristic screen on the far wall. On the floor in front of the screen was a dimly lighted square approximately 5 feet to a side. As the students and Pokemon filed in, they invariably took positions far from the device, which suited Iruka just fine. Once everyone was inside the spacious chamber, Iruka called out his Exploud. With a shared glance, the two stepped simultaneously onto the glowing square. Immediately the screen lit up as the words, "Identifying user. Access granted," flashed across it in large letters. As the screen dimmed, the students saw a creature that was unusual even by their newly expanded definition of the word. A pink and blue creature with large yellow eyes stared out from the screen. Greetings user UMINO, a metallic voice projected. My designation is PORYGONZ, and I shall be your attendant today. What may I assist you with? First, can you reduce the volume please? Of course, user Amino. If this is a satisfactory decibel level, we may proceed when you are ready. Thank you, that is perfect. I would like to access instatement protocols for 9 new genin. Instatement protocols require Class B authorization to initiate. Validating permissions. Approved. Please proceed with biological scan now. As Iruka stepped away from the square, the odd being on the screen began spinning in place slowly. Disturbingly, its head spun in a direction opposite from its disconnected body. Iruka turned to his young audience and explained the process he had just begun. Okay, all of you have spoken with the Hokage about your Pokemon's natures and abilities, so I expect you have some idea of what your Pokemon are capable of. However, this device will give you a more complete overview of what they can do. One pair at a time, you will step on the square just as I did. Are there any volunteers to go first? He expected Naruto to jump at the chance, but the boy looked to the stirring Pokemon in his arms and remained where he was. Instead, it was Sasuke, who had begun moving the moment Iruka finished speaking, that stepped onto the panel, his orange reptilian Pokemon less than a pace behind him. Once both were within the glowing square, bright light engulfed them before fading to a blue grid pattern projected on the space within the square fully to the ceiling. The grid flickered rapidly along Sasuke and his Pokemon's bodies as three-dimensional renders of them appeared within the screen. Once the display completed, the grid vanished silently. In-statement protocol. First subject, biological analysis complete. Human subject, Sasuke Uchiha. Pokemon subject, Charmander. Accessing records on human subject now. Complete. Displaying approximate statistical calculations. On the large screen, the representations of Sasuke and his Charmander moved to the center to make room for graphical breakdowns of their individual abilities. Sasuke was unsurprised by his multitude of high scores, though he did notice that Charmander seemed to be paying close attention to them. Regardless, what truly interested him was the Pokemon's information. The statistical breakdown was impressive. Charmander was rated highly in speed and special attack, which he remembered being the Pokemon equivalent of ninjutsu, as well as above average in attack, which should refer to physical capabilities similar to taijutsu. In contrast, his defensive abilities were average at best. 3 elemental weaknesses could be troublesome, but it was counterbalanced by 5 resistances. His element of fire was hardly surprising, and as Sasuke had already learned from his own research at the Uchiha archives, there was one known and one unknown evolution for Charmander to achieve. A number of Uchiha had been partnered with the fiery Pokemon in the past, but none had managed to learn the secret of their highest form. Sasuke was determined that he would be the one to finally do so. Finally, he was listed as having an innate ability called Blaze, which it said would increase the force of Charmander's fire attacks if injured in battle. This information could prove quite useful, coupled with his new knowledge of Charmander's first elemental attack, Ember. Satisfied all the information he needed about his new ally, Sasuke turned and strolled from the square to lean against the wall near the door. Charmander continued looking over the information for a few more moments, before turning and walking to his partner at a deliberately casual pace. Sasuke glowered at the act of rebellion, but said nothing. Iruka stepped forward once the screen returned to the creature with its oddly spinning body parts. Now, since you have all seen how it is done and what is expected of you, I want you to one at a time with your Pokemon, in an orderly manner, continue. As the Genin and Pokemon shuffled around, Iruka wondered what unusual details might arise from the other Pokemon's identifications. According to the Hokage, there were a few even his Infernape knew little about. Immediately and expectedly, Sakura and Ino shoved their ways to the front and began one of their nearly traditional shoving matches to be first, which quickly digressed into a debate over who had the better Pokemon and thus deserved, Sasuke-kun, more. The two were so preoccupied they didn't even notice when Kiba boldly sauntered past and into the square. Their argument did fall off when the machine lit up once more and they realized they missed their chance to be second. The computer's representation showed some error warnings momentarily, before removing a digital representation of Akamaru from the displayed Kiba's head. After that, things proceeded as smoothly as they did with Sasuke. In-statement protocol. Second subject, biological analysis complete. Human subject, Kiba Inuzuka. Pokemon subject, Cranidos. Accessing records on human subject now. Complete. Displaying approximate statistical calculations. As the graphs appeared on the screen, even Iruka was forced to look at the diminutive blue and gray reptile in surprise. Its attack stat was through the roof. True, the only other stats worth noting were its health and speed, which were above average, but the rest were woefully low. Kiba could have a powerful ally, but its endurance would probably have to be trained up. Thankfully, its rock typing would give it a boost against many attacks, as long as its multitude of weaknesses were avoided. Kiba's stats, by contrast, were no surprise to anyone. Decent to high combat potential, particularly in regards to taijutsu, with terrible mental attributes. Kiba of course barely noticed them, fully confident in his own skills. Kiba's was one of the Pokémon that was a virtual unknown to Infernape, and Porygon Z helpfully included a bit of information for them. Records surviving from the era before Ninja suggest that Cranidos lived deep in jungles about 100 million years ago. Its cranium is as hard as steel, and it would snap obstructing trees with headbutts. 100 million years? Damn Cranidos, talk about old school. Kiba cheered, holding his fist out for the Pokémon to bump, then shaking his aching limb from its enthusiastic headbutt. Its listed attack was that headbutt actually, though Iruka assumed the Pokémon hadn't really attacked its partner. However, with an ability like Moldbreaker, it was probably best not to assume anything about the ancient species. The last information available was a single-step evolution tree, obviously unidentified. As Kiba and his two allies left the grid, Sakura shoved her rival into the waiting group where she was caught by Choji, and dashed onto the platform with her dog-like Eevee. As before, the machine lit up, and in a short time later, they were all looking at a digital image of Sakura and Eevee surrounded by statistics and information. Sakura's statistics were a nearly polar opposite of Kiba's, neither surprising nor particularly encouraging. Sadly for the pink-haired girl, her Pokémon was almost uniformly average and a pure normal type. Her spirits picked up a bit when she read the rest of the information. Eevee would be perfect for helping Sasuke-kun achieve his goals. Its combat technique was listed as Helping Hand, a support skill capable of enhancing an ally's attacks, and its ability was Anticipation, which was supposed to be the ability to sense opponents with particularly dangerous abilities. The sheer variety of evolutionary options was staggering too. It could evolve 7 different ways. Let's see Ino Pigtop that with her stupid grass type, she thought victoriously. As she flounced her way over to Sasuke, she stuck her tongue out at her rival, who was fuming silently. Shoving Choji away roughly, Ino stormed into the square, her Oddish hopping behind hastily. As soon as her stats appeared, she turned a cocky smirk Sakura's way, reveling in the fact that Sakura only beat her in Genjutsu, test scores and chakra control. As soon as her opponent's self-satisfied expression faded to one of embarrassment at the obvious difference in their practical skills, Ino turned back to the screen. She knew a lot about Oddish's abilities, since her dad had raised one into his current Vileplume, but Ino hoped that hers turned into the so much cuter Blossom. As her father had warned her, Oddish had low speed and high special attack, with above-average special defense. The rest was average, but unlike her rival in love, Ino had more experience working with her Pokémon and knew what its next form would be. She had no doubt that she would come out ahead in the end. Its ability was listed as Chlorophyll, which was certain to help bring Oddish's weak speed up. It might even be constant, with her sunny personality. Even if that wasn't enough to put her ahead, Oddish starting with the energy-draining Absorb attack was certain to give her an edge against any opponent. Ignoring the evolutionary information, which she already knew, Ino stalked confidently over to her former best friend, every line of her stance radiating a challenge she knew Sakura would be unable to reciprocate. Might as well get this troublesome thing over with, the laziest genin present grumbled as he plodded forward. The strange-looking Pokémon floating behind him hummed mechanically as it followed. It took longer for Shikamaru to make it to his place than it did for the machine to process its summary. To call Shikamaru's abilities average would be an understatement. The boy had walked the line of mediocrity with more dedication than he devoted to any other pursuit save cloud-watching. The only exceptions were his taijutsu and intelligence. Apparently the physically demanding sparring required more effort than he was willing to spend to even become average, and an IQ of his level was almost impossible to completely conceal. Contrasting sharply with Shikamaru's uniform scores, Beldam's were widely varied. Low speed and special attack, and below average health, leading up to average attack and special defense and very high defense. Coupled with few weaknesses and a plethora of resistances, the Steel, Psychic type seemed like an impressive ally. A possible reason for its impressive defensive abilities became apparent when Shikamaru read further. The takedown attack Beldam possessed was primitive and unpleasant. Recklessly ramming oneself into opponents had to be a drag for the user. Its ability too was unusual, Clear Body. It prevented reduction of stats, but what the heck does that mean? Would it not get weak when exhausted? Or would it only prevent certain effects from specific sources? Groaning at the idea of having to either do research or experimentation to get a complete picture of what his ally was capable of, he spared a glance at the 3-stage evolution chart, only the first of which was identified. Damn troublesome Pokemon, he complained without emotion as he slouched away. Looking after his best friend worriedly, Choji decided he might as well be next. Choji was surprised when he saw his own ability graph. Were his scores supposed to be that high? True, they weren't all impressive, and his low ones were really low, but he really expected to be near the bottom. Maybe Sheikah isn't just being a good friend when he tells me I'm stronger than I think. As Choji expected, his little steel rock Pokemon had on decent attack. The rest were average or below, but Choji was confident Aaron could help him protect his friends, especially considering the veritable wall of elements it was resistant to. Porygon Z again supplied some useful information, this time answering a problem that had arisen shortly after Aaron hatched. Apparently this Pokemon had a unique diet. It only ate metal, most frequently simple iron. Choji couldn't wait to tell his parents the good news. He and his family had been beside themselves with worry over the poor thing when it refused to eat any of the succulent dishes they prepared, and instead ate all the kunai, shuriken, and silverware it could reach. Unfortunately, it seemed Choji would be spending a lot more money at the ninja supply store in the future. The ability, Sturdy, proved that the little guy was built to shrug off the hardest of blows, and the combat skill of Harden could only improve on that fact. Aaron could evolve twice, both of which had been seen by Konoha Nin, but only as foreign Pokemon from what the display said. It seemed Choji would be on his own figuring the little guy out, but that seemed to be a theme for his class. As Choji moved away, he fished a shuriken from his pouch and grinned when his new friend started gnawing on it happily. When no one stepped immediately to go next, Hinata looked around nervously. Naruto-kun was holding Ralts-chan and sitting against the wall. She'd been jarred awake when the screen first spoke, before Iruka-sensei had quieted it. Naruto-kun was so kind to his Pokemon, and it looked almost like a little baby. She wondered if Naruto would be as good to his future children as he was to Ralts. As she felt her face heat up from the unbidden imaginings that thought produced, she realized Ralts was gazing at her with an expression of curiosity. Turning forward as quickly as she could, she was startled when a quiet voice spoke from beside her. Hinata-san, do you intend to proceed, or do you wish to delay? Why would you delay, you ask? Perhaps so that you might speak with Uzumaki-san in relative privacy, Shino said faintly. Hinata stared a moment before realizing Naruto-kun and Shino were the last ones on this side of the room. Everyone else was milling around discussing their Pokemon on the far side of the room. Aside from Shino, the closest person to them was Iruka-sensei, who was leaning against the door looking mildly bored. As she looked up to tell her bug-using friend to go on ahead, she found herself surrounded by light. She silently berated her traitorous feat for costing her such a perfect opportunity to be almost alone with her paramour. As she looked down, intending to give said limbs a proper Hyuga glare, she found her face full of Vulpix. She had nearly forgotten the fox Pokemon in her arms, who licked her face happily. She snuggled her face into the Pokemon's fur, partly as apology and partly for comfort, as she waited for the machine to complete its dreaded analysis. When it stated its completion, she forced herself to look at her results. She tried to look at it objectively, to be proud of her high points, but she knew those wouldn't be enough to make the Hyuga elders, or even her father, satisfied. Quickly moving on, she looked at Vulpix's scores. She knew they wouldn't impress her clan either. High speed and special defense, and average everywhere else. The elders wouldn't say much, they never did, but she knew what they would think. Hyuga heirs are not average, they must be the best of the best, and their Pokemon can be no different. She could feel their disappointment already. She had already heard murmurs about how Vulpix was a bad omen. A fox with multiple tails in Konoha. How could it be otherwise? Well, Vulpix was hers and those stuffy old elders couldn't take her away. Firming her resolve as much as she could, she moved to the next panel. It listed Vulpix's ability as Flash Fire, which gave her the ability to absorb fire to increase her own abilities temporarily. And the listed attack, Incinerate, was said to be able to destroy most flammable objects with ease. Vulpix could evolve one time. Less impressive than Sasuke-san's 3, which she knew Vulpix would be compared to, but she wouldn't trade her Pokemon for anything. Not even the approval of her family. Naruto-kun would never consider such a thing, and neither would she. Shino watched the shy girl walk towards the gathered students in confusion. He could understand her accidentally backing onto the platform after he had startled her, but why didn't she just come back to this side afterwards? Iruka-sensei hadn't established any proper organization for the room's occupants, and he knew she desired to spend more time around Uzumaki-san. Deciding it was none of his concern, Shino moved toward the platform, since Naruto had yet to rise from his seated position. As he stepped within the designated space, his Pokémon scuttled out from under his bulky coat and onto his arm. Ninkata flinched when the grid-like light came on, but settled quickly. Before long, Shino stood considering the wealth of data before him. His own skills were, as he himself would have calculated, above average, with peaks in regards to ninjutsu and intelligence. His more physical attributes could always be bolstered, but he disdained the risk of close-quarters fighting, where a single well-timed jutsu could wreak havoc with himself and his hive. Shifting his attention to the less predictable merits of his newest insectal comrade, he frowned. Ninkata's defensive ability was impressive, but its other capacities were suboptimal. This was hardly surprising. Shino had surmised that the Pokémon was essentially the larval form of its evolutionary self. He stroked the nervous Pokémon's back as he read on, studying the advantages and vulnerabilities of the creature so that he could most efficiently plan for its involvement in any future conflicts. Its type was bug, ground, granting it a rather balanced list of weaknesses versus resistances, for which Shino was thankful. The ability it possessed was called Compound Eyes, which was said to increase the creature's accuracy, a useful trait indeed. Perhaps its attacks would not be quite so devastating as another's, but he knew that an attack that cannot connect is useless. It also possessed an attack skill called Dig, which wasn't particularly surprising, considering the mess it had made in his room trying to burrow through the wooden floors, until he had arranged for a large container of dirt to be brought in for its comfort. Its evolutionary data was quite peculiar. It looked like a one-step evolution, but there, while Ninkata was distinctly at one end of the line, two Pokémon were at the other. The identified Pokémon, Ninjask, and an unknown. His first instinct was to assume a mistake in the data entry, but that seemed unlikely. He doubted there was any information about their kind that Porygon Z and his kin was unaware of. Only the traditions and stipulations within the agreements among themselves and the different villages decided what they were willing to supply. Resolving to watch for any peculiarities involved in Ninkata's evolution, Shino abdicated the platform and made his way to the distracted Naruto. More than a minute later, when the blonde looked up to see the accidentally imposing genin, he couldn't help but jump to his feet in surprise. Ralts chirped a happy-sounding comment to Shino's Ninkata, who returned it with a wave of a foreclaw. "You are the final uninstated genin among us. It would be unwise to linger too long," Shino remarked before Naruto could find his usually effusive tongue. Marching away in the closest thing to an offended manner he would allow himself to use, Shino wondered why it was that everyone seemed to overlook him so easily. Scratching his head at the uncharacteristically swift departure of the strange and creepy Aburame, Naruto eventually shrugged it off and moved to the platform. Iruka perked up as the grid began its work. Naruto had apparently waited until last. Not something he would have expected, but perhaps Ralts, and he thought. As Naruto's ability scores were displayed, Iruka felt a bit of sympathy for him. Most were about as low as they could go for a graduate, though notable exceptions were Naruto's stamina and chakra capacity, which easily outshone anyone in the class. Either that fact satisfied Naruto, or he intended to make sure those low numbers were replaced soon, because he didn't look the slightest bit unsettled as his gaze shifted to Ralts' section. Here, he did frown slightly, but perked up immediately and tousled Ralts' hair as he spoke quietly to her. She perked up too, pumping her fingerless fist in the air. Were he a betting man, the teacher would have laid money that Naruto swore to help her train and get strong, not that he'd have done otherwise even if her scores hadn't been almost as abysmal as his own. Not a single one of her abilities were scored above average. Hinata felt sad for Naruto. She was looking closely at Ralts' display, hoping to find some way to endear herself to the Pokémon she had caught watching her off and on throughout the day. Was Ralts suspicious of her? Did the Pokémon find her somehow unpleasant? Hinata certainly hoped not. It would be difficult to be close to the boy she so admired if his Pokémon objected. As with the other unrecorded Pokémon, Porygon Z supplied its morsel of information. Ralts. The feeling Pokémon. Ralts is highly attuned to the feelings of people and Pokémon, which it senses through the horns on its head. When around positive emotions, its body warms up slightly. Hinata was breathing rapidly, a very un-Hyuga thing to do, almost as bad as hyperventilating, which she was most certainly not doing. Hyuga, even clan failures simply do not hyperventilate. Working hard to calm herself, she tried to think positively. Okay. Ralts-chan can sense emotions. Ralts-chan must sense my emotions. She must know my secret. What do I do? What do I do? In her nervous panic, she accidentally hugged Vulpix too hard, causing the poor fox creature to bark out a tongue of flame, which almost scorched poor Kiba, who had come over to try and settle the obviously distressed girl down. Apologizing profusely to Vulpix, she wasn't too surprised to see the primadonna Pokemon point her nose in the air and ignore her entreaties until Hinata promised to brush her coat until it shone. Once satisfied with the girl's peace offering, Vulpix yipped her name happily, unwittingly giving Hinata the reassurance she needed. Of course. She's a Pokemon. Ralts-chan can't talk. My secret is safe. Hey, Uruka-sensei. It says here that her ability is telepathy. What the heck does that mean? Naruto-kun's yell pierced her mental celebration of the knowledge that she wouldn't have to suffer possible rejection from the boy of her dreams. Telepathy. Where do I know that word from? She has telepathy? That's great, Naruto. Uruka replied, smiling. That's a really rare ability. It should let her learn to speak with you mind to mind, though I think it takes some time to develop. Thump. Naruto and Uruka, along with the rest of the genin who hadn't already been watching, turned as they heard Hinata hit the ground in a heap. Her Vulpix sniffed her a few times before licking her face and curling up to nap on her partner's stomach. Despite his concern for his classmate, Naruto realized that he wouldn't be able to do anything more than Uruka-sensei and the other students already were. Although he did think it cruel that Ino and Sakura-chan seemed to be trying not to laugh as they roused the poor girl. Refocusing on the screen, Naruto skimmed the combat section, already expecting teleport to be listed, which it was. Moving towards the evolutions, he found that Ralts had two, just as Infernape had said. He expected that with enough training, she would reach her next form and they would be an even stronger team. Thanking the strange duck-like Pokemon he could still see spinning idly behind the information, he turned and walked away. Porygon Z, startled by the unexpected courtesy, stopped spinning awkwardly, and decided to file the event away for later consideration. Once the screen cleared, the digital Pokemon took center stage on it once more. All requested assignments are complete. Is there anything further with which I might assist you, user Amino? It inquired. No thank you, it was a pleasure as always, Porygon Z-san. Uruka replied, bowing respectfully. The students imitated him in an uneven wave. Then I will take my leave. Hard copies of all information acquired from this terminal have been forwarded to their predesignated locations. Review of any copy on file is available by request from your cage or their properly authorized assistants. Have a pleasant day, and thank you for using this Pokemon identification terminal. Its closing statement complete, the screen and square on the floor slowly darkened to the levels they were at when the group had arrived. After escorting them back to the lobby, Uruka stopped them. I'm sure you are all eager to get out of here and grab some lunch, but there is one last task for me to perform before I release you fully as students. Uruka blew out a deep sigh as he drew a small scroll from his pouch and unrolled it. He really didn't need it, but proper form should always be observed. Deciding to go by order of finalization rather than the somewhat random numerical designations, he began. Team assignments are as follows. Ino Yamanaka, Shoji Akamichi, and Shikamaru Nara. You are assigned to Team 10, led by Junin Asuma Sarutobi. You are to meet at 5 this evening in Training Ground 1. Uruka ignored both the angry ranting of Ino at being assigned to a team with the two useless boys, and Shikamaru's mutters that at least they didn't have to walk far. Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inazuka, and Shino Aburame. You are assigned to Team 8, led by Junin Kurenai Yuhi. You are to meet at 5 this evening at Training Ground 14. Hinata mumbled in astonishment at Kurenai's sensei gaining a genin team so soon after becoming a Junin, but it was mostly drowned out by Kiba's cheering and promises to become the strongest ninja ever. Adding to the cacophony were his two familiars, barking and roaring their agreement. Until an annoyed Vulpix sent a cone of fire at them, for which Hinata apologized repeatedly. Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sakura Haruno. You are assigned to Team 7, led by Junin Kakashi Hitaki. You are to meet at 5 this evening at Training Ground 7. I suggest you bring a book or something. He had to raise his voice after announcing Sakura's name simply to be heard over the girl's shrieks of victory. Naruto had been almost as excited, until he tried to join in on the girls' celebratory dance and got a sandal to the face as reward. He heard Exploud's familiar whistling, but hastily stopped it before it could release its call. Sarutobi-sama didn't really appreciate having such racket in his tower. Thankfully the whistling alone was enough to get the former students' attentions off each other and onto plugging their ears as hard as they could. When they had all finally released their auditory protections, Uruka concluded his day's work. As I said the last day of class, I am proud of you all. I know you will continue to grow stronger and prove to the world just what it is that makes Konohagakure the foremost hidden village in the elemental countries. I would like you all to remember. You are the face of Konoha. While on missions, your actions reflect upon us as surely as if you were the Hokage himself. So always act with honor and dignity, and never hesitate to improve the world we live in. Looking around the room at the determined, and not so determined, faces of his students, Uruka decided he had kept them long enough. They were his precious students, but as with any child, it was time for them to make their mark on the world. For the last time. Class. Dismissed. Stepping back and formally saluting them, Uruka waited for all to respond before dropping his arm crisply. They repeated the gesture and/or, most holding to the semi-formal atmosphere until they were at least outside. Uruka sighed again. This was the worst part of the job. Now that they were out in the real world, the invisible timer on their lives had begun. His only comfort was that he knew he had done, and in Naruto's case was still doing, all he could to prepare them. Smiling wryly at the Sentei mentality that never seemed to fade, he made his way up to the Hokage's office to discuss the day's revelations. The end. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next part.